Hello, Mother. Something smells good.
Good morning, sweetie. I'm making breakfast for you. Can you clean the bacon pan for me?
Sure thing. No, Billy, don't do it. It's bad for your pipes and bad for the environment.
Don't listen to him, Billy. Just pour it down the drain and forget about it. What's a little grease going to do?
Actually, there's a lot that grease can do to damage your home and the environment. Picture this. When you decide to pour fats, oils, or grease down the drain, you are letting those substances harden up and stick to your pipe walls, causing clogs and backups in your home that can eventually lead to expensive repairs. And can also cause gross smells and a nasty situation for your neighborhood and the environment.
You can smell it.
Instead, when the substance cools down, stick it in a plastic container. Make sure the lid is sealed tight and drop it off at your nearest cooking oil recycling station in Hillsborough County. That way, you're helping the environment and saving your family money, so they can buy you that new skateboard you've always wanted.
All right.
It's a win-win for everyone.
New skateboard? Oh, yeah. Your way is definitely better than mine. Let's recycle that grease.
For more information on how you can recycle your fats, oils, or grease, visit hcflgov.net/core.
20 seconds is all it takes for a toddler to drown. In less time than it takes to post on social media or change the laundry, a child can slip out a door and silently drown. Nearly all the children who drowned last year in the Tampa Bay area were last seen inside their home. Visit PreventNeedlessDeaths.com right now to learn more about simple steps you can take today to save a child's life.
Let's all properly recycle. Let's all properly recycle. Let's all properly recycle. Leave out the plastic bags.
You may think plastic bags can be recycled curbside, but they can't. When you put recyclables in a plastic bag, it gets tangled in the sorting machine and ruins recycling. Let's all properly recycle.
Let's all properly recycle. Let's all properly recycle. Let's all properly recycle. Leave out the plastic bags.
My name is Alex. I'm a local resident, and I'm a proud husband and father of 2 young ladies. As a parent, it's been really difficult to navigate COVID-19. Navigating through the whole e-learning, just learning the different technologies, that's been hard to do. The other thing too is just socially. I've got a 10-year-old and a 5-year-old, handling their ability to still connect with their friends and family and still keeping them safe. As far as explaining what's going on with COVID, as adults, you have your own interpretation of things, and as children, there's a different level of understanding. It's making sure they understand that what we do is to keep ourselves safe and also people we care about safe. Things we miss because of COVID, the list is pretty long, but I think it's getting together with family and friends as often as we used to. We have a pretty big circle of family and friends, and love to get together to celebrate certain things and just enjoy each other's company. So bringing that back into the routine would be something we're looking forward to. COVID has been something really difficult to navigate as a family and as a community, but I think together, following the proper health guidelines, we can crush COVID.
My name is Roosevelt, and I'm one of the owners for the Blind Tiger Coffee Roasters, which is a local chain of coffee shops in Hillsborough County. I think for food and beverage concepts, we thrive on the opportunity to be able to connect with people. The thing that we had to understand how we can operate under the current COVID protocols was adjust our current operating business continuity plan. We were reduced to becoming sort of like a vending machine. We shut down dining. We can only do to-go orders. I think that beat us up a little bit. If some of our employees got exposed, what does that mean in terms of quarantining? Our number one priority is not only to thrive and succeed, but to protect our employees and our customers. We want to be that place where people can gather, where they can come have meetings in a safe way. When we take ourselves to the question of being selfish, we start thinking or listening about other people, then we can make much, much better decisions. Together, we can crush COVID.
I'm Emily, I'm 10 years old, and I'm a 5th grader at McFarland Park. With COVID-19, I mean, sometimes it can frustrate you quite a bit. When we go somewhere, we always just have to wear a mask, keep ourselves safe, follow all the guidelines, which just makes it harder to enjoy the moment. For my birthday, we just stayed home. We had a drive-by, and that was one of the ways that we kept people social distance so that nobody was up in our faces. If coronavirus hadn't come up, then a real get-together with friends and family probably would have been better. I always tell my friends and family to probably wear their masks and follow the guidelines because you don't want to catch the coronavirus and you don't want your friends and family to catch the coronavirus either. One of the things that I like to do once coronavirus is over is travel. The feeling of being on a plane is definitely better than riding in the car. I really can't wait until it's over so we can see our friends and family and grandparents. If we all do our part, we can definitely crush COVID.
My name is Trishan and I'm a first grade teacher at Mitchell Elementary. I'm just excited to share how I've been following CDC guidelines, encouraging families to do the same. It got a lot slower and a lot quieter and a lot more thinking through the activities that we do, and I think it was a big perspective change. The thing I miss most is just feeling their energy and the warmth that comes from being in person, and just the opening of the door in the morning, the random I love you, the good morning Mrs. Nicholas, and just those teachable moments that come from that, and then just sitting next to them, working with them, watching them do a piece of writing. The hardest thing as an educator adjusting to COVID has been just the lack of control that I feel, and just having to take the steps to think through things a little bit more clearly, know all the steps I'm going to take, communicate that to parents, but it's definitely been a challenge. I think what's changed for me to follow CDC guidelines has been just those practical steps of wearing a mask in public and washing my hands all the time. I firmly believe that if we all do our part and work together, we can crush COVID.
Hello, I'm WWE superstar Titus O'Neil, and today I'm coming to you as a neighbor. You owe it to yourself and those you love to get tested now. Get the care you need and protect your family. Hillsborough County is offering free coronavirus testing and no health insurance is needed. It costs you nothing to get tested. Visit hcflgov.net/staysafe for more information and have a reservation made today. Share this with a neighbor, and let's come together as a community and keep fighting to get through this. Together, we will come back stronger. God bless.
About my morning commute, it's time to reflect, ponder those big questions. Who are we? Why are we here? Sometimes you just gotta take those bumps in the road and keep on moving forward.
Dude, you couldn't possibly be any more wrong. Stop the car.
That's deep, like me. I can respect that.
Dude, it's a pothole. I could report it to Hillsborough County right now as a customer service request. Just choose your service and select the issue. Your browser pinpoints the problem, and you can add any important information and even take a picture. It puts Hillsborough County at your service 24/7.
Well, all right.
Flossing in the morning is a really great way to keep your teeth healthy and start the day. But when you're through, here's what you do. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. There's a problem lots of people don't know, called sanitary sewer overflow. A condition buried deep in the ground, inside a pipe where bad clouds are found. It's a problem we can all help solve, so throw it in the trash, don't flush it. Baby wipes, bandages, cotton pads, paper towels, dental floss, clog up bad. Medicines, kitty litter, cotton swabs, hair. Throw them in the trash, don't flush it. It just takes a second to do the right thing. So toss it and let's keep our pipes clean. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. If it's not toilet paper, don't flush it. Even if it says you can, don't flush it. If you're having any doubts, don't flush it. One more time, don't flush it.
Tampa Bay is like no place else.
Wait, you can't recycle the bag. You have to throw it away.
Proper recycling keeps it that way for everyone. Bags tangle in machinery and can bring sorting efforts to a halt.
No bags.
Trash the bags and keep our recycling program moving forward.
No, Mom, look. No plastic bags.
Do your part to keep our recycling bag-free. Trash the tanglers or return them to participating retailers. For more information, visit tampabayrecycles.org.
My name is Alex. I'm a local resident, and I'm a proud husband and father of 2 young ladies. As a parent, it's been really difficult to navigate COVID-19. Navigating through the whole e-learning, just learning the different technologies, that's been hard to do. The other thing too is just socially. I've got a 10-year-old and a 5-year-old, handling their ability to still connect with their friends and family and still keeping them safe. As far as explaining what's going on with COVID, you know, as adults, you have your own interpretation of things, and as children, there's a different level of understanding. It's making sure they understand that what we do is to keep ourselves safe and also people we care about safe. Things we miss because of COVID, the list is pretty long, but I think it's getting together with family and friends as often as we used to. We have a pretty big circle of family and friends, and love to get together to celebrate certain things and just enjoy each other's company. So bringing that back into the routine would be something we're looking forward to. COVID has been something really difficult to navigate as a family and as a community, but I think together, following the proper health guidelines, we can crush COVID.
My name is Roosevelt, and I'm one of the owners for the Blind Tiger Coffee Roasters, which is a local chain of coffee shops in Hillsborough County. I think for food and beverage concepts, we thrive on the opportunity to be able to connect with people. The thing that we had to understand how we can operate under the current COVID protocols was adjust our current operating business continuity plan. We were reduced to becoming sort of like a vending machine. We shut down dining. We can only do to-go orders. I think that beat us up a little bit. If some of our employees got exposed, what does that mean in terms of quarantining? Our number one priority is not only to thrive and succeed, but to protect our employees and our customers. We want to be that place where people can gather, where they can come have meetings in a safe way. When we take ourselves to the equation and being selfish, we start thinking or listening about other people, then we can make much, much better decisions. Together, we can crush COVID.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call the Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. And first, we're going to have the pledge and invocation by our chaplain, Commissioner Stacy White. Commissioner White, you're recognized. And we're all here this morning. This is not a virtual meeting, so this is probably the first time I think in about a year, or even more. So anyway, that's something very different.
Yeah,
Good morning.
we're slowly but surely returning to normal.
Right.
I'm so glad to see that. Well, I'll ask everyone to stand at this time, and for our virtual audience, if you're able to, if you're not behind the wheel of a car or something like that, to stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, I pray that you will be with this board, our staff and stakeholders today, and pray that it will be your guiding hand that leads us towards decisions this morning and this afternoon. As always, Lord, I pray for members of our armed forces and our first responders. Pray that you will guide them and keep them safe each and every day. I ask for all of these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
And thank you, Commissioner White. We are going to present 3 recognitions today. They will be virtually presented, or the recipients will be. The first recognition will be presented by Commissioner Overman. Commissioner, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Our Dr. Holt from the Florida Department of Health and Donna Peterson, the Dean of the University of South Florida Public Health, here today online?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Our public health officials work tirelessly to help protect the health of Hillsborough County residents. They have been especially instrumental on the front lines of testing and vaccination sites during the COVID-19 pandemic, and by providing life-saving guidance to government officials, residents, visitors, and businesses. All of them have shown incredible dedication and perseverance in keeping us safe and informed throughout the pandemic. It is comforting to know that they always stand by, ready for the next threat. This proclamation declaring April 5th through April 11th as Public Health Week honors their commitment to the well-being of the people of Hillsborough County. It reads, whereas life expectancy in the United States dropped from 2014 to 2017, and in the longest sustained decline since the Great Depression, and only in 2018 did the nation's life expectancy began to rise again before being negatively impacted by COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas there are significant social determinants that negatively impact health, such as poverty and the lack of economic opportunity, and whereas public health officials help communities prevent, prepare for, withstand, and recover from the impact of a full range of health threats, including disease outbreaks, natural disasters, and disasters caused by human activity and the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas public health action, along with scientific and technological advances, have played major roles in reducing and, in some cases, eliminating the spread of infectious disease and establishing today's disease surveillance and control systems, and whereas public health action has made opportunities available for underserved communities to receive access to health care for hypertension, diabetes, kidney, and heart disease. And whereas inequalities in healthcare access and housing discrimination increase the rate of chronic illness, crime, and violence, and lowered levels of educational attainment, and whereas since 1995, the American Public Health Association, through its sponsorship of National Public Health Week, has educated residents, policymakers, and health professionals about issues important to improving the public health. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby declare April 5th through April 11th, 2021 as Public Health Week in Hillsborough County. And we encourage all residents and visitors to better understand the value of public health and support great opportunities to adopt preventative lifestyle habits in light of this year's themes, Building Bridges to Better Health. Executed this 7th day of April 2021, signed by all 7 commissioners. Thank you, Dr. Peterson, for being here. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Commissioner Overman, and all the members of the Board of the County Commissions. We so appreciate you recognizing that this is Public Health Week. As you mentioned, the APHA established this week as a way to bring attention and awareness to public health and its importance in communities all across the country. I think if we've learned anything through the past year, it is that the importance of those partnerships and the bridges that we build across different communities, different agencies, from our professionals and practitioners to our elected officials. I think we have shown through the past year that we actually understood and embraced what public health is all about, which is coming together collectively as societies and doing what we need to do to create conditions in which people can be healthy and enjoy the highest quality of life. So we very much appreciate this proclamation, but more importantly, we appreciate your leadership and the great partners that you have been for all of us in public health through the past year, and we look forward to continuing to work positively with you going forward in the future. Thank you very much, Commissioner Overman.
Well, thank you, Dr. Peterson, and I want to share with the audience that, you know, Dr. Peterson was available when we were trying to figure out how to get kids back in daycare and how to deal with children returning to school. She was a reliable resource to be able to give us the guidance that we needed to be able to protect our citizens as we dealt with the COVID-19, and I just wanted to personally say thank you. Dr. Holt, you also have been a valuable member. Dr. Holt, would you like to say a few words?
Yes, and good morning, Commissioner Overman and board. This is Dr. Doug Holt, Florida Department of Health, Hillsborough County. I'm very appreciative of Commissioner Overman and the entire board for recognizing Public Health Week. I think we can all agree this has been the year of public health, and I think today's agenda reflects that. I'd like to acknowledge my health department team. While we've been COVID focused, we've continued all the essential public health services, all the things that we do before, during, and after COVID to promote, protect, and improve the health of all of us in Hillsborough County. During this year, we have administered our WIC Infant and Children program. Through these programs, we have served 40,000 women and children, providing nutritional education, breastfeeding services, and access to nutritional food. Our environmental health programs, which are preventing diseases from environmental origins, have oversee 125,000 septic tanks in our county. They regulate the drinking waters from small mobile home parks all the way to the city of Tampa, beach monitoring, rabies, and others. Our disease control are out trying to prevent, treat HIV, sexually transmitted diseases, and tuberculosis. Our community health programs engage with the school district for school health, our partners for family planning, and we screen and educate for diabetes, cancer, and other chronic illnesses. And of course, our EPI program that, despite COVID, in addition to COVID, I should say, have continued all their work. And finally, we've provided remote access to the public for 8,000 birth and death certificates a month. But I would like to conclude by recognizing the entire community for all they have done, again, before, during, and after their COVID fight, including the elected officials, especially this board, and all of the county staff that have really been on the front lines. So after COVID, I look forward to continue our partnership with all of the public and community and the county. Thank you very much, Commissioner Overman.
Thank you, and thank you for all your hard work. Your entire team has worked tirelessly for the entire year. and some, and I'm sure everyone would look forward to brighter days as we move through this pandemic period. The next recognition will be presented by Commissioner Myers. Commissioner?
Thank you. Ms. Kelly Perry, Executive Director. Hillsborough County has always dedicated itself to protecting our children. They represent the future of our community prosperity. Every year, the Children's Board partners with the Florida Department of Children and Families and Prevent Child Abuse Florida's Pinwheel for Prevention campaign to raise public awareness on how we can prevent child abuse and neglect. Child Abuse Prevention Month recognizes the importance of how communities work together to help families thrive and prevent child mistreatment. It is my honor to present this proclamation declaring April as Child Abuse Prevention Month to Ms. Perry. It reads, whereas every child has a right to a safe, healthy, and happy childhood where they are educationally and developmentally on track, and whereas Hillsborough County prosperity depends on healthy development of more than 300,000 children currently living, growing, and learning within the community, and whereas the school, neighborhoods, family gathering, places of worship, and other public spaces have traditionally served as nurturing and caring environments for children in Hillsborough County, and COVID-19 has had a negative impact on these social safety nets. And whereas more children and families are at home with increased stress because of COVID-19 related job loss or anxiety, which may foster child abuse and neglect, and whereas it takes a united community of individuals, businesses, schools, and organizations to make children a top priority and take action to protect physical, social, emotional, and educational development and competency of all children, and whereas small acts of kindness such as bringing dinner to a neighbor who is a parent working from home and raising children enrolled in e-learning are ways the community can support children and families, and whereas it is vital that all adults are aware that Florida law requires any person who suspects child abuse or neglect by a parent or legal guardian to report that information to the Florida Department of Children and Families, and whereas in collaboration with the Florida Department of Children and Families and Prevent Child Abuse Florida's Pinwheel for Prevention campaign, the Children's Board of Hillsborough County is engaging community in a coordinated effort to prevent child abuse and neglect. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby declare April 2021 as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Hillsborough County and encourages all residents to join in this observance to make children a top priority and participate in activities that will strengthen families and communities to provide an optimal environment for healthy child development. Executed the 7th day of April 2021, signed by all 7 county commissioners. Ms. Kelly Perez, would you like to say a few words?
I would like to thank you personally, Commissioner Myers, and the entire Board of County Commissioners for your continued support of the Children's Board. And we work very hard every day to keep the children of Hillsborough County out of the larger systems of care. We know that most of the victims of child abuse are from 0 to 6 years of age, so they're particularly vulnerable, and they're particularly vulnerable during this time of COVID. We know that the numbers have been reduced from 11 to 18% of reports during this period of time, and we know those numbers are deceptive. due to the loss of income, due to housing insecurity, and due to the isolation that has occurred during COVID-19. So we appreciate your support in all our endeavors to keep the children of Hillsborough County safe and keep the families supported. And we can always remember to refer families to the local family resource, Children's Board Family Resource Centers if they need support. And again, I want to thank the entire board for your continued efforts to work with us to keep children safe.
Ms. Ferris, we thank you for all the many wonderful programs that the Children's Board provide to our community, and one in particular for the young people is the swimming program. As we celebrate Child Abuse and Neglect Month, just your leadership and what you're doing at the Children's Board, we are very grateful, and thanks again.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Great, and wonderful morning here, recognizing both the Children's Board work and our Public Health Week. And we're going to move now to our last recognition, and that will be presented by Commissioner Hagan, who is in County Center's lobby multipurpose room with a special guest. And Commissioner, you are recognized.
Well, thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a special day in Hillsborough County, and as a lifelong Buccaneer fan since 1976, I can't tell you how excited I am to present this next proclamation declaring April 7th, 2021 as Tampa Bay Buccaneers Champions Day in Hillsborough County. I want to thank Brian Ford, the CEO of the Buccaneers, and Joe Fada, the team's CFO, who are here with me this morning, for not only being here, but also for bringing a little trophy that's right to the right over here, the Lombardi Trophy. I participated in a similar ceremony back in 2003 when we won our first Super Bowl, so this is a real treat for me. Tampa Bay shined brighter than ever during Super Bowl week, and it was capped off by a dominating performance by our Bucs, where the Buccaneers reached football immortality by winning the Lombardi Trophy on our home field, and by winning 3 playoff games on the road and dealing with all of the challenges of playing an entire season through the pandemic. This is by far the most difficult Super Bowl championship in NFL history. To accomplish what they did under such difficult conditions is a testament to the players' will, work ethic, and teamwork. This is a dream come true for Buccaneer fans across Tampa Bay, and something this community will never forget. I want to thank the Glazier family, Jason Light, Bruce Arians, and all the players in the entire organization for giving Buccaneer fans memories that will last a lifetime, and for making Tampa Bay Champa Bay. This was a true organizational effort throughout, and it is continuing this offseason. As I'm sure you've heard, all the team's players, starters, are set to come back for a repeat run, which is practically unheard of in today's NFL. Before I read and present this proclamation to Mr. Ford, I want to show a video which illustrates the team spirit and championship drive of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, winners of Super Bowl 55. If we can show the video.
Tom Brady has an agreement in principle to join the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as their new quarterback. Tom Brady has an agreement in principle to join the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as their new quarterback.
This was a very smart and, for me, unexpected move from Brady.
Brady and Breeze play twice a year. My gosh.
Now to growing concerns about the deadly coronavirus officially hitting the U.S. Here's what we know.
We try to provide you a distraction from it, but there will be overlap between COVID-19 and the National Football League.
Whoever stays healthiest and safest this year, that is who wins.
I think that they are a playoff team. I think it's a wild card situation. I don't know if they can go from a wild card spot to the Super Bowl.
The Saints are favored. The Saints have won it 3 years in a row, and the Saints may be the best team in the NFC.
I still believe in Bruce Arians, and I think they have the pieces to be an awfully good football team.
He's got it for the
touchdown. Rojo up the gut, touchdown Tampa Bay. And down he goes. Aaron Rodgers gets sacked again. Devin White.
You guys got a good team. Yeah, you too. See, baby.
So Tampa has now lost 2 in a row.
The Buccaneers are the story, Rex, as they continue to struggle.
They're running out of road here. They've got to get it figured out.
Nobody bounces back like Brady. You look at the number, he has a 787 winning percentage immediately following an in-season loss.
And for the first time in 13 years, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are headed to the NFL playoffs.
Intercepted to the 42-yard line.
Look out from behind, he gets brought down. Caught ball, touchdown Tampa Bay. 2nd and 9 now, this one's picked. Intercepted by the Bucs. This one's up for grabs and picked. Gets a block to the right side. Got another block. Just flushed out. He's sacked at the 35-yard line. Got Scotty Miller in the open. Makes the catch. Touchdown Tampa Bay.
The first franchise in the history of the NFL who will play in the Super Bowl in its home stadium.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have a 2nd Super Bowl title in franchise history. To hold Breeze, Rodgers, and Mahomes at bay. Has it ever been harder? Ever?
We're going for 2. All right, we're going for 2, and we ain't stopping.
They had systematically found a way to bring back the players that they wanted to bring back.
It is kind of scary when you think about what they could do.
What an awesome video. I tell you, I have chills, and I actually wish the season was getting ready to start right now. I'm so fired up about it. I'm pleased to read this proclamation and present it to Mr. Ford, which states, whereas in 1974, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers became the National Football League's 27th franchise, beginning play at Tampa Stadium 2 years later. And whereas in 1995, the Glazer family purchased the team, setting it on a path to excellence that included a run of 5 playoff appearances, including 2 NFC championship games and 1 Super Bowl in their first 8 years of ownership. And whereas behind an energetic, offensive-minded head coach named John Gruden and one of the greatest defenses in NFL history, the Bucs won the organization's first NFL championship on January 26, 2003, dominating the Oakland Raiders 48-21 in Super Bowl 37, played in San Diego. And whereas in May 2017, when it was determined Los Angeles could not meet the criteria in time to host Super Bowl 55 in 2021, Bucs owner and co-chairman Joe Glazer convinced the NFL to award the game to Tampa Bay, the 3rd time during the Glazer family's ownership the region would host a Super Bowl. And whereas in January 2019, the Glazer family hired 2-time Associated Press NFL Coach of the Year Bruce Arians as the team's 12th head coach, and in March 2020 signed quarterback Tom Brady, a 6-time Super Bowl champion. And whereas coached by the NFL's most diverse staff, the Bucs finished the 2020 regular season with 11 victories and became just the 4th team in NFL history to win 3 road playoff games and the Super Bowl, thereby becoming the first team in NFL history to win the Super Bowl in its home stadium. Whereas the Buccaneers established new franchise records for points scored and touchdowns scored and finished the season with a team record 9 road wins, empowered by Brady's precise passing, a punishing running game, and a suffocating defense, convincingly beat the Kansas City Chiefs 31-9 to win Super Bowl 55, the organization's 2nd NFL championship on February 7, 2021. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby declare April 7, 2021 as Tampa Bay Buccaneers Champions Day in Hillsborough County. It encourages all residents to congratulate the team, all its employees, and everyone who helped make Super Bowl 55 a rousing success in numerous areas on and off the field. Executed the 7th day of April 2021, signed by all 7 Board of County Commissioners. This is truly an incredible and historic moment for all of us in Hillsborough County. I'm proud to present this proclamation to Brian Ford. And Brian, would you please say a few words?
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Well, good morning and thank you. On behalf of the Glazer family, our head coach, Bruce Arians, and our general manager, Jason Light, I just want to thank the entire County Commission Board, Bonnie Weiss, and all of the citizens in Hillsborough County for their support. You know, Commissioner Hagan put it lightly when he said that it was a remarkable year, and the COVID steps that we had to live through as a community and the support that we received. I also want to thank special recognition to John Mueller the Director of Facility Management Services. His efforts, his extended efforts in helping us open up Raymond James Stadium in a manner that the public and the league and everyone involved felt safe. His extended efforts of him and his staff, words cannot express how much we appreciate that extended efforts. And the Tampa Sports Authority, it was Commissioner Hagan mentioned Team Tampa. Well, it was a total Team Tampa effort off the field to open up. And this proclamation, as far as the accomplishments on the field, are just remarkable. And we just thank you for this opportunity to come here today and to be awarded this. And again, thank all the citizens of Hillsborough County for their support. We tell everybody all the time, we have the best sports fans in all of sports right here in Hillsborough County. So thank you very much.
And lastly, I just want to say, as Coach Arian said in the parade, we're going for 2. So Brian and Jay, look forward to seeing you guys back here next year. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, we will be going for 2, right? I understand we have the same team coming back next year, so that's awesome. And I wanted to thank you for thank you to John Mueller. I know our staff worked very hard on making sure that the stadium was a safe, good place for the Super Bowl, and I think it was a job well done by all. And finally, I just like to, I often feel like too little is said about the defense, the Gronk, not the defense, but Levante David and Devin White, who did an awesome job. But and I know there was in there recognize Coach Arians and what he has done, but I think few people know how diverse the Bucks coaching staff is, and I think it's pretty amazing. The top 4 lieutenants on the coaching staff, Byron Leftwich, defensive coordinator Todd Bowles, and Harold Godwin and Keith Armstrong. They are all black, first in the long history of the NFL, which is pretty amazing. As well, 2 women are on the coaching staff as well. Moral Java Defar, she's an assistant she's an assistant coach with the strength and conditioning staff, and Lori Locust, an assistant defensive line coach. And I just think we should be really proud. It's the most diverse coaching team in the nation of any NFL team in history. And so that really says something, I think, about Tampa Bay and what a winning team was put together, and a winning team again for another year. So with that, we'll move back to regular business, but we had some really great commendations this morning, and I will ask now for changes to the agenda. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. It's hard to follow all that.
Make sure they're very exciting changes.
They're long. Okay, we have a few items here. One item off the agenda, item E2 at 1:45, is a special appearance by Janet Dougherty, Executive Director of the Hillsborough County Environmental Protection Commission, and Tim Dudley, Director of Hillsborough County Emergency Management, to provide an update on the Piney Point Reservoir leak. We have a few items deferred. Items A22 is deferred, and this is regarding the vacancy of the Agriculture Economic Development Council. And item B2 also deferred, which is to approve the list of additional 8 projects submission to the MPO for the Transportation Improvement Program. We have a few corrections and revisions to the agenda. Item B7 is now a time certain at 2 o'clock, which is to approve the 11th modification to the Tampa Bay Passenger Ferry Interim Public-Private Partnership Agreement, in order for Kimley Horn, the county's Transportation Planning Services consultant, to bring back to the board a comprehensive report on the scope and status of the project. Item B8 is also a time certain now at 2 o'clock to authorize the staff to bring back for future board consideration an agreement with HMS Ferries and South Swell Development for the purpose of an inter-ferry service consistent with Commissioner Kemp's discussion with Mayor Kreisman. Item B9 is also a time certain now at 2:30, which is to adopt an authorizing resolution authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $200 million of capital improvement non-ad valorem revenue bonds to finance various capital projects in the county. And item B11 had a typo in the dollar amount, which is to award and execute the agreement for the construction of the new Tampa Performing Arts Center. The cents were in error. Item F4 is Commissioner Kemp's item, which is a different time certain, now to be at 2:15, is to approve a resolution in support of repealing the MCOR's tollway plan. Item F5, Commissioner Myers' item, is also a time certain now at 1:30 to direct staff, the County Attorney's Office, and the Environmental Protection Commission to request an expedited review and inspection by the Florida Department of Health and the Florida Occupational Safety and Health Administration of Gopher Resource lead smelting plant in Tampa, Florida, based on recently released disturbing reports of lead poisoning to workers and their families. We have several items for time certain. At 10 o'clock, item D1 is the second public hearing to consider the adoption of ordinance providing for an extension of the moratorium on the acceptance and processing of new applications for rezonings and plan development zoning modifications within a portion of the residential planned 2 RP2 future land use category until December 31st, 2021. Item D2 is also a second public hearing to consider the adoption of an ordinance providing for an extension of the moratorium on the acceptance and processing of new applications for rezonings and planned development zoning modifications within the Waimama Village Residential 2 WVR2 future land use category until December 31st, 2021. Item D3 is also the second of 2 required public hearings to enter into a school concurrency proportionate share mitigation development agreement with the School Board of Hillsborough County and Engineering Analysis Group for the Duck Creek Townhomes. Item E1 is at 10:15, emergency management operations related to COVID-19 and the local state of emergency. Item F6 at 10:45, Commissioner Myers' item is to receive a presentation by Cheryl Schroeder of the West Central Florida Labor Council and approve a resolution opposing the passage of House Bill 53 and its companion bill, Senate Bill 1076, which would negate the joint efforts made by the board and the Tampa City Council to provide training opportunities. Item F2 is Commissioner Hagan's item at 11 o'clock to direct staff to review and report back on the feasibility of expanding the Thonotosassa Park facility to allow for both passive and active recreation, as well as the co-locating of a new library to enrich the region and opportunity to enhance educational and physical activities. Item F3 is Commissioner Hagan's item at 11:15 to approve a resolution support the passage of House Bill 177 and its companion Senate Bill 650, which seeks to ban the tethering of domestic cats and dogs and to offer support for previous version of Senate Bill 650 as it pertains to tethering of dogs during active hunts. Item F7 is Commissioner Overman's item at 11:30 to direct staff to prepare letters of support for the chair's signature for Senate Bills 382, 764, 838, their companion House bills, or any other amendments, and to add language to our legislative priority list that is supportive of the stabilization and efficiency for the clerks of courts and veterans' treatment of courts programs. 11:45, recess for lunch. Item F5 at 1:30 is Commissioner Myers' item to direct staff, the County Attorney's Office, and the Environmental Protection Commission to expedite review and inspection by the Federal Occupational Safety and Health Administration of Gopher Resource lead smelting plant in Tampa. Item E2 at 1:45, special appearance by Janet Dougherty, Executive Director of Hillsborough County EPC, and Tim Dunley, Director of Hillsborough County Emergency Management, to provide an update on the Piney Point Reservoir leak. Item B8 at 2 o'clock, authorizes staff to bring back for future board consideration an agreement with HMS Ferries and South Swell Development Corp. For the purpose of the intercity ferry services, consistent with Commissioner Kemp and Mayor Kreisman's discussion. Item B7 at 2 o'clock is to approve the 11th modification to the Tampa Bay Passenger Ferry Interim Public-Private Partnership Agreement between Hillsborough County, HMS Ferries, and Swell Development Group. For the Kimley Horn County's Transportation Planning Services Consultant to bring back a board and comprehensive report. Item F4 is Commissioner Kemp's item at 2:15 is to approve a resolution in support of repealing the MCOR's tollway plan. And finally, item B9 at 2:30 is to adopt a resolution authorizing the issuance of not to exceed $200 million in aggregate principal amount of capital improvement non-ad valorem revenue bonds for various capital projects within the county. Those are the changes to the agenda.
That was quite extensive. I think you should get some kind of award for that long list there. With that, do we have a motion to move the changes?
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Myers, seconded by Commissioner Overman. And guess what? We're going to be able to use our, I'm sorry, was it second? I'm sorry, Commissioner Cohen, sorry. Excuse me. I'll have to start listening. I'll have to start listening more, better. And with that, I guess we get to fire up these voting boards and vote at the board. It'll be the first time for Commissioner Cohen and Myers, but let's all try and get this down. This is a good practice.
Commissioner Myers, please record your vote. Motion carried 7-0.
All right, well done. With that, we'll move to public comments. The board welcomes public comments from citizens about any issue or concern. Your opinions are valued in terms of providing input to the board members. However, it's requested at the same time when you address the board that comments are not directed personally against a commissioner or staff member, but rather directed at the issues. This provides a mutual respect between the board members and the public. The board has set aside a 45-minute period in the morning immediately following changes to the agenda for public comments. At the discretion of the chair, the board may again hear public comments at the end of the meeting. Anyone who wishes to speak during the meeting will be able to do so by completing the online public comment form found at hillsboroughcounty.org /speakup. You'll be required to provide your name and telephone number on the online form. This information is being requested to facilitate the audio conferencing process. The chair will call on speakers by name in order in which they have completed the online public comment form. Prioritization is on a first-come, first-served basis. With that, I will call the first speaker at public comment, Mr. Nick Hengemile. Miley. I may have not gotten that name correct.
Madam Chair, Nick is not on the line. He has not called in.
Okay, thank you. And next, Rachel Nunez.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, okay, thank you so much. So my name is Raquel Nunez, and I'm actually a current student at St. Petersburg College. I'm wrapping up my bachelor's in public policy and administration. So to complete my capstone course, we have to do a study, and I chose to do a feasibility study of installing a traffic signal on Dale Mabry Highway and Lazy Lane. I would like to take a moment before starting to just say thank you to an expert that I had the pleasure of interviewing. He did go above and beyond for me. His name is Edward Joe Bugle, and he works for the Florida Department of Transportation. So thank you so much, Edward. So I conducted a stakeholder survey to those who live and frequently drive through the Dale Mabry and Lazy Lane area. The survey consisted of 6 questions that were meant to gauge the opinion of the person taking the survey on their thoughts of installing a traffic light on Dale Mabry and Lazy Lane. I had a total of 32 participants, and each participant expressed how dangerous that intersection is and how it is long overdue for some sort of traffic signal. Just in 2018 to 2019, from the data that I was able to collect, there were a total of 17 reported accidents that occurred at that intersection. The data for 2020 has not been completed. However, it is well known in the community that there have been more accidents and fatalities that have occurred. One in specific being from December of last year in 2020 when 2 fatalities took place and Dale Mabry was closed for a couple of hours. Just to provide a visualization for everyone, the speed limit on Dale Mabry in this area is 45 miles per hour. Lazy Lane is a very small 2-lane street that feeds traffic into the condominiums, apartments, and businesses on the street. To enter onto Dale Mabry from Lazy Lane, it requires an immense amount of skill and picture, if you will, the video game Frogger, in which the frog has to jump through the intersection and avoid getting hit in order to make it to the other side. This is the experience of entering onto Dale Mabry from Lazy Lane, especially during peak traffic times when cars going south on Dale Mabry block the intersection for those trying to enter or leave Lazy Lane altogether. Along with the data and different interviews that I have done with the stakeholders, my personal recommendation would be to install a traffic signal at that location, or more specifically, like a flashing yellow traffic signal, because I know that there's 2 major lights, one on Linebaugh and then another one on Humphrey before and after Lazy Lane. So I just wanted to bring that up to the board, and I want to thank everyone so much for this opportunity, and I hope everyone
Thank
has a
you,
great
Ms.
rest of the
Nunez. Your
day.
time is up. Thank you. Diane McLaughlin.
Ms. McLaughlin was signed up for a different meeting, so she's not signed in for this meeting.
Okay. Diana Klein.
Good morning. This is Diana Klein. I'm here today to demand that the County Commission Board completely rescind their unconstitutional face covering order. There is absolutely zero professional scientific evidence that masks slow the spread of coronavirus. Even the reports reveal that it's only mask wearers who are the ones testing positive for coronavirus. It's time to trash the mask today. The remainder of my comments are directed to all the residents in Hillsborough County. Coronavirus and all other viruses cannot exist in a person's body when the body is alkaline. And the way to keep your body alkaline is to make sure you have plenty of vitamin C, D, zinc, prebiotics, and probiotics in your bloodstream. Everyone is responsible for their own personal health care. Wearing a mask is not the proper protocol to mitigate a virus. The proper protocol is to get adequate water, sleep, exercise, sunlight, and oxygen, and to walk barefoot on the bare ground and eat a healthy diet that includes plenty of raw fruits and vegetables, nuts, seeds, fish, bone broth, and fermented foods and drinks. And to take a spoonful of raw apple cider vinegar and or cod liver oil several times a week. Also, avoid fast food as much as possible because it contains lots of toxic chemicals. This is the proper protocol to follow to properly mitigate corona or any other virus. It's not masks, it's not distancing, and it's not vaccines. In addition, there are exemptions in the Hillsborough County face covering order that protects everyone who needs adequate oxygen intake through their 2 vital airways. That would be all of you and your children. So exercise your exemption when you walk into any business without a mask and let them know you have an exemption. And it's none of their business what your exemption is because your medical information is private. The list of exemptions is located in paragraph 9 of the face covering order. You can print out a copy of the order from the link named Hillsborough Face Covering Order on the right-hand side of my website at dianasnews.com. If you would like to get involved in our freedom-loving friends movement in Hillsborough County, contact me at Diana, that's D-I-A-N-A, at dianasnews.com. You can also see us in action at freedomlovingfriends.com. For God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind, 1 Timothy 1:7. It's time for you to break free from mask slavery by trashing the mask today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kim DeBosier?
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Kim DeBosier. I'm Chair of the Tampa Bay Chamber's Policy Council. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard this morning. The Tampa Bay Chamber has long supported viable transportation options, especially for military families, including a ferry connection to MacDill Air Force Base. The Chamber's decision to support the proposed MacDill ferry plan was not made in a vacuum, but rather through a continuing productive dialogue with MacDill Air Force Base leaders. These leaders have vocalized their support for the ferry concept. And similar concepts have garnered the support of military leadership in Washington, D.C. For instance, the Secretary of the Air Force is paying particular attention to those local military communities, like Tampa, that have a proven track record of supporting installation, mission readiness, and improved quality of life for service members and their families. Additionally, Hillsborough County is one of the top 10 fastest growing counties in the country. A projected 10,000 new homes will be built over the next 15 years, and most of that growth is anticipated in South Hillsborough. Connecting families in this part of Hillsborough County to both St. Petersburg and downtown Tampa, including to centers of commerce like the Water Street Entertainment District, is an undeniable win for all Tampa commuters and visitors alike. I'd like to reiterate the Chamber's support for permanent and expanded ferry service. It's not lost on us that we are amid uncertain times, but our community must continue to make significant investments in more connected transit options. Thank you.
Thank you. David McAllister?
David has not signed into the meeting.
Thank you. Craig Powell?
Hello, good morning. Again, this is Craig Powell. I'm the founder and director of PowerNet of Tampa, and also serve on the Sheriff's Black Advisory Council. I wanted to take just a few minutes to just to bring a little bit of attention to the challenges and the opportunities related to men and women returning to Hillsborough County from the prison systems. As you all may know, Hillsborough County is the 4th largest county in the state, but unfortunately, we have the highest recidivism rate of the top 5 counties, and we receive the largest numbers of individuals coming back from the prison system as tracked by the Florida Recidivism Report, June of 2020, on pages 19 and 21, 6,462 individuals returned to our county. And so there's a challenge there. And I'm not sure why we would be the 4th largest county, but the 1st in terms of recidivism and individuals returning from prison with the highest recidivism rate. And as you may know, the prison is going through some changes, and there's discussions now, serious discussions about closing some prisons, which would increase the numbers of individuals coming back. But I guess what I really want to say is there's opportunities. That is, as we all know, Amendment 4 passed with 64% of the populations who were voting members. And if you don't know, the Clemency Board, just on March the 10th, has changed its regulations to allow individuals who are returning from prison and who have met the guidelines of Amendment 4 to have their rights restored. So we do have opportunities that raise the hopes of, I estimate, a few 100,000 people in Hillsborough County with criminal records. And so I'm wondering if there's something we can do at this point in time. We know what the national conversations have been about, law enforcement, particularly as it relates to the people of color. And I'm just wondering if there's something more we can do as a county and the county leadership. And if so, what the next steps would be. But I guess because of this format, those are rhetorical questions. So Just wanted to bring that to your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Everyone else that we have signed up, as far as I can tell, come with certain items on the agenda. Is that accurate? We don't have anyone else waiting to speak, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Okay. With that, we will now move on to our consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve?
Second.
Okay.
Could I make a comment?
Mhm.
I'm sorry, I forgot how to push the button to request to speak. So, did we defer A22? Okay, I was unfortunately distracted and wasn't hearing that in the changes. So thank you very much.
Great. Okay, and with that, we have a motion by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Overman to move approval of the consent agenda. We get to practice again. If we can move to a vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, moving right along. Before we go to the regular agenda, I wasn't going to do this after the Bucks, but I just want to congratulate Ms. Bonnie Wise, our county administrator, just had her 10th anniversary here with the county, and we're still now in her first year of service as a county administrator. So we just want to say, yes, a big, I think that's in order.
Thank you.
And for those of you who may not know, how many know about Bonnie's prolific mahjong skills? She 2017 world champion. So take that box. And I'm just wondering, sometimes I see you go to your phone. Are you playing mahjong during the meetings?
I am not. I'm typically texting staff.
Okay. Just checking. Okay. And with that, we will move to our regular agenda. Ms. Wise.
Yes, we do have a few minutes before the 10 o'clock public hearing. So we have item B1, the first item, and Jim Hudak is going to present that item. This is a agreement regarding the Big Bend Road project.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Jim Hudak, Capital Programs Department. Commissioners, item B1, we're asking you to approve a locally funded agreement and three-party escrow agreement between Hillsborough County and the Florida Department of Transportation for the county to provide up to $93,447,501 in county funds for the Big Bend Road widening and I-75 interchange improvements from Covington Garden Drive to Simmons Loop project. The cost of the project is estimated at $96,947,501. FDOT will provide $3.5 million in fiscal year 2020 and 2021, and will reimburse the county the sum of $20 million in 10 equal quarterly payments beginning in the state fiscal year 2023-2024. The county's local contribution of $93,447,501 includes a $12,984,109 of utility enterprise funds. In the event that the actual construction costs exceed the anticipated construction cost, the LFA provides that the county is responsible for paying any excess subject to its appropriation of funds. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. I'm sorry, Commissioner Cohen. Oh, I see. I'm getting used to this now. Okay, I see your name.
Well, I just wanted to be the first and hopefully not the last to say that this is a really wonderful development, that we are finally able to move this forward for the many, many commuters and other citizens that have been desperately waiting for these improvements, and I just wanted to enthusiastically move the item.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Cohen, seconded by Commissioner Overman and Commissioner White, and I think we would all agree that there is nothing in this county that needs to be moved forward as much as this does in the most robust way, fastest way possible, because I know people are in a lot of misery at Big Bend Road, and so it's great to have this. And with that, no further discussion. If you can record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next items all relate to the Housing Finance Authority and a lot of multifamily and single-family affordable housing. Mary Helen Ferris will take us through those items, beginning with B3.
Yes, Commissioners. Mary Helen Ferris with the County Attorney's Office. B3 is a affordable housing multifamily called Fulham Terrace. The amount of bonds is $16 million for 116 multifamily rental units. These are income restricted. There are no county funds involved. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Move approval.
We have
Second.
a motion to approve by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Myers. And seeing no further discussion, if we can please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise?
And then B4, Mary Helen
Yes,
will continue.
Yes, B4 is a Summerfield senior. Again, there's no county funds involved. It's an income restricted. The amount of the bonds are $15 million, and it's going to provide 100 multifamily rental units. And this is actually located at Big Bend Road and Highway 301. So it's good that you just did the other item. Again, no county funds are involved, and I'm available for any questions.
Move approval. Yay. Move approval.
Second.
Love that.
A motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Myers. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
So much faster to be recording your votes. It makes such a difference.
And if I can go on, B5 is different. This is for our single family. Over the years, because the interest rates on mortgages has been low, it was not feasible. But anticipating that it might be feasible in the future, it's $300 million. That is just a cap that we're asking for. Hopefully, we will be able to do a program. But again, there's no county funds involved.
Move approval.
Second.
And we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Myers. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And finally, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, B6, excuse me. B6 is another multifamily housing at Sandhill Village and Wind Bay Plaza. This is again for income eligible residents, and there's no county funds involved.
Move approval.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Myers, and seeing no further.
I'd like to say I cannot be more excited about getting these items moving forward. Our future is not looking very bright when it comes to affordable housing, given what the state legislature is doing. So moving these items forward to get some housing on the dockets is critically important, given the housing crisis we have in Hillsborough County. So, yay! Thank you so much for the support.
Okay.
Thank you.
And with that, if we can please do a vote.
Come on. There we go.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. And Ms. Wise.
And thank you. I'll probably just stall for a minute. And thank you all for all those Housing Finance Authority recognitions, and also our staff in affordable housing. We had many agenda items on consent as well, so it was a big day for affordable housing. How'd I do? We're at 10 o'clock? Okay. As I introduce the items, so our first item at 10 o'clock is item D1. This is the second of two public hearings to consider the adoption of the ordinance for the moratorium regarding RP2. And Joanna Lundgren from the County Attorney's Office will take us through this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. Joanna Lundgren, County Attorney's Office. And as Ms. Weiss said, this is the second public hearing for consideration of an ordinance providing for an extension of the moratorium on the acceptance and processing of new applications for rezonings and plan development zoning modifications within a portion of the residential plan to RP2 future land use category to extend that moratorium until December 31st, 2021. The first public hearing on this ordinance was held on March 3rd, 2021, and this ordinance does require a final public hearing and then action by the board for adoption. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and we do have 2 speakers signed up. I'll recognize first Pamela Gomez.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, good morning, Board of County Commissioners. This is Pamela Gomez, Executive Director with the Waimama CDC, and I want to thank the County Commission for your support with the Waimama's Neighborhood Plan Update. We had our first planning workshop in the second round of workshops. We had over 100, close to 100 community residents in attendance. This extension of the moratorium really allows for our community to voice and share their input around what they want to see in the neighborhood plan. So we first want to thank you. As we know, with COVID, it was very difficult for the community to participate. We're excited about the workshops that are slated until June, and then having the adoption of the plan, which would bring investment and so much other opportunities for Waimama. So we want to thank you, and we want to continue to express that the extension allows for so much for the community to be able to do. So thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Noelle LaCour.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Noelle LaCour. The proposed community updates are a great start, but they are not ready, and I believe just about everyone agrees on that. COVID has hindered the process almost from the start. Although the internet has helped in connecting the Planning Commission with the community, rural areas such as Baum and Waimama do not have reliable internet. About 1/3 of Waimama residents do not have internet at all. There should be more in-person meetings so that more residents have the chance to participate in the process. Please vote yes today to extend the moratorium until December 31st, 2021. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And with that, we have finished, unless, is there anyone else for public comment?
No, there is not.
Okay, we've had our public hearing, and I see Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. I'm glad that we are moving this forward to help get some definition about how to move forward with this. As we've heard and we know, it's critically important that our citizens have an opportunity to plan and be part of the planning process. And this year has been unusual. And while everyone is interested in getting this project moving forward, I do believe it is the most responsible thing to do to extend this to be able to, in order to be able to hear from our citizens. So I will move approval.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. I'm really glad about both these moratorium extensions for D1 and D2, RP2 and the WVR2 area. And I will say I attended the last meeting of the citizens in the Waimama area, and it was the best community meeting that we've had during this COVID period, with the best public attendance and the best discussion that has been able to be had. It's a very different thing when people can begin to attend these meetings in person than it has been virtually, as the last speaker said, in an area that has very little, well, that some of them have no internet connection and not a lot of access to internet devices. So I feel encouraged and optimistic that we will be able to make really good progress through the rest of this period, and I appreciate everybody's patience and moving on with both of these moratoriums. Thank you.
Thank you. And I as well, supporting this, and went to at least one of the workshops. And so it's a whole different thing. I think it's really important. And we are seeing, and I don't want, while our COVID rates locally are going up, so don't drop your caution. And that's despite our strong vaccine program. But we can, I think, see a light at the end of the tunnel, and I think it's important to have that face-to-face and communication and community meetings. And so I think it just bodes well for the future, and it's really important in moving forward on this. And with that, I see no further commissioners, so if we can please just record your vote. Thank you.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Hagan voted no.
Okay. And Ms. Wise.
The next item is also a public hearing. This is to extend the moratorium for the WVR2 area, and Johanna will take us through item D2 as well.
Commissioners, continuing on to D2, this is the second public hearing for the consideration of adoption of an ordinance providing for an extension of the moratorium on the acceptance and processing of new applications for rezonings and plan development zoning modifications within the Waimama Village Residential 2, WVR2 future land use category, to extend the moratorium until December 31st, 2021. The first public hearing on this ordinance was held on March 3rd, 2021. And as with the previous ordinance, this ordinance requires a final public hearing and action by the board for adoption today. So I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. And this is a public hearing, and we do have an extensive list on this. And I'll first recognize, I don't know if Ms. Gomez, I think, spoke to Waimama when she spoke, but Ms. Gomez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'll like my comments to extend to this section, but the only thing that I'll add is that we appreciate the time because it allows us to, the community, to really provide input to the plan, which is why we requested more time to begin with. We're really excited and looking forward to continue to work with the Planning Commission team and Ms. Siren from the University of South Florida to make sure that the community has a voice in this process. We're doing the Waimama CDC and Enterprising Latinas and other community groups are working really hard to make sure that the voices that have historically been absent from this process are engaged. We have been doing everything in our power through outreach, community radio, newspaper, to get folks to know that this is happening. So once again, we want to share our gratitude for you supporting the update to this plan and allowing for more time for us to do so, given the restrictions that were placed with COVID. So thank you once again.
Thank you. And Christina Bosworth, you're recognized.
Madam Chair, Christina Bosworth, Bryce Bowden have not called in, and Ms. LaCour has dropped off the call.
Okay, I'll move to the next speaker then. Thank you. Edgar Martinez.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Edgar Martinez, and I work at Enterprising Latinas in Waimama. For over the last 2 years, Enterprising Latinas, along with the Waimama CDC, the Waimama Now Stakeholder Group, and the Planning Commission, have met to go over the WVR2 plan update. The BOCC have recognized that COVID pandemic restrictions limited public participation in the planning process. As such, we are today on the second public hearing to discuss a proposed extension of the moratorium to allow for public participation in the planning process. On March 27, the Planning Commission held the first of 5 community planning meetings. Enterprising Latinas and the Waimama CDC promoted and funded the community planning meeting through the advertisement of the community planning meeting through media ads, including radio, printed media, social media, flyers, and even door-to-door outreach. Excuse me. Close to 100 people attended this first meeting. We intend to increase our outreach efforts to maximize attendance. With that said, I strongly support an extension of the moratorium to allow as many Waimama residents to participate in the planning process and have their voices heard. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And next, Sanchez Morales.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Santos Morales, and I also work at Enterprising Latinas, and I'm on the call to show my support for the extension of the moratorium. But I also wanted to make some things clear. Enterprising Latinas is not a political organization, although we have been accused of political baiting because of the work that we're doing with Waimama Now. Our work is not urban planning or even in designing communities. That is the role of the county and the Planning Commission. Our work is focused on changing people's lives, especially the lives of the people of Waimama that have unmet challenges daily. Challenges with transportation, with childcare and education, with employment and skills development, with language and literacy, with technology and digital access, with self-employment and entrepreneurship, and with housing. These are our challenges. The story of the people of Waimama and the residents of South Shore County is the story of us as an organization. That's why we exist, to assist with those challenges by creating opportunities. Today, the opportunity at hand is to continue working with the Planning Commission and the people of Waimama, stakeholders that represent residents, both property owners and renters, business owners and their workers, and other community-based organizations that are doing phenomenal work in a community even this county neglected in years past. The opportunity is to plan together, to design together, to build together, to create enterprise together, and together to make available more opportunities for the children and grandchildren of this beautiful community. This is the reason I am here. This is why Enterprising Latinas has fearlessly taken this path, even though we're not a political organization or an urban planning group. The extension of the moratorium makes sense to continue the community engagement and the participation of voices that have been absent due to the pandemic and absent due to access to technology. I applaud your efforts as a commission for holding these values before any political agenda and profit. Lastly, I am grateful to Melissa Sornida's team at the Planning Commission, especially Jay Collins, our consultants Taryn Savia from USF School of Architecture and Community Design, and the consultants at WTL+A for their commitment to see a fair plan design and an equitable policy framework in place for the community of Waimama. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Liz Gutierrez.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. I am Liz Gutierrez, and I am the founder and CEO of Enterprising Latinas. And I'm here to, like others, voice our support for the extension of the proposed moratorium. As many of you know, 2 years ago, we joined forces with the Waimama Community Development Corporation, and together we set out to engage residents and stakeholders in Waimama around the future development of the community, and in particular, the revitalization of Waimama's downtown. We were concerned then that the growth in housing development, while having the potential to be an important economic driver, could also be the source of gentrification and other adverse community conditions for many of Waimama's low-income population already faced with too many social, environmental, and economic challenges. As a result, we formed a special group and campaign known as Waimama Now, and we advocated before each of you and asked that you direct the Planning Commission to conduct a community planning process to update the community plan for Waimama, which was approved by the BOCC back in 2007. We thank you all for hearing our plea to conduct a new community planning process and for leading the way forward to ensure that Waimama's growth achieved our goals for creating an inclusive, equitable, and prosperous community for all residents and businesses. I believe that we've done Great work. We've worked really hard to bring forth to you an updated neighborhood plan that addresses our goals. However, we acknowledge that we were not successful in getting all the voices heard in this process, and that the draft plan needed to address head-on specific controversial issues that have major impact on the environment, the economy, and the overall community conditions. COVID-19, as everyone already has said, has had major impact in our ability to engage the community. As you know, too many residents don't have access to the internet or digital devices to access the conversations that we've been having. Although I have to say we've made many attempts to engage all segments of the community. But we do acknowledge that COVID-19 has been a major barrier. We appreciate your understanding of our challenges, and we urge your support of the extension of the moratorium. We look forward to continuing to work with the Planning Commission team and their consultants to complete the planning process and deliver to you a community plan that provides specific and detailed rules for development in Waimama that addresses the vision and the priorities of this community. Please consider extending the moratorium, and thank you so much for this time and for your consideration.
We appreciate it. Thank you. And we'll move now to Reverend John Frierson.
Reverend John, Holly Jameson, and Karen Michalski not signed on to the meeting.
Okay.
Michalski, sorry.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
No, that is it.
Okay, thank you so much. And with that, we will move to board discussion. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I just want to thank all the citizens, those that spoke here today and those that have been remaining involved throughout this difficult and challenging time. These communities, both communities, Balm and Waimama areas, have very engaged citizens. Their community has really stepped up. It is not easy to work out a community plan and to work through some of the controversial issues they are working through. And both of these communities are working very hard, bringing together diverse perspectives in their communities and informing themselves about the nuts and bolts of our complicated process, community plan, land development code, and they are working out their vision for each of these very different areas. They're close together. They seem to have a lot in common, but their community character is quite different, and their communities are working on the real details of expressing their community character as they grow into the future. So I appreciate that work. I know the whole board does, and I encourage all these citizens to remain involved through the rest of this process. I can guarantee you that your community will benefit for this in the future. You will leave a legacy you'll be proud of if we all continue working together. And with that, I'll move the item.
Okay, move by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman, and it's really good, I think, to have a veteran of these community meetings on as a commissioner, because I know, and I didn't experience it quite like you. As you know, we met when I was an aide to Commissioner Castor when she was here, and we'd go down to Ruskin, and that's where I first saw you involved in so many of these community meetings. But I think it's really good for us to have an understanding of that. And yes, the citizens are really coming through, and it's not easy, sometimes intimidating, and it's a big learning curve. So I think it's, thank you to the citizens who are caring and taking so much effort and time in their communities. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Smith, for recognizing the citizens that are stepping to the plate, and they are stepping to the plate because they need some input in being able to decide how we're moving forward. And we as a board have work to do. We have brought to the board a goal of addressing our transit-oriented development and our transfer of development rights programs. And these two areas are, our ground zero for however those policies work. All in this area, along with outside the urban service area and the rural service area. So I think it's important that we actually make sure that we're not putting the cart before the horse. And while I know that it would have been nice to have all this done by the end of the year, we made a commitment to try and do that. But COVID sure changed everything. And as you mentioned earlier, this is the first meeting where we're all in the room in a year. That it also applies to people and our citizens that are looking to play a part in how their community grows. So I am very much in favor of supporting this effort to make sure that we're doing the right job and we have other elements and decisions about how we grow under consideration as these items move forward. So thank you.
Great. And seeing no further board discussion, if we could please record our votes.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Hagan voted no.
Thank you. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is item D3. This is a school concurrency proportionate share mitigation development agreement, the second of 2 required public hearings for the Duck Creek townhomes, and Adam Gormley will take us through that item.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. Adam Gormley with Development Services. Item D3 is a public hearing to consider a school concurrency proportionate share mitigation development agreement amongst the county, the School Board of Hillsborough County, and Engineering Analysis Group, LLC. The purpose of the agreement is to satisfy school concurrency for the Duck Creek Townhomes project. This project consists of 100 single-family attached units, and the agreement calls for a payment of $139,435 to fund the construction of 5 middle school student stations to accommodate the impact of the project. The school seats will be constructed at the Waterset PK through 8 school UU. This is the second of 2 public hearings. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. And this public hearing, and I see only Mr. Bricklemeyer, Clayton Bricklemeyer signed up to speak. Mr. Bricklemeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just here for any questions. Thanks.
Thank you. We have a motion to move approval by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Overman, and seeing no further, I'm sorry, Commissioner Meyer, sorry about that. And seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Wise.
Thank you. Our next item is a time certain item, item E1. This is the emergency management operations related to COVID-19. And first we will have Emergency Management Director Tim Dudley.
Good morning. All right.
Good morning,
All right,
Mr.
good
Dudley. Go right ahead.
I'm sorry
All
to
right,
recognize.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Tim Dudley, Officer of Emergency Management Director. I will be providing an update on current operations. Last week, Hillsborough County averaged 970 daily test collections, and we're seeing an uptick of 9.5% from previous weeks. We still have plenty capacity for testing here in the county at University Mall, Lee Davis, and William Owens Park. Vaccine Task Force update. We continue to monitor orders from Governor DeSantis and the Florida Department of Health. Effective Monday, April 5th, all Floridians can receive the COVID-19 vaccine in accordance with FDA guidelines. Moderna and Johnson & Johnson vaccines for those 18 years of age and higher. and Pfizer vaccine for those 16 to 17 with parental consent. Here in Hillsborough County, at the county sites and the state sites, we currently are using the Pfizer vaccine. The Florida Department of Health announced that federally supported hub site at the Tampa Greyhound track can accommodate up to 3,000 doses per day, and they've switched over to Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and that's the 1-dose vaccine. And no appointments are required for that site. All individuals who received their first dose of the Pfizer vaccine at TGT is still guaranteed to receive their second dose through 14 April. FDEM also announced that TGT would continue operations beyond the initial 8 weeks through May 26. We are also looking at opening additional sites throughout the county. Plant City Stadium will open next week on Monday, April 12th. We will continue to assist the state in identifying sites for the state mobile vaccine mission. They are currently using 3 state mobile teams operating in the county, which provide pop-up vaccine sites with a capacity of 400 Johnson & Johnson doses per day on a first-come, first-served basis. The locations are recommended based on input from the EOC and our municipal partners. We continue to work with our partners to identify and vaccinate vulnerable populations, including homebound, homeless, and those with other difficulties getting to vaccine sites using our targeted vaccine area teams. We are also developing an initiative to set up closed points of dispensing for critical infrastructure workers to include transportation, airport, port, utilities, and other groups. A closed point of dispensing for county and constitutional office employees is scheduled for this Thursday, April 8th, with the goal of administering approximately 1,400 vaccines to local government employees. Public and private partnership has been developed with the local pharmacy to dispense 1,000 doses of Johnson & Johnson per week out of Schimberg Sports Complex for the next 4 to 8 weeks. This site operates from Tuesday, this Tuesday coming up, through Friday, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m., and it's by appointment only. The state has also established a health equity site. This is opened up at the Children's Board of Hillsborough County. This is a walk-up site, vaccine site, open Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, no appointment necessary. James A. Haley VA Hospital has opened a site at USF Yingling Center to administer vaccines to veterans and their families, caregivers. There are no current logistics issues at this time, and it's great to see we continue to not have any guests in our quarantine and isolation sites. And as we can see that residents vaccinated as of the 3rd are well over 300,000. This concludes my update, pending any questions.
Great. That was great news to hear all those places available for vaccines. And do we have a continuing, Ms. Wise?
Yes, and we are continuously to get the words out about all the changing rules and requirements and vaccines. So if you have any questions, I know our communications staff is doing a lot of media and trying to get the word out. So hopefully we're getting all those questions answered. With that, we'll turn it over to Dr. Holt for his report.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This is Dr. Doug Holt, Florida Department of Health, Hillsborough County. I'm going to provide, again, our brief overview of the epi trends and then a quick update to you about our vaccination surge that we began last week. Could I have the presentation? This is, again, the curve that we watch for the number of cases reported on a 7-day average. Since 30 days ago when we last met, Our average cases have gone from 350 a day to 400. That's about a 15% increase. And our positivity has gone from 7 to 8.6, about a 20%. This clearly indicates that our COVID spread is continuing and increasing over this time. But on a positive note, we must recognize essentially, I guess, a pro-vaccine story. Our rate of infection in our 65 has significantly decreased and is lower than any other age, which are highest among the 18 to 35. And also, while we've seen some increase in the number of COVID infected people in the hospital, bed availability is not impacted. Next, I'd like to provide a brief update on the announced plan we had last month, a 6-week plan to give 30,000 first doses and 30,000 second doses in partnership with our James A. Haley VA and led by the county and their sites. In consideration, I'm going to be move quickly through this presentation. This first slide just looks at the absolute number of doses that were administered prior to the surge and then compared. I want to be clear that the doses and we're reporting is just for vaccine that was supplied by the state to Hillsborough County for our local use. And as you recall, this is 100% Pfizer. It does not include doses given at the FEMA dog track, pharmacies, hospitals, and medical community. This top figure shows the number of total doses, so that would be our first and second doses that we've given. And as you can see, in February, we were about 16,000 average doses a week. With the surge, we approached 35,000. The lower figure is very important because this shows the number of first doses, and first doses really sort of determine or as the basis of the amount of vaccine that comes into the county every week. And then you get your second doses. And as you can see, we went from about 9,000 to 22,000 per week. Next slide. So what did all this do to our situation? This really is a projection of when we will reach 50%, 70% fully vaccinated based on the rate of vaccination that's going on in our entire community. So this is not just the vaccine I just talked about. The red line is where we were in that late February. At that rate that we were given, it was going to take us about till August, late August, to reach 50%, and late December to reach that 70 percentile. The yellow is really what I want to appreciate what has happened with this last month surge. The impact now is that we will reach that 50% in mid-July and 70% by mid-August. Remarkably, because of our mobilization, not ours, but the entire, between the federal government with FEMA, pharmacies, hospitals, and our medical community, green represents our current rates, over 11,000 doses a day that's going on here in the county. And we're going to reach 50% if we can sustain this on June 2nd and 70% by mid-July. Next slide. All of this depends on supply and demand. With the expanded eligibility and based on the last few days of this week, we are certainly seeing the demand. So supply has become quite critical. What this shows is the number of first doses that have been allocated, Pfizer doses that each week to our counties that receive it. This is a representative of our peer counties, so there are other counties that also get it. The red line is Hillsborough County. The blue is Broward. The gray is Dade County. The yellow is Pinellas, and the green is Duval. So as you can see, we pretty much had a flat supply throughout prior even to into February and most of March, most of this was based on a per capita allocation. But the last 2 weeks, the allocations have been modified. And as you can see, based on our red line, our allocated supply was decreased. Next slide, please. This is my final slide. A little complicated, but I think it's important. So it reflects really what our county needs based on a program that we've working with the Hillsborough County staff, again, our VA, USF efforts, that we can sustain the local efforts that I've displayed and we are doing. So that represents really the green line. That's how many doses I'd like to give. First doses, which is a combination of the Raymond James and our augmented. And we've, as you can see from the bar graphs, we've actually pretty close to achieve that in the last 2 weeks. These are the weeks that were ending, if you will, as the dates are. So our supply, remember looking at that, our red line is what we get that's allocated. So essentially that's our recurring allocation. You can see it's about 10,000 doses going into this week. The dash line, a red line, is includes some additional one-time doses that we did receive on a non-recurring allocation that has been able to sustain our efforts over the last 2 weeks. So currently we are working with the state to request up to 20,000 additional doses. I think in this partnership, which is very robust and committed, we can get that much vaccine, we can use it. So I'm going to stop there and then turn it over to Kevin, Mr. Wagner, to go through the dashboard.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Kevin Wagner, Business Analyst, Healthcare Services Department. Today, again, I will be presenting the publicly available Hillsborough County dashboard. As always, this was designed with a red and green approach, green trending in a positive direction, or the red or pink salmon colors areas to monitor. To date in Hillsborough County, there's been 123,770 confirmed cases of COVID-19 within the community, attributed to 1,600, a little over 1,600 fatalities, again, as a catalyst or a cause of COVID. The vaccination, following up on what Dr. Holt just presented, first dose and vaccinations are 183,000 plus unduplicated individuals who received the first dose, and the series complete another 183,000 unduplicated individuals who received the Johnson & Johnson or the series complete of a second dose. So combined, we're nearly at 367,000 individuals who've received a vaccination process for Hillsborough County. The 7-day change and 14-day change of the cases on row 2 do show an increase. A slight increase on the 7-day count of 3%, but when we look over a 14-day count, as Dr. Holtz indicated, we are nearly at 407 cases a day, so nearly a 30% increase. The testing numbers, we maintain a level of just below 30,000 in a weekly 14-day testing count. That is below the targeted goal of 47,000 set forth by Dr. Holt at FDOT. So again, we have not hit that testing number in quite a while. We are around that 28 to 30,000 testing cases a day. The positivity rate, as you can see on the trending, that has gone up since we last spoke 30 days ago to nearly 9.5%. Again, there's always a little bit of delay versus the information presented by Dr. Holt and the update on the dashboard, but the cases have gone up to 9.5%, 9% over the last 30 days previously compared to where we were previously. The last row, the hospitalization data, again, the hospital census has gone up over the last 14-day, 7-day period as well. to 200 cases a day, or the census. So that's nearly a 17% increase. When we look at overall occupancy, the hospitals still are maintaining an 80% occupancy, about the same where we were 30 days ago. They are still maintaining capacity and operations based upon this data presented. The ICU, again, around 69%. That's roughly the same as where we were 30 days ago. So again, the hospital is still in that same stasis. And overall, case admissions have gone up slightly at the hospitals, about 16% in the last 7 days. Looking at our case summary on the bottom row, that is the last 4-month case summary. So this helps with our trend, where we were and where we are. Again, in December, January, on the far left-hand side, quite higher number of cases in the community. We have seen in February, March, and April a flattening, but a slight uptick in April, as indicated on the slide 1 and as by Dr. Holt. So more of a plateauing, not a continuing decrease in the community, as we all are aware of. The hospitalization, I'll only speak to the bottom left box here, the census. Again, this one shows a large number in August of the hospital census, 400, nearly 500 a day. We dropped down in September, October, November, increase in December, January, and now we've dropped down again in February and March. But our drop down is not the same levels as we compare it to September, October, November. So we still are a little bit higher in the hospital census. And as indicated on the earlier 2 slides, it's gone up a little bit. So it's not as it's not flattening, it's kind of plateauing. Our testing, again, we still maintain around 30,000 tests on a 14-day average. Our positivity is around 9.5%, 9%. But we can see over time where we've been fairly flat on the testing page, respectfully. And the last one of the dashboard, the upper bar is the daily cases by age group. So again, a lot of variability because the testing by each day, or the cases per each day. We smooth this out on the bottom bar on a 7-day per $100,000 count. Again, this is done for trending. So again, looking at the trend over time, we are still seeing the higher cases in the 18 to 24 and the 14 to 17 age, quote unquote, school age groups of individuals, and lesser cases in the 0 to 4 and 5 to 13 age groups. They've all trended upward, but the older individuals have gone as well as a higher rate. And I'll stop there for any questions.
Thank you. And I see Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just have a couple quick questions that relate to the higher hospitalization and infection rates that we're seeing more recently. Has there been any research by the medical teams that we partner with to discern if this is a variant of the COVID virus or is the same? Are we seeing any changes that would indicate a higher level of transmission that we've heard other variants have, especially since we have a higher number of younger people becoming infected and the hospitalization numbers are starting to creep up. Dr. Holt or Mr. Wagner, can you offer that assistance or bring that back to us the next time?
Yes, ma'am. It's a great question, and it's one of lots of discussion. I know you recall Dr. Edwin Michael and some others at USF are monitoring this very closely, and I've been in communication with the hospital leadership that are doing testing of our cases that are coming in. At this time, there is no connection between the increase we're seeing and the variants that we are detecting in this community. So there's we can't tie it at this time, but that can change fairly rapidly. As you indicated, these are more contagious variants. So I'll stop there. Happy to get more information for next time, but as of right now, there is no impact that the variance we can tie to our increased cases. I'll stop there.
Thank you. And the reason I asked the question is we're going into, school testing periods where kids are needing to take the standardized tests are coming up in the next few weeks. And given that the high number of young people that are being infected, we've seen a great drop in our elderly folks, those, which I guess I qualify anymore, but those of us over, 60 and up, those infection rates have dropped significantly, which is terrific, and we're seeing a great adoption of the vaccine. But it is concerning that we're seeing such a higher number, and 9% positivity rates, a high number. We were talking about trying to keep the schools, safe when we were trying to hit a target of 5%, and we're well above that. So I just want to say to the public, if you're wanting your child to get their standardized test and not miss it because they're ill, let's make sure that we're doing everything we can and not let our guard down as we move towards a vaccine. And having 18 and up, your turn is up. So you have access to the vaccine in order to make sure that you keep yourself safe and those around you safe too. So I appreciate the information and look forward to seeing the numbers go down again. Thanks.
Thank you. And yes, and I know some parents that have kept their children home to keep them safe and are not sending them in for standardized testing. So I know that that's also because they don't feel comfortable with these days. We do have a surge in vaccines, which is good news. And it's good to hear all the county sites that are being, I think we're doing a great job of really getting out there with a lot of walk-up sites that are, I think it was a term for equity, but, just to get everybody out there and get everybody the opportunity. It has opened up to 18, but also, as I understand, it has opened up to 16. So I don't know if someone I think the public hasn't heard that a lot. I know 43 states now are totally open, us being one of them, but Pfizer, which is what we're generally using here, has been approved for 16 and up. And I guess they have to have, I don't know, if somebody would like to address what they need to bring their 16, 17
Sure, I can address that. And there is parental consent that is required, and a parent present as well required for the Pfizer. And we do have that Pfizer available. As Dr. Holt mentioned, we are predominantly a Pfizer county.
And I think that's really important because we are having this surge, and the surge is happening among younger people, since older people have had some opportunity to get the vaccine. And it's also not only just in transmissions, but also in, as we see in our own dashboard, which I thought our dashboard was pretty concerning to see. I don't remember a time when I've seen everything go red, honestly. So that was very concerning to me. And it's younger people that are now getting hit with it, not only transmission, but also in getting more seriously ill. And I just, Dr. Holt, I've heard there's a Miami variant. Is that accurate?
In all honesty, Commissioner, I don't recognize that, but I'll be happy to make some inquiries and reply to you and your staff, at some time in the next day or two.
So I think we just still have to be careful. I also read that Pfizer is asking for emergency. All of these vaccines have been granted with emergency approval, but that Pfizer is now asking for vaccine approval for 12 to 15-year-olds that have been 100% effective and tested. So hopefully that will come soon. And I even read an article that it might come before summer for summer camps and other opportunities, because I'm very worried now that it's pushing downward about younger people and about our schools. So I'm glad that you raised that point, and I'm very, very concerned about that as we move forward. And with that, I don't see anybody else.
One more
yes,
thing.
Ms.
If-
Wise.
And if I could just clarify something that I said, when I said we're predominantly Pfizer, that is when on the county sites.
Uh-huh.
But as we mentioned, the dog track has Johnson & Johnson available, as well as they will be transitioning to solely Johnson & Johnson soon. But to clarify, anyone who did receive their first shots of Pfizer at the dog track will get their second shot there as well. And with that, to turn it over to the county attorney's office for the update.
Great, thank you.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Christine Beck, County Attorney. We have, in accordance with Florida statutes, prepared another order in your backup to extend the local state of emergency for your consideration, and at this time, it would be appropriate to consider that order.
Thank you.
Move approval.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman. Was that seconded by Commissioner Cohen? And with that, and Commissioner Overman, you did you raise your hand?
I just have one comment. We received a report from Jim Taylor last night that there are some bills at the state level that would preempt us on doing a majority of the things that we've done to keep our citizens safe through this time period, and which is very concerning because I know how hard all of our leaders here as well as our staff have worked to do everything we can to make sure that we're addressing the population of people that live here. And we recognize we have very diverse communities. People handle things differently, but those bills are very concerning. And so I ask the board members to pay attention to that and voice your opinion as it relates to this. And with that, I definitely want to move approval on this.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Cohen, and seeing no further discussion, please record your votes.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner White voted no.
Thank you. And Ms. Wise?
The next item is Commissioner Myers' item at 10:45 to receive a presentation by Cheryl Schroeder of the West Coast Florida Labor Council. And so with that, we can turn it over to Commissioner Myers.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. One size fit all, as filed by our legislators, will not work in our county. House Bill 53 and Senate Bill 1076, as it relates to construction, wages, training, and apprenticeship programs, will erase all existing ordinances that have proven to be effective for taxpayers. This board should oppose House Bill 53 and Senate Bill 1076. And Ms. Cheryl Schroeder, Sean McDonald with the West Central Florida Labor Council, and Rob Cricht, President of Hillsborough County Teachers Association, will tell us why we should oppose these bills. Ms. Schroeder.
Thank you. Do we have Ms. Schroeder available?
Commissioner Kemp, I'm on. Thank you.
Oh, great.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your time and consideration of this resolution that's being proposed by Commissioner Myers today. And it is opposing efforts in Tallahassee to regulate and undermine local ordinances. This resolution is timely, and while it doesn't specifically name them, there are the two main bills of concern, House Bill 53 and Senate Bill 1076. These bills are moving through the legislative process with HB 53 up next in the House State Affairs Committee and the Senate Bill 1076 to be heard in the Senate Rules Committee next week. So if you've reviewed the bills, do not be fooled by the lack of the word preemption. House Bill 53 and Senate Bill 1076 are preemption bills and will erase all existing ordinances that a local government has enacted as a response to the needs of their communities if, quote, any state appropriated, locally appropriated, or any combination of state and local funds are used, end quote. This goes far beyond previous legislation that preempted local ordinances if 50% of state funds were used. These two bills are still subject to amendments as they work through the legislative process. Resolutions such as the one proposed by Commissioner Myers and also one passed by the Tampa City Council in January are necessary as a vehicle to voice our concerns and ensure continued home rule, to continue to allow local governments to address the needs of their communities. I ask for your support of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And do we have anyone else that was going to speak virtually?
Yes, Madam Chair. Sean McDonald, President of Central Labor Council.
Yes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and fellow commissioners. Thank you for letting me speak as well on such an important issue. My name is Sean McDonald, West Central Florida Labor Council President. First off, I'd like to thank Commissioner Myers on drafting this resolution in opposition of HB 53 and SB 1076. As Cheryl said, these two bills are a direct attack on apprenticeship ordinances that were passed in St. Petersburg and recently in the municipalities of Tampa and Gainesville, and also the one that was just presented by Chair Kemp here in Hillsborough County. We all know the advantages of attending a state of Florida Department of Education approved apprenticeship and what they mean to a career field that definitely needs to replace a quickly declining skilled and qualified workforce. This bill is being pushed in the legislature by the same organization that's currently suing the city of St. Petersburg. And at some point, one needs to ask oneself, why is destroying an ordinance that promotes the training of people through an apprenticeship in the state of Florida so important to them? The people of Hillsborough County voted everyone on this board to their seat. And I think it's unfortunate that Tallahassee feels the need to override the home rule. It's unfortunate to me because to me, it seems like a form of voter suppression. People of a certain geographical area elect those to office to promote the needs of that certain area, not to have Tallahassee come down and tell that certain area what's best for them. To me, what's best for Hillsborough County might not align with Pinellas or Sumter or Dade for that matter. And that's why a county like Hillsborough or a city like Tampa or a city like St. Petersburg draft their own legislation and ordinances. So thank you for the resolution, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. And do we have anyone else that is going to present virtually, or is that concluded? And I don't know if at this time you want to say.
I didn't see Rob on the.
Okay. Did you have any other? Oh, here we go, I guess. Oh, I didn't quite get that, but it sounds like maybe it's concluded.
I would say yes.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And I don't see any commissioners requesting to speak, but I would just like to say that thank you for bringing this forward, Commissioner Myers. And I want to thank the local union representatives for as well speaking to this and keeping us aware of what's going on, because we do have two pending ordinances, both Commissioner Myers and my own pending ordinance with regards to apprenticeships. And, you know, for again and again, Tallahassee, and I think it was well said by our union leaders in the community to preempt what is our local decision-making about how we invest in our community and make available jobs and opportunities and use our dollars most efficiently and well for training in the future. I think it's unfortunate that there is any move afoot to undermine that. So with that, I see no one else requesting to speak, so we will take a vote. I'm sorry, did I get a second?
I'll second.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Commissioner Myers and Commissioner Overman. Sorry about that. Thank you. So we have a motion by Commissioner Myers, a second by Commissioner Overman. And with that, and seeing no further discussion, we will please vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise.
Thank you. The next item is Commissioner Hagan's item F2, regarding the feasibility of expanding the Thonotosassa Park facility.
Thank you, Ms. Wise.
Commissioner, you're recognized.
Thank you. Board members, this will be quick. If you've been in or around Thonotosassa, you know that most of the county's amenities, whether roads, parks, or the library, are old, run down, and in dire need of improvement. So I'm excited about possibly being able to significantly address this and really do something special in Thonotosassa. In chatting with our Parks Department and Library Services, we may have an opportunity to create a real destination in Thonotosassa. If you've been to the Carrollwood Village Park, you know that this is a model facility for future parks. It's won awards, and I strongly believe that Thonotosassa has the potential to be the next Carrollwood Village. However, this park would be different because we can co-locate a library and much-needed park amenities on the same property. And the fact that it's adjacent to 2 schools, it's a great opportunity to enhance both educational and physical activities for neighborhood kids. Replacing the current library is on the Library Services priority list and is fully funded. I can tell you that they are eager to replace the current facility with a new state-of-the-art library with the latest technology and services. This project would create a single destination by expanding the current 19-acre park and connecting to the new library site. The new facility would have the opportunity to add amenities such as playground, splash pad, skate park, outdoor fitness equipment, pavilions, benches, walking trails, or a boardwalk, making this a true destination, and again, similar to the model park we have in Carrollwood Village. And also, the consolidation of the park and library sites in the area will inherently improve safety for visitors and operations for parks and recreation. I don't want to get too far down the road about the possibilities here, but if you ask Rick from Parks or Andrew from Library Services, they are really excited about the potential to do something special in a community that really needs it. For today, we're not approving anything. We're just simply asking staff to come back with a report on the feasibility of expanding the Thonotosassa Park for both active and passive recreation, as well as co-locating a much-needed library there. So that's the motion for today. Again, not approving anything, just asking for a report to come back.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hagan, seconded by Commissioner Overman. And Commissioner Overman, you want to speak?
Yes, please. Thank you very much for bringing this forward, Commissioner Hagan. You know, in a lot of our conversations about how we're building communities and what we're looking for in common space, it is key that when you get a certain amount of collaborative work and multi-purpose work, you can find great opportunity. So in this case, you've got schools, you've got an opportunity for replacing a library and a park. It would make sense to create that kind of synergy in an area using common space or community space as an asset to a community. So I look forward to getting the report back and seeing what great ideas come forward. Thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
And I would just like to, so I was just curious about this. I know that you said it was totally funded on the library list. Is it, and I'm just wondering about for staff, when they bring this back, or even before that, bringing to us so that we can know, it's something in my, again, when I go 4.5 years, I haven't seen or had the experience quite of seeing what the master library list is or plans, which I guess the library board generates. Is that correct? So I think it would be good, and I'd like to know, like, is this, and I think that's wonderful. Is this a priority upcoming site? I suppose it is if it's funded, but I think it'd be good overall for us to see what's moving and how that's designed so that we can become familiar with that as we move to the future. I also think it's really important, and I've talked about this several times, and I am familiar with the Carrollwood facility, as probably most of us are, but that we start to, as I've said before, not build big centers where you have to drive your car to, but that you kind of start to build using our government investment, our county investments, start to build our town centers in this way and look at where they're located in terms of making that happen. When I was here as an aide to Commissioner Castor in the 2003 to 2006, that was a definite intention that I feel the county has moved away from in the intervening years, and have in the intervening years developed more bigger sites that were accessible primarily by car, long distance. I'm thinking of the South Shore site, rather than contributing and building a smaller facility perhaps sometimes, but one that contributed to a sense of place and community. And the Town and Country Library, which I worked on as an aide, was very, very intentional about building the library. And if you've ever seen that, a senior center there, and there's a thought that the post office is across the street, and that there was a thought that you would turn the commercial at some time in the future, and finally Town and Country might start to have a walkable town center of sorts, and it's moving there. It sometimes takes decades to do, but I'd really like to see this and see exactly where it's placed and how it's placed as we go back. The other question I would have is, what about the park? Of course, we all want parks everywhere. Is the park a planned investment? How does this line up in terms of the community of Thonotosassa, and what do we know about, their involvement and engagement in the siting? And it sounds like a great plan. I just like to really, as you bring it back, understand more about the physical location, the library, and the funding in terms of the park and the park master plan, and priorities on that as well. So that would be my 2 cents on that. And I see no further requests to speak at this time. So seeing no further discussion, please record your vote. We have a motion by Commissioner Hagan, seconded by Commissioner Overman.
Motion carried 6-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Wise.
The next item is Commissioner Hagan's as well, but I wasn't sure if the 11:15 was where you had speakers, or...
No, it'll only take a minute too.
Okay,
So
if perhaps we can waive the rules to allow that item to go forward at this time.
Okay.
Item F3.
Second.
It went so fast, I'm not sure I heard a second by Commissioner Cohen, motion by Commissioner Hagan.
Motion him, second me.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Cohen, seconded by Commissioner Hagan. And with that, can we have, I was going to say a roll call vote? No. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
Okay, we waive the rules here. Commissioner Hagan.
Thank you, and this should be even quicker than the last item. In 2012, I'm very proud to have championed our Hillsborough County's anti-tethering ordinance to protect dogs from the harmful practice of tying or tethering to a stationary object. The ordinance was unanimously passed by our board. The motivation behind the ordinance was animal welfare and public safety. Research has shown that, and animal experts agree, that tethering leads to aggressive behavior, and our ordinance has been touted as a model for other local governments, and even at the state level, there's current legislation that mirrors our ordinance. That's what precipitated this proposed action today. House Bill 177 and Senate Bill 650 would prohibit tethering domestic cats and dogs except under limited conditions. Since we all know anything can happen in the last few days of session, I think it's important that we share with the legislature our own positive experience from banning this practice. This resolution simply expresses support for anti-tethering legislation, encourages limiting the conditions under which hunting dogs may be tethered, and will authorize our government affairs team to support such legislation. The resolution will be transmitted to the Senate President and House Speaker, the bill sponsors, and Hillsborough County's legislative delegation. So I move that we approve the resolution as drafted.
Second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Hagan, seconded by Commissioner Overman. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you, board members.
Thank you. Ms. Wise.
The last time certain of the morning is Commissioner Overman's item, but I know we're a fair amount early and you have some speakers, so we could continue on with the regular agenda while we're waiting.
Yes,
Okay.
that would be lovely. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Okay. Well, with that, if we can move on to back to the regular agenda, and item B10, and this is regarding the various fire stations in the community, and Scott Stromer will take us through item B10.
Scott?
Yes. Snuck up on me there. Okay, item B10 is asking the board to award and execute an agreement with the overall lowest responsive responsible bidder, CRS Building Corporation, for construction of 3 fire stations: Apollo Beach Fire Station number 29, Central Brandon Fire Station number 45, and Rodine Fire Station number 46 for the Capital Programs Department at a total cost of $11,585,000.00. A disadvantaged business enterprise participation goal of 17% was established for the project, and after meeting the program's good faith effort requirements, the recommended vendor has committed to achieving a goal of 13.76%. The Procurement Services Department does recommend approval.
Second. Yay. Building fire stations. Yay.
We have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Overman. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Wise.
Item B11 is asking the board to award and execute an agreement with the overall lowest responsible bidder, Bandy's Construction Company Incorporated, for construction of the new Tampa Performing Arts Center for the Capital Programs Department at a total cost of $7,316,000.00. This facility, which is part of a larger community project, includes the construction of a new 20,000 square foot civic building that can be expanded to 30,000 square feet with a future second floor. A disadvantaged business enterprise participation goal of 15% was established in the project, and the recommended vendor has committed to achieving this goal. The Procurement Service Department does recommend approval.
Okay, and Commissioner White has made a motion to move approval. Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, board members. The new Tampa community has been waiting for this project for over 17 years. When we first started discussing how we can create a destination and special amenity for all new Tampans to enjoy. I'm not exaggerating when I say that I started working on this project 17 years ago in 2004. Greg did a great job of summarizing the project's history in his email to the board last night. I hope you had an opportunity to review just how long this project's been in the works, as well as all the steps that have transpired to get us to today's final action. By my calculations, we've had at least 15 county commission votes on this project. I'm not sure how familiar the board is with this particular area in New Tampa, but having lived in New Tampa for 14 years, I'm intimately familiar with the neighborhood. With the location on Bruce B. Downs across from Hunter's Green, I recognized over a decade ago that this was an ideal location for a wonderful centerpiece for New Tampa to enjoy. New Tampa is a unique community because it's split between unincorporated Hillsborough and the city of Tampa. While the location is in the city, Pebble Creek, Live Oak, and Cross Creek are all neighborhoods in the county which are less than a mile away. Again, Greg did a great job of summarizing the project. I just want to highlight a couple things. Because of the funding challenges, the board approved our very first P3 in order for this project to occur. If you've been up to the area, it's been a smashing success. And as part of the P3, the developer of this project funded and constructed road access, parking spaces, and a pad for the Performing Arts Center. Over the last several years, extensive outreach and public input has occurred with the community. As a result, the closest neighborhood, Hunters Green, and the surrounding community fully support this project. The New Tampa Players, which is a community theater group, which has utilized University Community Center and Saddlebrook for their performances, 100% support and look forward to utilizing this community asset. In fact, they were instrumental during the design process. The design is complete, and this project has been fully funded. And if you reviewed the floor plans, it is going to be an awesome facility. I have no idea why it's taken so long to get us to this final approval. Candidly, we should be celebrating the ribbon cutting ceremony, not approving the construction contract. But it's an exciting project that the community is completely looking forward to and has been extremely patient in the time it's taken for us to get to this point. I'm not sure, I'm going to make a motion. Well, I guess Commissioner White made the motion, but I withdrew my motion. Okay, I'd like to make the motion to approve. I'm not sure if staff had any other comments they wanted to make, but again, having worked on it for so long, I would like to make the motion to approve. But thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hagan, seconded by Commissioner White. And I think we were going to have staff address this.
We do have staff available to answer any questions. I know that Commissioner Hagan mentioned that Greg sent a detailed email last night, and it did reminded us about all the many steps that have been taken over this time period and the community outreach that has occurred.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I did read the email that was sent last night at 7 p.m. and asked for floor plans that were not included in the backup of this building, and received those this morning. But I am not ready to vote to move this expenditure of $7.3 million to build this very large facility yet. I have a lot of questions about it. When we procured the architect for $600,000 in 2019, at that time there was no, that was in August 2019, there was no user agency yet settled about who was going to run this very large performing arts. And let me say, you know, I'm a fan of cultural centers, arts centers everywhere in the county. And I hope that something like this gets built in every corner, but it is a very large building, and I see I have a lot of questions about who's going to be managing this, what are the operating costs into the future, and so I did look into it and see that by now, the user operator is not the new Tampa players in that area, but the Manatee players who play out of the Manatee County Performing Arts Center in Bradenton. They are, I guess, in the process of changing their name to the Florida Cultural Group. But when I think that's just in order to have a regional name to, to do this in New Tampa as well as what they do in Bradenton. And, but in the 2020-2021 season of the Manatee Performing Arts Center, they're still the Manatee players. And so, I just have a concern about the county putting $8 million into a 20,000 square foot, possibly 30,000 square foot edifice somewhere where there's not more local community control and management and involvement in that. I would just need to go into this a little bit more before I'm comfortable saying the county should spend this money out of our stretch budget in the city of Tampa without participation by the city of Tampa or other partners locally as a home for the Manatee players, essentially. And so I'd be looking for more commitment of the local community organizations and a better detailed understanding of what the operating costs for the future. I think I've seen in here that we would provide this manatee players, I guess, with over $1 million in subsidy over the next 4 years, but I just don't feel comfortable with making sure that we're not going to build a building that doesn't have enough local involvement and support. So if the motion fails, I would make a motion to defer and bring it back with more detail about the plans for this building, the operating costs, and who in the community will use it, who will partner with it before we move farther ahead on building this really large facility for another $7-point-something million.
Thank you. Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Smith. You addressed some of the same concerns that I have is regarding the operating costs of this facility. Is the city of Tampa is going to contribute any funding for this? And even last night, I was considering asking for this item to be deferred because I did not think it had enough information coming to us today for voting purposes. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Yeah, I actually still have a significant number of questions on this particular issue. I love the cultural arts too. I think every community should have it, and we have communities that have a lot less resources available to them to utilize that are in dire need as well. And the timing just feels wrong on this. I mean, I'm not sure what the restrictions or the requirements or the timeline looks like for the bond proceeds that are part of this deal, and if that would cause any sense of urgency on this particular issue. But we have so many capital improvement projects right now that we're having to defer, like roads and a variety of other things that are capital improvement investments that are absolutely urgent and what we know is a budget deficit that we're facing coming forward. And so while I'm not opposed to the project in the way, for what I understand of it, but the timing just feels wrong. And so while I would like to learn more, could love to see more details worked out to make sure that we have an operating entity that actually is able to bring performance to the area in a comparable way that we see as a resource like the Straz, is awesome. But I don't think we're in the market for doing that right now. We're dealing with what is going to be very, very, very difficult budget years coming forward. And so while I agree putting it on a deferral I believe is a reasonable plan, I can't support this right now. It doesn't mean I won't in the future, but I just can't support moving this forward right now.
Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to make sure that the clerk's office has the record accurate. My eyes had skipped right over B11, and I was looking at B12 when I made that motion, and I obviously removed that from the floor. But then Commissioner Hagan subsequently made the motion, and I was happy to second it because I can see how important this is to Commissioner Hagan. With that being said, while I have the floor, Commissioner Hagan, it looks as if the votes might not be there today. So if you were to, somehow, withdraw the motion and put a new motion on the floor to defer it to get more information in front of the board, I'd be happy to support you.
And Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to make a couple of comments and maybe ask Greg if he could elaborate. I mean, I understand the sentiment of the board. I want to point out a couple things that staff has put considerable amount of time and energy on the operational side as far as who's going to manage the facility, cost, and so forth. So I would like Greg to opine on that. I do want to point out that the city will not contribute anything, so let's don't even go down that path. They've been asked. They did rezone the property, but candidly, they don't have the money to put anything in there. So that's just the bottom line truth. Again, this has been funded since 2019. And it's been in the works for 17 years, so I guess deferring in a meeting, it's not going to make a big deal either way. But again, we've had at least 15 votes on this to get to this point. We should have approved the contract 2 years ago, and for whatever reason that did not happen. So I will rescind my motion and continue it to the next meeting, but I would like Greg to address the management side, because I think staff's quite comfortable on where we are as far as who would manage it and so forth. So if Greg wouldn't, or whoever, Tom, wouldn't mind just addressing that right now.
And Madam Chair, I'll second the motion to defer this to the next meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Chair, is it appropriate if I do respond to Commissioner Hagan's request?
I'm sorry. Yes. Commissioner.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. What the question was? Mr. Hord, sorry. Sure, Mr. Hordell, you're recognized. Sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner. I was just inquiring as to whether I had your permission to respond to Commissioner Hagan's request to provide additional information. Tom Faust and I had provided the information to you. It is a fairly long-standing project for the county. Recognize, of course, that this project originated back when not all of the current members were seated at the board. So Tom and I will be happy, in light of the motion for deferral, to sit down and go over with you all of the nuances of this project. There are operating subsidies for any art venue. We did retain a consultant, John Toppy, to look at those, and at the time he did not opine that those were extraordinary or what he felt was out of the ordinary. So again, that was a few years back, and we do need to, I'm perfectly happy to have a conversation again with the city of Tampa in light of any CARES funding that they may wish, or American Recovery Act funding. We frankly have not asked since the pandemic. Those conversations about contributions occurred several years ago, and at the time, as Commissioner Hagan correctly stated, they were not in any position, as they communicated to Tom and me, to help fund the project. We'll ask again. We have no problem doing that. I would not be surprised if the answer were the same, but we will do additional diligence on the project and be happy to report back to you.
Thank you. Commissioner Cohen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm very sympathetic to this project for two reasons. One is wanting to support things in the performing arts realm, and the second is that I do think that New Tampa sometimes falls in the cracks of being a part of the city, and therefore not something that maybe the county's paying close attention to. At the same time, I know that then Councilwoman Monteleone and Councilman Vieira have been very frustrated that that particular part of the city does seem to lag in terms of the amount of attention that it gets. And in my in the last year or so that I was on city council, we approved two major projects in that area, one of which was a new fire station and another which was an actual recreation center. I want to just ask this question for next week, and it really gets back to Commissioner Smith's first point, and it had to do with the operating subsidies that are laid out for the 4 years starting soon. And what I noticed about them is that they escalate very dramatically in 2023 and 2024 to $600,000, $500,000 a year. And then there's nothing after that. And really the question that it raised for me is, what is our obligation every single year going forward once we embark on this? And that's really what I would like to know when we come back to this is, does it go to zero in year 2025, or is it just going to be determined then? I mean, the numbers escalate dramatically and then there's nothing. So I do think that we need to just nail that down for any consideration of this in the future. I'm open-minded to it and happy to support the deferral and see where it goes.
Well, I will say too, I'm a huge supporter of the arts, and you know, it's been interesting to be on the Strasbourg and to know kind of the model where Broadway basically supports all the other operations, the Broadway shows. That's where that's supporting the model. I'm not, as well as I'm familiar with the Carrollwood facility, I would really like to see the budget and understand the model for that if this is supposed to be similar to the Carrollwood facility. I do have concerns at, I understand some of the frustrations with those representing New Tampa, but I also think that there should be some skin in the game for the city and some contribution towards this as part of this. There are many underserved places all over the county in so many ways. I also don't really understand, again, I know we have master plans for parks and for fire stations, but I just don't know how we apportion or think of this in terms of facilities like this, Ms. Wise. So I'm not sure if there's something out there for that we can start to get more informed of with regards to this, or how we make our priorities or make those decisions. I'm very concerned that the party that we have involved in this is a Manatee County party, all the way in the most northern part of Hillsborough County, the furthest we could possibly be from where they are. And so, I think that is very concerning, even if they change their name. So I think we have to really look at this more closely. I've been on the board 4.5 years, third most seniority, and I have to say in my 4.5 years, I've really never seen a detailed presentation with regards to this and the plans to this. Despite the votes, they've gone through with very little vetting, and I really think that, we have all our needs. We had no salary increases this year. We have a lot of needs around the county, and I think we should be really looking at this. And as I say again and again, the capital is not even the big deal. The continuing operations is the question. I'm not even sure. And this has maybe been remedied, but we have like a center in Bealsville in Hillsborough County, a recreation center we built, and for several years they have said that they had all staff taken out of that center because the county couldn't afford to continue staffing it, even though we put the building there. So I just would like to know that issues like that are handled first in terms of our operations and our buildings that we already have in place. But again, I'd like to see this happen, but maybe we need to have a more robust and a relook at it. I'd like to understand too, placement again, like I said earlier, sense of place, adding to it. And finally, we've had some issues up there, as we all know, I think, with the fire station not being willing, the city fire services, which we are kind of trapped up there and have one area. But in the city, under the former mayor, was charging exorbitant prices for us to have fire service to that area. That's been remedied with our, we went to Pasco County and contracted with them because it was so exorbitant. That has been remedied with our new mayor, but perhaps an ongoing continuing agreement, if we were going to do something like this, that, and if there was not going to be any funding, maybe we could resolve that for the next 2 decades or something through some kind of mutual agreement that doesn't depend on a mayor's goodwill in terms of services being exchanged there. So I'll just throw all that out, and I guess with that we have no further discussion, and we could have a vote at this time. And this is from Commissioner Hagan and Commissioner White to defer this item to the next meeting.
The next meeting.
Okay.
Motion carried 7-0.
continuing on, item B12 is asking the board to award and execute a 3-year agreement with the only bidder, Proshot Concrete Incorporated, for ongoing and as-needed repair and rehabilitation of bridges, channels, roadways, guardrails, and related work throughout the county for the Engineering and Operations Department at a total cost of $11,999,132.50. A disadvantaged business enterprise participation goal of 4% was established for the project, and the recommended vendor has committed to achieving this goal. Procurement Services Department does recommend approval.
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Smith. And seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Wise, I think we're back to the time certain.
Right, and thank you, and I'm sorry, Scott jumped in before I had a chance to say that that regarding item B11, the new Tampa Performing Arts Center, there is a lot of information. Staff has spent a lot of time. We will take the time and we will inform you and educate you and provide all the information that you need. So just wanted to get that in there. And so now we are back to the time certains, and this is Commissioner Overman's item F7, regarding Senate Bills 382, 764, 838, and you have some speakers on the line as well.
Okay, great.
Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. The Legislative Voice Committee of the Public Safety Coordinating Council has requested that as a member of that council, that I ask for board support on 3 Senate bills. To speak to those issues, we have the chair of the council, Public Defender Julianne Holt, and the chair of the committee, Clerk Stewart, joining us today. The committee was tasked with finding bills that support our community's public safety and court system. As you know, we are desperately in need of a fully funded clerk's office. They perform over and above the call of duty during this pandemic, processing thousands of payments to our residents, doing so under very strained conditions. The Veterans Court, which has been an absolute success story, and also needs our continued support. Many of you know Colonel DJ Reyes, who is not only a local treasure and hero, but a valiant fighter for his fellow veterans, spending countless hours coordinating support for the court and its volunteer members. He is in no way one of those responsible for its success, or he is in no small way, rather, responsible for its success. With that said, I'd like to introduce our 2 guests and therefore respectfully request that I retain the floor for a motion when it follows. Ms. Julianne Holt, or Honorable Julianne Holt, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. Appreciate you allowing us an opportunity to speak with you today. I am going to speak more specifically on committee substitute for committee substitute Senate Bill 764, which is our Veterans Court bill. It is being sponsored by Senator Burgess. There is a House bill that is not at all mirroring the Senate. So the request that we would be making today would be that we would ask the commission to consider supporting the Senate version and to urge Senator Burgess to maintain contact with our chief judge, our state attorney, and obviously myself, should there be any modifications to this particular version of the Senate bill, because we want to make sure that we are able to continue running our Veterans Court in the manner in which we have successfully for several years. The House version would have a negative impact on our Veterans Treatment Court, and that has been not only brought to Senator Burgess' attention by myself, but also by former and now retired Judge Gregory Holder, who, as you all know, started our Veterans Court in the felony area several years ago. And with that, I would just humbly ask you for the support for this particular version of the bill. Obviously, as a user of the clerk's office, when Ms. Stewart talks to you about her bill, I would want you to know that not only do I support that as the chair of the Public Safety Coordinating Council, but more importantly, as the public defender here in Hillsborough County and someone that uses the services of that particular agency on a daily basis. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
Thank you, Ms. Holt. I truly appreciate your comments. Clerk Stewart, are you available for comments?
I am. I'm here.
Excellent. Go right ahead.
Thank you. So thank you, Commissioner Overman, for allowing us to speak today. Thank you to the rest of the commissioners for having us. And thank you to Ms. Holt for her continued support of my office. I'm here today to ask you for support for two different bills that are gaining some traction in Tallahassee. House Bill 903, accompanied by Senate Bill 838, is our stabilization bill out of our association. These bills are identical. They offer better stability by authorizing clerks to carry responsible statewide reserves to help for emergencies such as COVID-19. They improve procedures that allow clerks to carry forward revenues from year to year and build on those funds, and they enhance payments options to promote payment plans and encourage timely payment for obligations to reduce driver's license suspensions. The other bill is House Bill 31 by Clemens, and the Senate companion is 382 by Hooper. These bills are also identical and provide for streamlining the way jury management costs are paid to clerks at the local level, changing payments from complicated pre-reimbursement system to a simple reimbursement of actual costs, implementing a simple statute cleanup to fix the technical glitch regarding service charges, distinguishing the difference between what is a court-related fee and what is a county-related fee so that clerks can remit the correct funds for general revenue. I will also tell you that House Bill 31 and House Bill 903 are in their final stop in committees and going to appropriations tomorrow at 5:30. So anything we can do to put our support forward for my association and for these bills in front of these representatives in Tallahassee would be greatly appreciated.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Clerk Stewart. I truly appreciate it, as well as Public Defender Holt for your support on this. So it sounds like we need to get moving on this rather quickly if we move forward and support this. So I'd like to make a motion to direct staff to prepare letters of support for the chair's signature for Senate Bills 382, 764, and 838, along with the companion House bills that mirror and complement those Senate bills, and any other amendments or bills where the provisions may appear, and then add language to our legislative priority list that is supportive of, 1, the stabilization and efficiency of the clerk of the courts, and then 2, the Veterans Treatment Court Program.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Cohen. And Commissioner Cohen, you've had a long time in the clerk's office, so I'm sure you have some light to shed on this.
You know, I want to thank Public Defender Holt and Clerk Stewart, and particularly Commissioner Overman, for bringing this forward. In all the years that I was associated with the clerk's office, the association had a very, very difficult time with the legislature understanding the work that they do, and particularly providing proper support for court functions. And I know that the board members know this, but the public may not know that if these bills don't pass, and if the legislature doesn't take responsibility for stabilizing the court system, it will fall to us, and we will do it, as you all did last year, because the services that they would have to cut out in order to meet some of the really draconian cuts that would be dictated are things that we would absolutely feel are essential. Things like domestic violence, processing of injunctions, things like first appearance court, and being open when everybody else is closed. So I just want to offer strong support for what you're doing, and just say to people that if these bills don't pass and they're not stabilized, that money's coming out of here. It's not like these services are just going to evaporate into thin air, because I know, and I think we all know, that we would never allow that to happen.
Thank you. And seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Wise.
Thank you. We do have one regular agenda item, if we can do before lunch perhaps, and it is item B13, and it is accepting the agreement with the City of Tampa for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And you may notice today I am wearing my social services mask in support of this. So with that, we can turn it over to Audrey Ziegler.
Ms. Ziegler.
Morning, and thank you, Ms. Wise. Your mask looks great. We appreciate you wearing that, and I sent a picture to staff, so thank you for the support. Good morning. I'm Audrey Ziegler, the Social Services Director, and before I get to the item, I do want to give you some information. I want to take a moment to highlight and promote the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Last month, we launched this program to assist eligible households that have been financially impacted by COVID-19 with their past due rent and electric payments. And we are currently working with approximately 2,000 residents who have submitted their applications. For the last 2 weeks, we have been operating at an eligibility threshold of 50% area median income. And this coming Monday, we will be expanding the income eligibility threshold of the program to the maximum allowable threshold for households through the U.S. Treasury guidance up to 80% area median income. As an example, the 80% median income for a two-person household is $45,000 annually. So that's pretty significant for the program. I'm sorry, I have a feedback. I really want to encourage our residents to apply and our landlords to register and become an approved vendor so eligible payments can be made directly to the landlord for past due rent payments. All program information, the eligibility on our county website at hcflgov.net/R3HomeHelp, or you can reach out to our call center at 866-975-3114. I'd like to also mention that we are strongly considering expanding the program benefit for eligible applicants to not only cover past due rent payments, but also adding an additional benefit for up to 3 months of prospective rent payments to further ensure we are avoiding evictions with this program and allowing eligible residents the opportunity and time to financially recover from the impacts of the pandemic. Next, I would like to thank the Board of County Commissioners and the City of Tampa City Council members for allowing us to work together on this project and agreeing for us to merge our funding awards. We are finding that this new program has been much more efficient and less confusing for our residents seeking information and assistance, so we aren't referring back and forth trying to get residents connected, but rather focusing all of our efforts on assisting eligible households with obtaining the assistance as quickly as possible. Our communications plan has been extremely successful in promoting the program throughout our entire community, and our customer service experience is also greatly enhanced with having one unified program for criteria, one application portal, and one eligibility team processing applications. Our outreach for this program has been very robust, with Dollar General and Family Dollar running for 6 weeks with selected targeted areas where program information is on the back of printed store receipts. We send regular program reminders and information to all of our community partners and nonprofits, including other municipalities and landlord organizations. We have ads in newspapers running in the Florida Sentinel, La Gaceta, Plant City Observer, and the Tampa Bay Times. We've run media releases for coverage through local outlets, which have been picked up on several news channels, including Spanish channels, and several radio interviews as well. We've asked all internal human services departments to promote the program with their customers and clients, and the Parks and Rec Department has sent flyers and emails to children and their after-school programs. Of course, we are utilizing social media posts on Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Nextdoor. And lastly, we've had several meetings with landlord associations and conducted landlord information webinars with Commissioner Myers hosting one of them one evening a couple of weeks ago. Now, I would like to move on with asking for your vote on the item before you today. Today, we are asking the board to approve an agreement with the City of Tampa for the county to accept and administer the U.S. Treasury Department funds awarded to the City of Tampa for the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. The program is being administered by the County Social Services Department, to assist residents impacted by COVID-19 with past due rent and energy bills to avoid eviction and utility service disconnect for eligible residents. We are also asking the board to approve a budget amendment accepting the transfer to the county of the city's funds of $11,069,216.40 and COVID-19 Emergency Rental Assistance Program funds received from the U.S. Treasury as part of this Consolidated Appropriations Act of 2021. These funds will be administered by the county, along with the $32,377,870 Hillsborough County received. This budget amendment increases revenues for CARES Act Supplemental Relief Act Fund by the $11,069,216.40, appropriating all of that to this program. And I'm available for questions.
Move approval.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, we have Commissioner Smith moved approval. Oh, Commissioner Myers. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I made the motion. Myers seconded it.
Commissioner Overman made the motion. Commissioner Myers seconded. Thank you. It's not always easy to hear everything here. With that, Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And, you know, this sort of relates to a little bit to the last item. Audrey Ziegler's department and the county's department for processing our home payments to help these people that are in crisis in our community have done a stellar, I mean, stand-up stellar job to do as quickly as possible the best, most efficient way to get resources to our citizens. And this partnership with the city is a testament to that trust that we are able to do an excellent job. I get emails and, you know, association emails saying, hi, if you need help figuring out how to do your, you know, your ERAP funds or your housing funds, you know, we're here to help. And what I don't have to say is, yes, can we call them? Because we have really stepped to the plate just in the last year in such an impressive way that my desire, you know, early on to have customer service be a forefront in how we work with our citizens, this department has stepped forward like no other that I am aware of. It has been my pleasure to go to bat for this department to get what they need to be able to do what they need to do. And it is a testament to their excellence in being able to work out a good deal with the city of Tampa. So I want to not only say thank you to the entire staff that's managing this effort, but also just to make sure that the board knows we really do have a bunch of stars in this department that are doing a great job. And I'll stop there.
Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Overman, for your comments, because I share those same sentiment. I'd just like to thank Audrey and her staff for the excellent outreach to landlords and community representatives to make sure that the ERAP program that is being run right now is flawless. I mean, we cannot ask for a better staff to do what they are doing with our tenants and the landlord. And County Administrator Bonnie, thank you also for your leadership in working with Social Services Department to make sure this program run without any hiccups. And thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'd just like to congratulate you, Ms. Wise, because you know, there was negotiations with the city of Tampa in all of this. The stellar work of our social services department is something that we, to all the words here from the commission, has been something that we can really stand up and be proud of, and we can know that every dollar invested is a dollar well used to benefit the citizens of Hillsborough County in the most effective way. So we can be very proud of that. And just by merging these programs, I think it will be of a great benefit to all the residents in all our cities and in the unincorporated county in this effort. It's really, we really do have something to be proud of. And all the work that's been done with our COVID, as we've said before, but with our COVID-19 funds has been just remarkable. And I know it's been a big heavy lift, sometimes staff working on weekends and evenings and coming up and devising all kinds of new ways to do things. And so it would just, it's been a great job. And with Ms. Waj, you're recognized.
Thank you, and thank you, commissioners, and thank you for recognizing Audrey and her staff. They have done a wonderful, wonderful job, and there is a whole army that helps Audrey and the staff get the word out, whether it's communications, whether it's the clerk's office helping to process all these payments. We have many departments who are working behind the scenes too, so I'd like to recognize them as well. But thank you so much for your support, and thank you all for helping to get the word out as well.
With that, seeing no further comments, if we could take a vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And I assume you got that that was a motion by Commissioner Overman, seconded by Commissioner Myers. Yes, okay, just wanted to make sure there. And with that, I mean, the timing is impeccable, I'll say. So I'm guessing we should meet back here at 1 o'clock. Is that sufficient? Okay.
Well, we have time certains at 1:30, so we could.
Oh, go to 1:30? Oh,
Madam,
we could do 1 or 1:30.
Yeah.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would suggest 1 so that we can get F1 disposed of.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Because there might be some things we can.
And perhaps F8 before we get to that 1:30. time
Okay.
certain.
Okay. I was worried that we didn't have and.
Yep.
That
And we have
You're
G1 as
absolutely
well.
correct. I think I might be able to move something up too if we need to.
Very good.
Okay.
So
great.
1 o'clock, right? Very good. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the Board of County Commissioners, Hillsborough County meeting. This meeting will be a hybrid meeting, and we have Commissioner Overman appearing virtually. The rest of us are present here, but we're going to go back to the old roll call procedures and everything we do when we have met virtually. So we will start off with a roll call.
Kemp,
Here.
Cohen,
Here.
Hagan, Myers,
Here.
Overman,
Here.
Smith,
Here.
White.
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Thank you. When we say here, we mean wherever we are. And we will start with Ms. Wise. Did you get your mahjong in during lunch?
I wish. We're going to start with item F1, our various board appointments, and Luann Finley should be online to take you through those appointments.
Thank you. Ms. Finley?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We have several boards to make appointments to. Your first board is the Commission on the Status of Women.
Before we start, I'm sorry. I had so quickly forgotten that Commissioner White had asked to speak at the beginning. So before we start, we'll have Commissioner White address us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we start with the selections and voting, I'd like to move that we waive the applicable board policies so as to allow the Girl Scouts of West Central Florida's representative eligible for consideration for the Commission on the Status of Women, item F1A, and to make the redefining refuges recommended appointee eligible for the Commission on Human Trafficking, item F1B.
Second.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have 2 seconds. We have a motion by Commissioner White, and we have a second by Commissioners Hagan and Overman. So we got a virtual and an in-person second. That's good. Okay, with that, can we have a roll call vote, please? Thank you.
Kemp,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Oh, it's working. Sorry.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, thank you. And we will move back to Ms. Finley now.
So Titania Latenzio will be appointed as a Center for Women representative on the Commission on the Status of Women, and Mary King will be the Girl Scouts rep. And then on human trafficking, Jennifer Glaster will be appointed as the redefining refuge. Those are the ones we just voted on. And then Brianna Taylor will be appointed as the religious institution representative. And At the bottom of the Commission on Human Trafficking, please choose one of the 4 applicants. Commissioner Kemp.
Choose 5.
Commissioner Overman.
6.
Commissioner White.
6.
Commissioner Cohen.
6.
Commissioner Hagan.
6.
Commissioner Myers.
5. Sorry, 5.
Commissioner Smith.
6.
Will be Dottie Gruber Skipper. Your next board, Thomas Avino, will be appointed Julie McDaniel. She was on the Commission on Human Trafficking ballot, and that's why I did not put this one on consent. So both of these will be appointed to the Anti-Bullying Advisory Committee. Your next board is your cross connection. Please choose one. Commissioner Kemp.
Sorry. 10.
Commissioner Overman.
10.
Commissioner White.
10.
Commissioner Cohen.
10.
Commissioner Hagan.
11.
Commissioner Myers.
Hold on 1 second, please. Which one are we on? Because I can barely hear.
Sorry, yeah, it's hard.
Cross
It's hard to hear.
connection.
Cross connection and backflow control board.
Oh, we skipped all the way down. Cross connection. Let's see. Ten.
And Commissioner Smith.
10.
Will be Aura Howell. Your next board is your Health Council of West Central Florida. Russell Patterson will be appointed as the consumer over 60. Please choose one in the second category. Commissioner Kemp.
13.
Commissioner Overman.
13.
Commissioner White.
14.
Commissioner Cohen.
14.
Commissioner Hagan.
14.
Commissioner Myers.
13.
Commissioner Smith.
13.
It will be Jennifer DeJesus.
DeJesus.
Your next board, is the Land Use Appeals Board. There's a member position and an alternate position. So choose one, and they're the same names in both categories. So Commissioner Kemp, choose one from each category.
The first category, I'll choose 16, and the second category, 15.
Commissioner Overman.
Just the opposite. So I have 15 for the first category and 16 for the second.
Commissioner White.
16 and 15.
Commissioner Cohen.
15 and 16.
15 and 16. Commissioner Hagan.
15 and 17.
Commissioner Myers.
15 and 15.
15 and 16. Commissioner Smith.
15 and 16.
So it'll be Justin Evans for the member position and Stanley Hine for the alternate position. So the next board, the Historic Resources Review Board, this board won't go forward since Stanley Hine was disappointed to the previous board.
Madam Chair.
Yes, you're recognized.
Ms. Finley, do you need a motion to re-advertise, or do you have what you need to get that back to the board?
I can re-advertise.
Okay, I'll move to re-advertise.
Second that, but I also had a question.
is if Mr. Stanley Hyde is an alternate to the other board, could he serve on a different board? Or does that preclude him from serving in this position?
You can raise your policy and he can serve on both boards. We do
Okay.
have a hard time getting applications for this particular board. So if he's willing, he can serve on both.
Great point. This is also an alternate position for the second board as well. So that might be a,
So I'll withdraw my motion to re-advertise.
okay.
I'll withdraw the second and allow us to proceed. That's the board's pleasure.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman to waive the rules on this. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, a second by Commissioner Smith. And seeing no further discussion, can we have a roll call vote?
Kemp,
Yes?
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, now we just have to hope he wants both of them.
Okay. So
And-
your next board is Historical Advisory Council. Please choose one. Commissioner Kemp,
18?
Commissioner Overman,
18.
Commissioner White,
18.
Commissioner Cohen,
18.
Commissioner Hagan,
18.
Commissioner Myers,
18.
Commissioner Smith.
18.
The Trieste Battles.
Seems like we should ring a bell.
Your next board is the Human Relations Board. Please choose one. Commissioner Kemp,
15, I'm sorry, 5?
Commissioner Overman,
20.
Commissioner White,
20.
Commissioner Cohen,
20.
Commissioner Hagan,
20.
Commissioner Myers,
15.
5. Commissioner Smith.
5.
You can hear me? Oh, I thought it
So
was.
it will be Lizzie Shaw. Your last board, since Trieste Battles was appointed to the Historical Advisory Council, Sarah Keeney and Jennifer Wells will be appointed to the Public Art Committee. And that's the end of your ballot.
Move to confirm.
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have a move to confirm by Commissioner White and seconded by Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Myers. I just want to say, looking through all these resumes, they were extraordinary applicants, and it's really great. It just seemed like a really great pool. So anyone who didn't make it, we welcome you to apply again. We've really had exceptional candidates. And with that, we have a motion by Commissioner White, seconded by Smith, and Commissioner Smith and Myers. And if we could have a roll call vote?
Kemp,
Yes?
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Ms. Wise?
Thank you. The next item is Commissioner White's item F8, regarding the Theodore Roosevelt Hillsborough Forever Conservation Award recipient.
You're recognized. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The ELAP committee has voted to forward its recommendation for this year's Theodore Roosevelt Award. The selection's in your backup material. The plan is to formally present that award on April 21st. So my motion is to request board approval of the ELAP subcommittee selection for the 2021 Theodore Roosevelt Hillsborough Forever Conservation Award. The subcommittee also requests that the presentation of this award take place at the April 21st, 2021 BOCC meeting and scheduled for a 9 a.m. time certain.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioners Overman and Smith. And seeing no further discussion, can we have a roll call vote?
Kemp,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith, White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And Ms. Wise?
The next item is item G1. This is to receive a report regarding an update on the COVID-19 programs and activities. Tom Fessler will present this item. Except that I don't see him.
Mr. Fessler?
Commissioners.
There he is.
Good afternoon. Tom Fessler, Chief Financial Administrator. This afternoon, Commissioners, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can, yes.
Okay.
And we can hear you.
Yes, Commissioners, this afternoon, we just wanted to run through our update on COVID-19. I thought what I would do with this report is start with a summary of all of the funding that has been awarded to Hillsborough County to date. That would start with the CARES Act. As you're aware, back from about a year ago, $256 million. And then we have FEMA reimbursements to date of approximately $35 million. We have various grants that we've received that are related to COVID-19 of $37 million. And then we have the ERAP program that is going on now that you're aware of, where the county has received $32 million. And we have, you approved an item today to accept some funds from the city, which will give us a program that's a rental assistance program that's a little over $40 million. And then also we have funds that will be awarded shortly that are the American Rescue Plan Act funds of $285 million. We've not received those funds yet, and we anticipate receiving those funds in basically two tranches, one this year and one about a year from now. Just to kind of go back over quickly some of our previous programs, I won't spend too much time on these because I wanted to focus on the new American Rescue Plan. But as you're aware, we had the CARES Act. The county, as I said, received $256 million. We've expended approximately 95% of those funds over 13 different focus areas. And we're anticipating closing that program out by the end of July. And we will fully expend those funds. We have until the end of this calendar year per federal guidelines to spend the funds, but we wanted to go ahead and do what we needed to do to close the program out so we can focus on the new funds that we will be receiving. As far as FEMA, I think on the previous slide you saw $34 million. This slide has been updated slightly. It's a timing difference. We're up to about $36 or $37 million in FEMA reimbursements. As you can see, a lot of that has to do with testing. And with some of the sites that we had opened up that were step-down sites and quarantine sites. We have various COVID-19 grants that we've received. Those support things such as housing, some various senior services. We've got some fire rescue operations and then also some PPE. The Emergency Rental Assistance Program, as we said, you approved an item today. It's about that is receiving some funds from the city. The city agreed to be a participant in our program so that we could provide this service on a countywide basis, which would allow us to provide a program to all county residents that was consistent across the entire county instead of the city running their own program and we running a separate, and the county running a separate program that might result in some inconsistencies and some confusion. And then finally, I wanted to spend just a little bit of time. I think it's important to start to understand the American Rescue Plan Act and the funds that will be coming our direction. I think there's some things that we really need to pay close attention to. It was approved by the president back on March 11th, $1.9 trillion. State and local piece is $360 billion, and the Hillsborough counties, the funds that will be coming to Hillsborough County are $285 million. So far, what we know about the program is that the eligible uses for county will be to respond to the health emergency, which includes negative economic impacts, that we can provide assistance to households, small businesses, nonprofits, industries such as tourism, travel, and hospitality that have been impacted. It also provides an opportunity for some premium pay for employees, up to $2,500 per eligible worker for any worker that's been providing essential services. And the big piece, and one of the things that will be most beneficial under this plan, will be the fact that it will allow us to have revenue recovery, which was not allowable under the CARES Act. So we do not know how those calculations will work yet, but we've done some rough calculations based on one potential approach that they may take. And we believe that under that approach, where we're comparing basically our actual revenues to our budgeted revenues, we could be eligible for as much as, say, $70 million in reimbursements. And then finally, this plan also provides that the local governments, county governments can invest in things such as water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure. The thing that I think that we need to really pay close attention to as it relates to the American Rescue Plan Act is, first of all, we haven't received final guidance that we expect to receive from the Treasury yet. That will kind of be that frequently asked questions guidance that we had under the CARES Act. We're expecting that sometime before the end of this month. And that will be really key on the types of things that will be allowable under the program. But when you look at the act in its entirety, it's $1.9 trillion, $360 billion of that coming to state and local governments. But if you look at the funding that's available elsewhere in the act, separate from the state and local government funding, you find that there are there's a lot of federal funding out there for things that we funded, that we in fact funded under our CARES Act program. So one of the things I think we need to be careful about is not committing to things under the funding that we're going to be receiving that might be available somewhere else in the act. We certainly want to make sure that we maximize the benefit of the funding that's available, not only through our piece, but also through providing information out to the community on funding that's available elsewhere in the act. And so if you look at the act in its entirety, I've kind of given a list of some things that it provides funding for outside of the funding that we're going to receive. So there's supplemental funding that potentially could be available for our own ERAP program. We kind of probably want to see, there's no guidance on that yet, but we probably want to see how our program goes to see if we want to apply for this additional funding. There's additional funding for, as you can see, for housing counseling services, housing vouchers, homeless assistance, mortgage assistance, some additional funding for FEMA, for low energy programs, low energy assistance programs, healthcare assistance to schools and universities, child care grants, which we provided under the CARES Act, so it's provided somewhere else in the act. Transit, which means that HART will be receiving its funding related to the American Rescue Plan Act. It provides for broadband and telecommunications for schools and libraries. And then we've got certainly the direct payments to individuals, unemployment insurance, and then also several different programs for small businesses. Specifically, some of the industries called out would be restaurants. There's a restaurants and bars program, and then a shuttered venue operator program for arts organizations, live performing arts, museums, theatrical producers. So again, these are areas where we provided funding under the CARES Act, and these dollars would be available to those entities separate from us under different areas of the plan. And then the other thing that we wanted to make sure that we pointed out is that each of the cities this time around will have their own funding that will come directly to them, or through the state will come to them. So the city of Tampa will get, we believe, around $80 million. Plant City, we believe, around $16 million, and Temple Terrace around $11 million. So while we pass money through to the cities the first time around, we should not have to do that this time. Some just general guiding principles maybe as it relates to the funds. And these are straight from the Government Finance Officers Association. We thought these were good, and these could also apply to Hillsborough County. It's just that we want to make sure that we apply these dollars to non-recurring expenditures. This funding will not, we've got the funding for about 3 years. but it will not be recurring funding out into the future. So we want to make sure that we focus a lot of our efforts on non-recurring things and on infrastructure that we may implement that doesn't have a lot of, as it says, downstream operating costs that are recurring costs out into the future. We want to be cognizant of the, as it says, of state level efforts and consider multi-agency initiatives. And then also take the time and provide careful consideration and to make sure that we're using, as I mentioned earlier, other dedicated programs first whenever possible so we can save our own local allocation for things that might not be covered somewhere else in the Act. And with that, I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. And I see, Commissioner White, do you have your hand up just from before?
No, ma'am, it's for this.
Okay.
It's for this item. Mr. Fessler, will you share your screen again and go back to page 7? Okay, so I know that staff will be speaking with each commissioner for feedback on what we do with this particular pot of money, if you will. But I just want to go ahead and just tell staff here today on the record that I'm of the opinion that we should spend every allowable penny from this bucket on roads and sidewalks in Hillsborough County.
Okay. And I don't see anyone else with their hands raised, and I don't, when something's up like this, I don't get my screen. So Commissioner Overman, I don't know if you're have anything to say. I don't know if anyone else, it doesn't look like anyone else has anything to say. I appreciate the overview. I think it's very early to, and I didn't quite realize, and I guess I know now, or I remember now that the state is giving allocations to Temple Terrace and Plant City, whereas the city of Tampa is large enough and gets direct funding. That's correct?
That is correct, yes.
Right. So the city of Tampa will get theirs directly from the Treasury, just as we will. Temple Terrace and Plant City will get theirs through the state, but the allocation is determined. So it is not at the state's discretion. It is just a pass-through.
Okay, thank you. And so I guess we'll learn more about this, but I just think it's wonderful, and we desperately need this to get the economy started again, to help the people that fell through the cracks, in my mind. During this, we know it's been a disparate impacts through COVID-19 from two economies, and a lot of people that faltered and fell, and others that did very well and are just fine as we go into what I hope is recovery with just, hopefully we can get these vaccines fast enough and beat the mutations and the variants out there. So with that, I don't see any further discussion. And we don't have to move approval or anything. This is simply a presentation.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so Ms. Wise.
We are right on time. We can go to Commissioner Meyer's item F5, 130 item regarding the Gopher lead smelting plant in Tampa, and all your representatives are online prepared.
Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a concern after reading several news articles in the Tampa Bay Times regarding Gopher Industries, also known as EnviroFocus Technology. According to the articles, this company has put the health and safety conditions of its employees working at its plant to be exposed to lead poisoning. In addition to that, I had a conversation with Dr. Holt earlier when the first story broke about the citizens that are living in that community to be tested for lead poisoning in the communities, mentioning Orient Park and Kinley Park communities, because many times we focus on the the company itself and not the people that are living in the community. And there might be some health conditions that they have arrived not knowing that it has a possibility of coming from lead poisoning. And so I'm going to direct county staff. No, I think I need to hear from Dr. Holt is on the line, and Janet Daughtery is on the line. If we can hear, and Sterling Woodard.
Okay, so we will, I don't know what order, should we have Ms. Dougherty speak first and the EPC? And then,
Yes,
and then Dr. Holt? Okay, so Ms. Dougherty, you're recognized.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. I have some brief remarks, approximately 5 minutes worth of remarks to bring the public up to speed if they haven't been familiarized with these recent articles that Commissioner Myers is talking about. And then I'll let the commission and the public know about EPC's efforts and our jurisdiction. We have already shared some of that information with the commissioners during the last few weeks. And then at the end of the presentation, obviously Sterling Woodard is with me. He is our air director with over 30 years of regulatory experience and is very familiar with this facility. So first, to begin with, there were 2 recent articles in the Tampa Bay Times called Poisoned. The first one was The Factory, and the second part was called The Failings. And they were published March 28th and April 4th, respectively, this year. And they had some allegations. The first was about lead building air. And there were 3 major issues with that. Between 2007 and 2019, 300 employee air samples collected by Gopher had lead air concentration hundreds of times higher than OSHA's 50 micrograms of lead per cubic meter of the 8-hour standard. The second the other issue was equipment breakdowns and poor operation and maintenance. And the third was highlighted carbon monoxide and sulfur dioxide employee exposures, but they didn't cite any specific levels. The second part of the article dealt with blood lead levels. Between 2014 and 2018, 450 blood level tests of Gopher employees exceeded OSHA's requirement of 25 micrograms of lead per deciliter of blood threshold, which was supposed to trigger an investigation from the agency. And according to the article, it did not. The second was that no levels were above OSHA's threshold to remove workers from the area. OSHA's threshold were 60 micrograms of lead per deciliter of blood, but still it was considerably above CDC's level, considered to be 5 micrograms of lead per deciliter of blood. Now to move on to EPC very quickly of our jurisdiction and our regulation history. In 2006, Gopher Resource purchased this plant. They completed an expansion of their operations in 2012. Production increased at that time from 26,500 tons per year to around 200,000, approximately 200,000 tons per year in 2021. In 2008, the standard was reduced by the EPA from 1.5 micrograms of lead per cubic meter of air to 0.15 micrograms of lead per cubic meter. Gopher spent over $230 million on the plant, with over $130 million in environmental health and safety technology to comply with these new, stricter federal ambient air quality lead standards. The building is required to maintain at a slight negative pressure to keep emissions from escaping to the outside atmosphere, with particulate matter emissions controlled by bag houses. Emissions from furnace, dryers, and refining areas are captured and vented to an afterburner to control carbon monoxide and volatile organic compounds and nitrous oxide. Then a wet scrubber removes the sulfur dioxide before being ducted to the bag house where particulate matter and lead is removed. The FDEP is the delegated agency for water and waste regulation of this facility, while our agency, EPC, has been delegated air polluting permitting, compliance, and enforcement authority from the FDEP and the EPA. Since 2006, there have been over 100 EPC on-site facility inspections. Since 2008, there have been 7 enforcement actions due to poor operation and maintenance of the equipment and air pollution controls, equipment fires, as well as failures to meet emission standards. Our purview is the outdoor air emissions. We assessed penalties of over $500 million, which includes approximately $213,000 in cash penalties and approximately $319,000 in supplemental environmental projects designed to improve their operations. Consent orders required 2 third-party audits of their operations and air pollution controls to ensure proper design and ability to comply with their permit and the regulations. Third-party audits were completed in 2013 and 2015. They carried recommendations for improvements to their operations and air pollution controls, including an additional afterburner and bag houses, as well as the use of corrosion-resistant steel and fire-resistant Teflon bags in the bag houses. OSHA is exclusively responsible for worker protection inside the Gopher plant, while our Enabling Act, Chapter 84-466 of the laws of Florida, only authorizes, again, us to regulate the outside ambient air, which has seen a significant decrease in emission over the years. EPC operates 3 ambient air quality lead monitors near the plant, as well as the nearby Kenley Elementary School. All monitors are in compliance. Whole state and county meeting national ambient air quality standards. And while EPC does not regulate air inside the building, the air pollution permit issued by FDEP regulates the equipment inside the building, as well as the air pollution controls. Permits require immediate or prompt notification and reporting of Gopher to EPC of any abnormal events, malfunctions, equipment breakdowns, or failure to comply with any conditions of their permit. Any failures to notify or repair should be considered violations. EPC is continuing to evaluate these allegations in the articles and plan to complete follow-up inspections of the facility with the FDEP and EPA and/or independently in the near future, obviously. Finally, their elected officials have been very involved. On March 26th, Congresswoman Castor and Tampa Mayor Jane Castor requested an expedited review and inspection of Gopher's plant by the USPA for possible air, water, and waste violations. On March 31st, Representatives Kathy Castor and Charlie Chris requested the Department of Labor, OSHA, conduct an expedited review and inspection of Gopher's Tampa plant. On April 1st, Representatives Kathy Castor and Charlie Chris also requested the U.S. Department of Justice to open an investigation into the Gopher Tampa's plant. And finally, on April 5th, 2021, OSHA began inspection of Gopher's Tampa plant. And for members of the public that are watching, this facility is also known as EnviroFocus. And I think to members of the community, they know it as we do as EnviroFocus. So I want everyone to understand they're the same facility. So with that, Commissioner Sterling Woodard and I are here to answer questions. I know Doug Holt also has a presentation to give, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. And is Mr. Woodard there just to answer questions? No additional?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know if we, yes. I'm sorry?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Thank you. That's great. Thank you. And I don't know if I guess we would want to hear from Dr. Holt first, and then we could take questions and have board discussion after that. Okay, so, Dr. Holt?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This is Dr. Doug Holt, Florida Department of Health, Hillsborough County. Just briefly, our role in lead is anytime a lab is reported elevated, it gets reported to us, and we do an epidemiological investigation. We contact the individual, often a parent. We request an interview, it's voluntary, and we then look to find sources. Generally, it's either in the home or proximity to the home, but it can be associated with work or hobbies or others that involve lead contact that is then brought into the home. In this situation, what we are concerned about or would be engaged in would be if the community in proximity would be at risk, which means that the lead has contaminated the surrounding area, often via primarily air or soil through runoff. Ms. Doherty has mentioned that the air monitoring have not demonstrated that is happening, that there's lead being exhausted from the facility, and the proximity of surrounding areas in this industrial, I think the risk of soil or from runoff are extremely low. So we would be engaged with the community if we felt there was or risk of spread, and besides education, we in those situations could offer testing. We always encourage parents or others, particularly children, which is required, that they get routine tested, which is sort of the medical standard. And I'll also stop there and be available for questions.
Thank you. And did you have any further comments, Commissioner Myers, at this time?
No, we'll have board discussion and then just to direct staff according to the agenda item. That's all.
Thank you. And so I don't see any comments, but I have a couple questions. I just want to clarify. So it looks like this is under the purview, since it's no longer outdoor air quality in any way. And as Dr. Holt said, and I wasn't sure, it sounds like there isn't a role to play for actually our state health department as well, in terms of the workers that are in there and have been exposed. So I just wanted to ask, I think, Ms. Dougherty, that you said that the EPA began looking on April 1st?
Let me look at my notes here. The EPA has been requested. They have not, OSHA has gone in, but I believe EPA will be deployed there. I know EPA and Sterling could speak to this, have reached out to Sterling right away. We provided, all sorts of documentation up to them. They did talk about coming out and doing an inspection, but I'm not sure when that is. And typically, I'm not sure if they notify or just do a surprise inspection on the facility or how that works. And hopefully we'll do a joint inspection with DEP and EPA. But one clarification I did want to make for Dr. Holt is, Dr. Holt, this facility was open for many years externally, and Sterling could tell you when it was enclosed. But obviously, we have over $500,000 worth of enforcement penalties, cash penalties, and environmental controls. And that's because they have not always met their air quality standards, which they are meeting now. I'll let Sterling speak to that. Sterling, you're on mute. Sterling, you're on mute.
Yeah, one of the issues with the facility is that in 2008 is when they started enclosure of the plant. prior to that, it was a small, open-air type of furnace operation. It was enclosed on several sides, but the air would blow through the plant. And back in the 90s, there was a significant amount of soil contamination from runoff from the facility because it wasn't enclosed. So back in the 90s, both the health department and our agency did soil sampling, and there was millions of dollars of cleanup. So that's why when EnviroFocus or Gopher Resources came down and purchased the plant in 2006, and they decided to enclose the plant, we ended up seeing levels outside, significantly decrease. And what they then began was the cleanup of the soil around that facility. There used to be a trailer park, and one of the reasons why we had a lead monitor right at the border was to, make sure that we were protective of the trailer park, the people who live right next to the facility. Since that time, they've cleaned up the plant by enclosing it and venting all the emissions to these different control devices. And Gopher has since purchased pretty much all of the property around the plant and cleaned it up. So from an outside standpoint, the levels have significantly dropped in the air and as far as the soil contamination and possible potential for runoff. But it was enclosed in 2008, and they completed that around 2012. But like I said, with any new construction or new modification, there were problems, and the design of the plant had a significant number of problems. That's where the majority of the penalties and enforcement cases came from, because they had to fix some of the issues with the design. But the problems that have persisted on, they should have notified us about. We've taken a number of enforcement actions, but the bottom line is if someone is not notifying us and not following their permit, then that is definitely something that we'll be following up on, and we'll be working with the EPA and the DEP to try to get that done.
And I would just like to, the Tampa Bay Times did an amazing, compelling piece, and it was, I guess, co-funded by Frontline. And they really, they said they spent $500,000 in research and doctor's appointments and interviews. It was a really powerful, I think, story about this company in our local community. I felt when I read it that the jurisdiction would be federal under OSHNA and under the EPA, and I saw in the backup that we have a letter from Congresswoman Castor requesting all the appropriate federal inspections and review of what is going on at Gopher. I thought one of the most tragic elements of it was that they own two companies, one in Minnesota and one here. I think it's Minnesota or Wisconsin. I think Minnesota. And one here. And they basically did the same work, but the one in Minnesota was impeccably clean and had none of the apparent violations and issues that the internally that the plant had here, which is, I wonder, I can't imagine why, but there's a lot of tragedy in this story. So I hope that we quickly are able to remedy that situation and make whole for the people that have suffered at that work site and their families as well, that some of them brought it home to their families. And Commissioner Smith.
And thank you very much, Commissioner Myers, for bringing this here. It is not, may not be as much in our jurisdiction or even in the EPC jurisdiction, but it is something very important going on in our community, impacting our citizens and in the news media, and really important that we come to an understanding about the nature of the issue and the nature of who can and can't do what about it. So I appreciate that. I also appreciate very much the Times report on this, and it highlights the importance of real investigative journalism in our community on a whole host of things. And I hope we don't lose that completely ever. While Dr. Holt is here, you know, also, I grew up in Tampa. So did my mom, so did my grandmother, so did my great-grandparents, great-great-grandparents are buried there, and I never knew that we had this lead smelting plant going on with clouds of lead coating people in this kind of a factory in the middle of Tampa. I had no idea. So I think it is important that we are aware of what's going on. Dr. Holt, if you're still on the call, I heard you saying that when health professionals find elevated blood levels of lead, you all do get involved and try to find the source of that for adults as well as children?
That's correct, ma'am.
And because, I mean, as we're becoming aware, there were elevated levels of lead, not only in the workers' blood, but in their children's blood and their families who live with them. And yet the company, according to the Times report, is incentivizing the employees to take sometimes drastic measures to remove or lower the levels of lead in their blood. And so they're going to some really drastic measures to stay in line. They get bonuses if their levels are low. Dr. Holt, is there any way of getting into that and maybe even at least checking to see if they would agree to modernizing those policies so that you get accurate reporting and possibly regular blood level checks? Is there anything that can be done on that front to make sure that these people are at least made aware of the health impacts that they and their children are suffering?
Yes, ma'am. I think, my understanding, again, I'm not quite as close, but again, reading the article, as I understood it, is the employees are routinely tested, and I apologize for the echo. So that's part of that's part of the requirement to work there. And when we do investigate and we find an employee, we pretty much know where it came from. So we then would request or offer to test their families if they haven't been tested, and if they would like that. And it's really a case by case. Some people will want us involved, and then others not. So I believe the employees are routinely tested. That's why they are so incentivized to keep their levels down. And we have offered management to educate their workers on how to decontaminate or limit the risk to others. But in the past, that's not been something that they have felt was necessary or took advantage of.
Thank you.
Yes, and I believe Commissioner Smith they mentioned that in the article, that there was regular testing, and some people just still didn't know from the company doctor the import of the lead in their blood levels. But and Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
Thank you. This question is to Dr. Holt. Dr. Holt, is there any way possible we can rally the community to probably come to the Kinley Park to be tested to see if they have the lead poisoning in their bodies? I think it's very important with the possibility maybe water contamination in the area, as well as being able to inform the citizens that are living around in that community to come to Kinley Park and be tested by the health department.
Well, if there was a community-based testing like this, I think we'd have to be clear that it would not, and everything I've heard, would not link back to the facility. But testing routinely is for children is a standard of practice. So, we wouldn't do it as a response to a threat to the community based on what I've heard. And we would cooperate with anyone who would want to be tested. But, a mass testing site, which we did in 2004 or so, wouldn't be indicated just based on what I've heard so far.
And let's see, I have Commissioner Cohen. You're recognized.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Commissioner Myers, for bringing this up. I can't help but sit here and connect this to the next item that we're going to take up at 1:45, which is the emergency down at Piney Point. And even though they would seem to be unrelated to one another, in fact, both of these things are legacies of policies that have really forsaken public health for corporate profit or something else, I don't know what, over the course of many years. And the potential to people's health, particularly people of color and people who have less means, is really significant. And, when you take this and you marry it with what we're about to hear about in terms of the photogypsum stacks and the contaminated water, you recognize that there is a huge public health crisis looming out there. And I think that it really is important for us to put these things together and to make a concerted effort to ask for both state and federal action to help clean some of these things up, because we are not going to have the money or the means to do the remediation that's going to be necessary given the size of some of these problems. And, it's just been a real wake-up call, I think, between these two stories. I hope that we're not in for anything else out of left field. But really, you're talking about the health and safety of thousands of people with both of these situations. And, at some point, they're going to have to be cleaned up, and somebody's going to have to pay for it. And it's going to fall to us if we don't find some solutions higher up the federal or state food chain.
And with that, I think, Commissioner Myers, you made a motion to direct staff to, I'm sorry.
Chair, this is Commissioner
Oh, I'm
Overman.
sorry.
I've had my hand raised for the entire questioning period. May I
Oh,
speak,
okay.
please?
Sorry about that.
I know it's easy to lose track because I'm remote, and I appreciate it. Thank you, Commissioner Myers, for bringing this forward. And thank you, Commissioner Cohen, for pointing out something that I was actually going to comment in this particular case. Given the history of this company that chose to answer the question of the pollution that it was creating, the environmental hazard and the health hazard that it was creating, it's really fascinating that we're talking about this in the week that we declare as Public Health Week. But with that in mind, I think it's critically important that this company's response to our EPC's actions, which said, hi, you're violating safety and environmentally, and you have to respond to that, back in 2008. And they took some 4 years to close up the plant. And all they did is bring all of that environmental hazard, behind closed doors. They're a bad player. And whether it's our jurisdiction or not, when we have a bad player in Hillsborough County that is clearly violating the rules, And while they may have spent a great deal to fix the problem they created, it doesn't change the fact that they were basically disregarding public health and safety in our community. Now, because it wasn't really our jurisdiction, it was either state or federal jurisdiction, we now have employees and their children possibly bringing home lead in their clothing and a variety of other things that may have contaminated family members that are now feeling the pain of the silos that we have when it comes to regulation for safety for our citizens. So while I'm proud of the fact that we've gotten our level of protection addressed and caused the company to take action, it is highly unfortunate that then concentrated it behind a closed door that put employees additionally at risk. This, as Commissioner Kemp mentioned, is a company that somehow has been able to operate safely in another state, but in Florida, they've chosen to disregard safety and the rights and the protection and the health of our citizens. And I don't find that acceptable. So I would love to continue this conversation, especially as we do move on to the next item. When we silo regulations that require our ability to protect our citizens, our environment, and our communities, we have to be, I think, more proactive possibly in being able to bring those that have jurisdiction to the table as quickly as we possibly can in order to make sure that citizens have a feeling of safety, that where government's role is to protect them, that we have the opportunity to do that well. And I think we have done it well as far as the things that we have responsibility for. And I think we can, in fact, actually work either closer with the state or the federal to have them respond appropriately for our citizens. I mean, this didn't happen yesterday. This has been happening for, decades now. And so I look forward to seeing where we go with this, but I believe it is critically important that we, whether it's a policy or otherwise, that when we have a player in our community, when we have a business owner in our community that is creating a significant risk that crosses several jurisdictions, that we find a way to coordinate those responsibilities to ensure that our citizens are and their health are maintained in a safe manner, especially anyone doing business inside of Hillsborough County. I'll stop there. Thank you.
And Commissioner Myers, you had a motion?
Yes. And I'd just like to say that Gopher Industry is located in District 3.
I think your mic is off.
Sorry. Gopher Industry is located in District 3.
Mm-hmm.
And to bring this is not to me because it's in District 3, but most importantly, it is in Hillsborough County.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we have to be concerned about this whole process. So at this time, I would direct staff, the county attorney's office, what's everything that is here on the agenda. Okay, I'm having a hard time, so bear with me. Environment Protection Commission to request an expedited review and inspection by the Florida Department of Health and the Federal Occupational Safety and Health Administration of Gopher resources with the lead smelting plant in Tampa. So if you all can bring a report back to this board after you've found out the information, not meaning that it's going to be next board meetings, but when we have some concrete information that we can bring back to this board of what's really going on with that.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Myers, seconded by Commissioner Smith, and seeing no further discussion, can we have a roll call vote?
Kemp,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan, Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. And Ms. Wise.
Thank you. And our next item, item E2, while we have Janet here, from EPC, and we also have Tim Dudley to speak about the Piney Point Reservoir leak.
Ms. Dougherty, you're recognized.
Thank you, Commissioners. And I did want to say I saw Mayor Kreisman on earlier. I assume he signed in at 1:45 that he might be here to have discussions about Piney Point. But if I see him again, I'll certainly.
He's actually on for the item after this.
Okay, all right. So I jumped the gun. Maybe he's not on for this item. I do want to say that the chair of our EPC board did request for us to give updates at our April 15th meeting, not only for the Gopher Industries, which we just heard, but also for Piney Point. I have about 5 minutes worth of remarks. I'm happy to go first unless Mr. Dudley would like to go first.
Ladies first.
Thank you, Mr. Dudley. And I appreciate the invite the other day to go out and see the sampling and see the bay, but unfortunately I wasn't able to do that, but our staff was out there at the time. But thank you again for the coordination of that. So board members, we're here today to discuss Piney Point. Again, for members of the public, I think it's important that I just spend a moment or two discussing the issue at hand. There's been news stories both federally, locally, NBC Nightly News, CNN. The information that I have is factual information provided through the FDEP and other sources. Piney Point is a fossil gypsum stack. It is part of a closed and inactive phosphate facility in Manatee County, containing processed wastewater in on-site lined ponds. It is owned and operated by HRK Holdings, LLC. The state FDEP is the primary agency with jurisdiction over its regulation. EPC has no authority or jurisdiction over this site in Manatee County. 2 weeks ago, site staff discovered concentrated leak or seepage of wastewater at the eastern side of the south containment wall with gradual increased volume indicating a critical condition. The condition creates a risk of pressurizing the buried drain system at the site and potentially causing system instability. That would result in an uncontrolled failure, collapse, and discharge off-site. According to Piney Point staff and their engineers, again, HRKs, the likely cause of the breach and wastewater leakage was a result of a tear or rupture in the pond liner on the top of the south gypsum stack. The lined compartment size is approximately 70 acres with 25 feet deep, containing about 480 million gallons as a mixture of seawater, stormwater, and remnant process water from the historical fertilizer manufacturing operations that were at this site. To avert a collapse on March 29, 2021, the FDEP issued an emergency final order to HRK allowing the controlled release of wastewater to lower the level of the holding pond to relieve the system of pressure and avoid a catastrophic failure of the gyp stack. The FDEP stated that this action is necessary to prevent loss of life, personal injury, or severe property damage. A few days later, HRK and their engineers reported that a section of the stack had shifted or moved laterally approximately 10 feet, further indicating imminent critical condition triggering an evacuation notice by the Manatee County officials. The wastewater discharge volume to Port Manatee has increased from initially 15 million gallons to about 33 million gallons daily. Now the pond or compartment in question, because there's more than one pond out there, has 290 million gallons of wastewater remaining as of last night. So originally 480 million, now we're down to 290 million. The average of daily discharge at 33 million gallons approximately so far has discharged 170 million gallons off-site. Obviously sending it to Port Tampa Bay and then onward to the Tampa Bay. The state FDEP has formed a technical working group, including U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, the U.S. EPA, the Water Management District engineers and geologists, Florida Division of Emergency Management, Ardeman and Associate Consultants, along with FDEP engineers and scientists to consult and assist in dealing with technical issues on site. And I'd like to let you know that the secretary reached out to us last week. We met with him in person, Sam El-Rabi, our water director, and myself, and we have daily meetings. We have every day with the FDEP to discuss this site. On April 3rd, the governor issued the executive order declaring a state of emergency covering Manatee, Hillsborough, and Pinellas counties due to the proximity to this site. Based on yesterday's updated inundation model, which I'm sure this is what Mr. Dudley will discuss, by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, there was a tidal wave that they were predicting, but as the water has decreased, the inundation maps have decreased as well. But as of that time, the wave is not likely given the volume of water that's been removed from the stack. Thus, the state of emergency was lifted, and the evacuation order was rescinded. Road closure was lifted, and that is a benefit. Monitoring. Monitoring the discharge has been ongoing from day one. EPC, as everyone knows, has 15 years of continuous monitoring, not only water monitoring, but benthic monitoring. We have baselines. But we have been involved with other agencies. So currently, right now, FDEP, EPC, Manatee County, Pinellas County, the Tampa Estuary Program, along with HRK, are all monitoring water quality. We currently are working with state and local partners, as I said, to continue this effort. Commissioner White serves as our Tampa Bay Estuary Policy Board member, and Tom Ash, our EPC staff, is on the Nitrogen Management Consortium as well for the Estuary Program. The Estuary Program, Commissioner White has been working with us from the moment this was discovered on meetings. They were at that meeting with the Secretary of the FDP, and they're coordinating and synthesizing water quality, benthic, seagrass, and fisheries monitoring data. They are also in consultation with the University of South Florida to model forecasted plume trajectory from Piney Point discharge. I mean, everybody knows that Cockroach Bay sits right on the line here, which is just an amazing fishery and environmental jewel of this county. The primary pollutants of concern for this discharge are the nutrients, phosphorus, and nitrogen, which may stimulate and trigger an algal bloom response and cause adverse effects, as again, on seagrass, fish, and wildlife. The monitoring of the affected area is going to be long-term to gauge the impacts of discharge incident, which may take some time before all the aspects are known. And finally, EPC's specific response. As I said, we're meeting with the secretary. We met with him originally. We meet with his staff daily through video conference. We have deployed our water monitoring staff. They were out yesterday collecting water samples. Today they're collecting benthic. And then we're trying to coordinate with Pinellas and everybody, Manatee, estuary programs, so we're not all duplicating our efforts, so we even have a broader reach. EPC has been fielding citizen and media inquiries and also coordinating with the FDP. The incident's ongoing and unfolding. We'll continue to monitor the state status and events daily. All of you can call me at any time. You have my cell phone numbers, but if something critical happens, obviously I will inform you and the chair as well. As the critical stage and crisis is brought under control, the state at all levels is looking for a permanent, long-term solution to the Piney Point site. But now we have to deal with the crisis at hand. And we will have an update for you at our April 15th meeting. And finally, for members of the public and for this commission as well, the FDP has a site and they post the water quality data there as well as their efforts on Piney Point, and you can go there. The site is called protectingfloridatogether.gov/Piney Point. So if people are looking for the most up-to-date data, they can go there and access it. And with that, Sam El-Rabi and myself are here to answer questions after Mr. Dudley's presentation.
Thank you. And Mr. Dudley?
Good afternoon, Ms. Dougherty. What a thorough update. She has hit all the highlights of current operations with the evacuation being rescinded and what the current threat level is for Hillsborough County based on the engineer's mapping. Just a few things I would add during operations here in Hillsborough County out of the Emergency Operations Center. We did deploy a Earl Brown, who represented Hillsborough County as a liaison at the Manatee County EOC with eyes on the ground, boots on the ground. And Hillsborough County Fire Rescue, Fire Station 17, and Task Force 3 urban search and rescue teams were placed on standby and ready to respond. Also like to thank the Sheriff's Office. They provided security and traffic control during road closures, and shelter teams identified potential shelters for activation if that was required at that particular time. And just as Ms. Dougherty stated, even though there's no immediate threat at this time, we will continue to monitor the bay for environmental impacts and take part in any follow-on meetings and planning efforts to respond to long-term impacts of this event. I'll stop there.
Thank you. And I see we do have a couple commissioners with questions or comments. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Wise, I was initially going to put you in the hot seat and ask you, in your opinion, who's to blame here. But the more I think about it, though, in a situation like this, assigning blame can be complex. So my thoughts are simple, and I have just two overarching issues here that I want to touch on. Ms. Beck, I'm going to ask you to stand ready and be on standby to prepare for any legal recourse that might be necessary here. As we all know, this is an area that is right at the Hillsborough, Manatee County line. It's already been pointed out that the Cockroach Bay Aquatic Preserve is right there. Our very own Rock Ponds ecosystem is there. And some of our viewers may not be aware that the Hillsborough County boundary then runs through the center span of the Skyway Bridge to Egmont Key. So you're talking about really an area where Hillsborough, Manatee, and Pinellas all come together. So although the disaster or emergency situation has physically taken place in Manatee County, as the governor's emergency order would indicate, there are several counties here that can potentially be impacted. And this is not only an environmental disaster, but there will potentially be an economic impact here. So staff should engage recreational fishing guides, the commercial fishing industry, as well as other ecotourism stakeholders. And I want to remind everyone that this is a group that has just experienced an onslaught of recent adverse events, starting with the red tide events that happened before COVID, and then COVID hit. So if you're looking at someone like a fishing guide, not only were people losing jobs and maybe couldn't afford to hire a guide, but those that maybe could, would have been perhaps skittish or nervous, about social distancing and being on a boat with a guide. And now this, something that is just a tragic, and as far as I'm concerned, preventable disaster. And to the extent that the livelihoods of the groups that I mentioned would be impacted, someone should be held responsible for that, up to and including financial compensation for those that have been adversely impacted. I'm for real here. I think this board is for real. I see that there are several people in the queue ready to speak, but Ms. Beck, I'm going to just ask you to be on standby if this needs to play out in any sort of a legal setting. And Ms. Wise, I would encourage you to reach out specifically to the recreational fishing guide community, commercial fishing community, and I can think of some other ecotourism-driven industries as well, and we can certainly help to connect you with some of those folks if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll recognize Commissioner Cohen.
Well, I certainly agree with everything that you just said, and I want to add on to it and then ask a question of Ms. Doherty. Over the course of the weekend, as this was unfolding, Commissioner Smith and I were also getting emails from Tampa Bay Water, who were not panicking in terms of the threat to the water supply, but they did point out that it might cause them, this incident, to have to close the desalination plant. And, you know, when I think back to those projections that we were looking at just a few weeks ago when we were going over all the water problems that we're attempting to solve over an 8-year to 10-year period in South County, it's all very tight. It's all very dependent on every morsel of water that we're depending on being available to us. And even if 5 or 10% of our water is coming from the desalination plant, if this somehow compromises that, that entire plan, I think, gets thrown into some chaos. And in addition to whatever damages might exist from what Commissioner White was talking about, our ratepayers may have a price to pay for this disaster, even if it is just a temporary shutdown of that plant. So that's one point. And then the second thing is really a question I wanted to ask, and I think Ms. Doherty is probably the one to answer it. There's been a lot of reports, a lot of back and forth, but what is your sense of the actual quality of the water that's been discharged into the bay? And based on the tests that you've seen, what is your initial thought related to how much environmental damage has come just from this release? And how confident are you that the other 2 ponds on the site, which apparently are much more polluted than the one that's leaking, are not going to also start to give way at some point? And that was a question.
And
Oh,
Ms.
I'm sorry.
Dougherty?
Thank you. I needed to unmute.
She's thinking.
Sorry about that.
Sorry, I was talking, but I was muted. And I may let Sam jump in at the tail end of this question. This processed water that's being released from the 70-acre pond, as far as a scenario of processed water, it's probably one of the best scenarios. No scenario is a good scenario for any controlled release at all of any processed water that is untreated and does not meet surface water quality. However, this processed water was almost neutral in pH, 5 or 5.5, lower in phosphorus and nitrogen than most processed water would be, and mixed with seawater, and it was older processed water. So over time, some of those components and constituents have volatilized out of the water. How confident do I feel about the other 2 stacks? Well, the other 2 stacks, there is more phosphorus, there is more nitrogen, there is more ammonia, and the pH is more towards the acidic side of things. That is what the FDP is wrestling with. I know that even Mosaic has offered to help this company that is in bankruptcy, that is my understanding, to have a long-term solution. Normally what you do is you have a large holding pond, you treat it with lime and caustic soda to reduce the pH, you utilize aeration, and you try and get that water to meet surface water discharges before discharging the water. Sam met with his group yesterday. They have been out looking at the bay. Commissioner White, they are in touch with the fishermen. The fishermen were at our meeting with the secretary, and they are working with the estuary program as well. So there's all these eyes on the bay. But Sam's group actually looked at the water quality yesterday in the bay. Sam, can you elaborate?
Yes, Commissioners, this is Sam El-Rabi, EPC staff. We have deployed staff to go out there and sample to the north of the discharge, around the discharge area, Port Manatee, and all the way south to Bishop Harbor and the Skyway Bridge. What we've noticed, along with other agencies have noticed, the field parameters are near normal. We did not detect any changes in the field parameters we've tested for: acidity, pH, oxygen, clarity of the water, no dead fish, no floating grass. Things seem to be normal. But Janet alluded, the quality of this processed water being discharged is buffered. It is diluted by seawater, rainwater, and has some remnants of the old processed water at the facility. So if you want to have a best case scenario of one of the 3 ponds being released, you pick this one. It's not a good scenario. I won't drink it. It's bad water, but in comparison, it's much better quality to be discharged. Here, the primary parameters of concern are the nutrients, and this is a long-term concern. This is not acute issue. Acute being you would see an immediate response of dead fish, brown grasses, and everything else. This is a long-term issue. That nutrient load, it will enrich the water, it will cook for a while, weeks and months, and then will trigger an algae bloom. Algae bloom will prevent sunlight coming down, and you have issue with the flats, the grasses down there, and then that would impact the fisheries and the wildlife. So it's a cycle, but it's not immediate. It's going to be a while. The parameters that I'm talking about in the field are good, but the ones we brought back to the lab today, in terms of nutrients, that those results will not be out immediately. It's going to be some time, but there will be some kind of a long-term impact coming down. How intense, we don't know. Like Janet mentioned, we're working with USF and everybody else down there to try to divvy up the pie so we don't be tripping over each other and duplicate what we do. We're going to be doing this for months and years to come, long after this thing is subsided and not in the news. So it's going to be a while before we gauge the impact of this. And of course, you have to bear in mind that this discharge is not going into a lake or a pond, it's going into the bay. And the dispersion modeling at USF will look into various variables. You know, it depends on wind, on currents in that area. It depends on tides. It depends on flushing and recirculation of that portion of the bay. The good news, the discharge is close to the deep shipping channel. And if that goes out in the southern portion of the bay, it's not landlocked like, you know, upper Tampa Bay. So circulation and dispersion is a little bit better in that neck of the woods. But there are many variables, and it's pretty difficult at this point, since we're still in the middle of it, to quantify, you know, those impacts. But that's what the scientists will be doing for some time to come.
And Commissioner Cowan, I would like to add, you know, you ask about the other ponds. They have very limited freeboard. They are discharging approximately 150,000 gallons a day to Port Manatee or to the sanitary sewer system. And then they have some spray technology. We have hurricane season coming up, and with the lack of freeboard, that can be an issue. These are something that can't be resolved in days or weeks. These are things that take months. They are looking to build some containment for treatment. They're looking at the option of perhaps barging it to another deep well injection site. They are looking at deep well injection. I understand Manatee County approved that, but we're talking about something that takes years to permit. And the immediate need is to remove processed water from ponds that don't have perhaps enough freeboard. So they are looking at new and innovative technologies from several companies, but I think in the long term, they will look at building ponds as well to treat the water in case they need to do a controlled discharge, so that in an emergency, the parameters are meet or are close to meeting surface water standards. So.
Thank you. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. And thank you both for your, all three of you, for in-depth analysis. It's very helpful for us to understand, because it's kind of complicated stuff. A lot of language that we're not used to. But that being said, what I do know is that we've been in relatively dry season, and we're about to go into rainy season. So while we may have had the best scenario that Mr. El-Rabi has mentioned as a blessing to have the impact not be as dire as it initially sounds, that will not be the case in a few months. So I am very concerned about, Commissioner White's point is, man, this is an old retired site that's been, ignored for, decades apparently, and not maintained, not kept to the standards of the current regulations for active sites that, for example, Mosaic does in Hillsborough County. Manatee has not chosen to do the deep well injections in the past. And if that's the way that we address this to avoid destroying Tampa Bay, that obviously is a course of action that needs to be taken. But as you have indicated, permitting and all those things take time. But my biggest concern is in alignment with Commissioner White's in that, Florida is Florida because Florida is gorgeous and we're about to make it a mess. So the environmental impact to the bay, we've worked so hard and spend so much energy monitoring the bay for health and doing things to make it healthy. What is the largest risk of these kinds of for pouring the stuff in the bay? There's a proper term for it, but I can't think of it right now. Of releases into the bay versus trucking it to other possibly retired sites or other sites that may not have as much of a risk of polluting the bay if they're in less populated areas possibly. I just don't know if that's something that they're also looking at. Are there other retired sites that actually have been emptied that may be able to take on some of this discharge without, in fact, further destroying a bay that we've worked so hard to clean up? I don't know who has the technology to answer that question, but I think it needs to be answered.
Commissioner, let me take that on. This is an ongoing problem as we speak. We're not out of it yet. But my understanding from the DEP secretary, which Janet and I met with, and we're on daily consultation, they will discharge enough to where they could find the tear, rupture, or the unzipped liner, if you will, on top of the stack, where that seepage came into the stack and triggered this blowout. Once that's found and repaired, well, before repairing, probably they will plug that hole, they will grout and do whatever it takes with their consultants to remedy underneath, and then we'll repair it and test it. That pond now is, probably 250 million gallons of water less than what it used to be. And in a few days, I don't know how long they're going to be going to discharge, but we may have 350 million gallons of available storage once that is brought back online. So that will be a big relief during the hurricane season. You need empty bowls of soup, if you will, to put soup in. So the discharge will help that once that is repaired. But as we speak, the secretary, the DEP, and everybody on their consultant team, I heard yesterday, they're looking for options. It looks to me like there will be no one single option to take care of the processed water on site and close the site. They're looking at several options. One of them is discharge to some of that to Manatee County Utilities. Some of them is evaporation. Some of it is treat and discharge to water quality standards. Some may go down into deep injection well, because we're talking about hundreds of millions of gallons. We're not talking about small volume. So one solution may not be, just speaking historically, one solution may not just get this problem licked. Barging to another state, I heard it's one option being discussed. So as we speak, your question is pretty pertinent and important. They are discussing those options you're talking about. And what would it take to fan out these volumes into these various options at the end of the day when they set their mind on it, and how long it would take to close the site and once and for all. I was there when the governor said Money is not an issue. They're going to put all the funds they need to get this problem solved. As you very well know, state senators and representatives in Tallahassee are meeting specifically on this issue, and they're trying to appropriate funds, as I understand it. So there is pretty involved and attention being paid to it at all levels so they can get this done. So we're speaking from the middle of the mud pool. We're not out of it yet, so the picture is not totally clear. But there's certainly all the wheels are spinning.
Well, that's why the injection well issue is a concern, because we live on Swiss cheese. So, you know, putting it out of sight might sound great, but putting it in, you know, underground where we have a Swiss cheese architecture underneath is disconcerting to me personally. But, you know, I would like to see all the options explored, but I also want to make sure we're not just pushing the problem down the road.
I think we're not going to be solving the issue here today, but this is an ongoing and a big discussion, and it will go on, and we'll learn a lot about it as it moves on. But I'm going to let Commissioner Smith have the last statement here.
Thank you. I live on the Cockroach Bay Aquatic Reserve, and I have spent decades working on its protection and preservation. I have worked on volunteer efforts at Bishop Harbor and Terrace as well, and kayak those areas, and it is breaking my heart to hear, you know, even with everything I've read and becoming numb to it, when I hear Ms. Doherty say they've discharged 170 million gallons to date so far. I feel that viscerally because I've grown up here and I've seen time and time again these phosphate stacks spill into the Alafaya River, into our bay, into Piney Point a couple of times before. And, you know, we can hope for the best here, but with the phosphate and nitrogen in these amounts, Ed Sherwood, director of the Tampa Bay Estuary Program, said the first 100 million gallons dumped was like dumping 50,000 bags of fertilizer into the bay all at once. And so, you know, I'm praying for the best, I'm hoping for the best, but I have seen the Alafaya River after phosphate dumps full of dead fish, wall to wall, belly up, and stinking for a long time. And I've seen red tides in the bay and algae blooms. The last Piney Point spill left an awful green muck of algae bloom there. And, you know, that has serious impacts, as Commissioner White said, economically on the people who make their living, like our late friend Gus Munich, and his successors are out there right now crabbing in the bay, and he raised a family on that. And I have other fishermen friends, commercial fishermen and fishing guides who are throwing up their hands, wondering how this will impact the way they feed their families and make their living. And that's not the worst impacts that this disaster just barely averted. As Commissioner Cohen said, we were close to having to shut off the desal plant. And, you know, the real catastrophic failure of those walls, the reason we evacuated the area is that it could have taken out hundreds of people's homes, chunks of Highway 41, pipelines underneath there carrying natural gas to half of the state of Florida. We could have had Houston on our hands. And so I think we've had a wake-up call. And this sort of regional environmental risks involved and whatever the impacts are, I definitely support Commissioner White, and I know you all do too, in his remarks about making sure that we take any legal action necessary to make people whole and pay for those impacts. But after this, the solutions for Piney Point, I believe, by the way, that the Manatee County Commission already voted to begin working on injecting the water out of here, cleaning it first, but injecting it. We do have new technology coming online of companies that can clean this water much more cheaply than the money that we have to spend now to fix this this problem and the long-term effects of living with these discharges into the bay. And so, after whoever does whatever for Piney Point, we really need to now, while we have the time, look at the other gyp stacks that we have in this county, in Gibsonton and elsewhere in the county on the upper mining area. And I know that Mosaic uses more modern technology and they have more protections in place, but I think our next step is to have maybe a report maybe at EPC about or here, whichever the preference is, but soon to begin looking at the other gyp stacks in our county and what can be done, what is being done, what can be done to prevent any more of these heartbreaking, devastating environmental and economic disasters. So, I think that we can, if we are motivated, move forward with solutions. It might be a good time too to bring back something that's been near to my heart for a long time, and look at it. A piece of the solution may be talking back about fertilizer regulations in our protecting our bay from those very same chemicals. So I hope we can find solutions in the future and become motivated by this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It sounds like, as we all know, and I think we're all in mourning, and the fear of the 20-foot wave is off. I actually was taken aback that the prison wasn't evacuated fully during this threat, but that's even another aspect of this. And I think with that, I think this will be an ongoing and large topic, and we'll be hearing and talking more about it. So with that, I think Ms. Wise will be moving to the next item.
Yes, if we could. Item B8, we do have Mayor Kreisman on the line.
Yes.
And this is to, you had asked us to bring back an agreement with HMS Ferries and South Swell Ferries for the intercity ferry service. So Tom Fass is here, and as I mentioned, Mayor Kreisman is on the line as well.
Right, and so I know Mayor Kreisman's under time constraint, and we have our ferry service that we've had for 4 years now, an offshoot actually of the original plan to go between South County and McDill, where we were operating a service for 6 months a year, November through April, between St. Petersburg and Tampa, and it has been an incredible success. And the person who first undertook that, it was actually the original work was done here, but Mayor Kreisman agreed that he would undertake that. He is looking for that legacy and that service that has served so many people to continue. And I just want to ask Mayor Kreisman, thank you for waiting for so long, but I know you're handing the project to Hillsborough County with hopes, because it's been such a great service.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. It's a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. I'll say I've enjoyed the discussions that have gone on before this meeting, but I first want to say thank you because I think what we've seen with the Cross Bay Ferry has been really a prime example of what happens when the private sector, the public sector partner, and when you have collaboration amongst different government entities. You know, good things happen. When you bring Pinellas and Hillsborough together and St. Petersburg and Tampa together, there is nothing that can stop us when we are all working collaboratively and together as one region. And I think this project has been a fantastic example of that collaboration and how good things happen when we do work together. So I want to thank you for that. The ferry, as you were saying, Madam Chair, has been incredibly successful. I think the year that we had last year leading up to the pandemic, we were on our way to setting a record for ridership numbers. The public every year that the ferry has been in service, ridership has grown each and every year. The positive response we've gotten from riders and from the community has just increased each and every year. And so that really brings us to where we are right now, which is we've got a contract that is getting ready to end. The city of St. Petersburg was prepared, at least for this next year, to potentially move forward with trying to bring it back again. But quite frankly, you know, my big concern is I term out this year in January, a new mayor comes in. And my hope has always been that the seasonal service would continue and eventually it would morph into a permanent service with multiple boats that serve all of the Tampa Bay area. And that's why I'm really excited about B8 and B7, quite frankly. I think B8 is that commitment to continuing the seasonal service. And I certainly want to applaud you all for being willing to pick up the reins at this point in time to move this forward and continue the seasonal service. So we keep the momentum going until we reach that point where we're ready for a full service, full-time 24 or 7 days a week with multiple boat service. This step needs to happen. And so I encourage you all to be supportive of this. I know the residents in my city and this county and across the Bay all are hoping that this service continues and would like to see it continue. And certainly I'll look forward to taking a look at an interlocal agreement that I can bring to my council for passage so that seasonal service continues next year. And I certainly want to encourage you all related to B7 also to look long-term, because we're communities surrounded by water, and to not use water as a transit option I think is short-sighted. It's good for quality of life. It's good for economic development. It's good for getting us out of our cars and helping to reduce our CO2 emissions. There's just so many reasons why it makes sense. So want to applaud you all on your efforts, your partnership, and encourage support of B7 and B8.
Thank you so much, Mayor Kreisman, and thank you for standing by. Those were the Piney Point that we were discussing is obviously one of our regional problems together, and this is a regional solution. That's really just a wonderful thing for all of us. I think Mayor Kreisman spoke to both B8 and or B7 and B8, and I think we should go back and just with his comments. And I wanted to make sure we got his comments on before he wasn't there. But start with B7.
All right, Commissioner. Good afternoon, Tom Fast, Assistant County Administrator. Item B7 requests approval of the 11th modification to the Tampa Bay Passenger Ferry Interim Public-Private Partnership Agreement between Hillsborough County, HMS Ferries, and South Swell Development Group. The purpose is for reinstating and extending the term of the interim agreement from August 15, 2019 to September 2nd, 2021, so staff can bring back to the board a comprehensive report on the project, as well as the terms and conditions of a second interim agreement for subsequent consideration by the board. We'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great. I will, looking at comments here, Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First question, we have B7 and B8. What order are we going to vote on the two in?
B7.
Okay,
first.
B7 first. Okay, so starting with B7, I'm going to support that. I think it's a wise decision to spend the $100,000 for the analysis and due diligence to get more data in front of this board. For B8, just a clarification question for Ms. Wise. The proposal for B8 will remain such that Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, City of St. Petersburg, City of Tampa all pay an equal share. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And we will certainly ask FDOT if they would like to participate again. If they do, then it'll be the 5.
Okay, right. I forgot about FDOT. Thank you. On B8, I'm going to vote against it. It has absolutely nothing to do with the merits of the ferry service itself. I voted against this from the very beginning because I believe strongly that it's the residents of the City of Tampa and City of St. Petersburg that benefit from this the most. And I personally believe, as a matter of philosophy, that the two cities should have more skin in the game than the two counties. So just on those philosophical grounds, I'm going to vote against B8, but it has absolutely nothing to do with the merits of the service itself.
And Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
I'm a little confused. Is B8 is the cross
The
bay?
intercity.
Between just Tampa, St.
And St. Pete, B8.
The one we've been doing this whole time that's so popular. Okay. Are we speaking to both of them?
I think we could just speak to a B7 at this time
Okay. So B7 then is the expanded service that would include South County, a South County terminal and commuter service, as well as boats going from South County to Tampa to St. Pete, and taking people in weekends and night service across the bay in a much bigger service. I would like to start by thanking all the citizens who have written in with their comments on expanded ferry service. We have received about 420 emails expressing support, and each of those was carefully written from different perspectives. We heard a lot from citizens in South County about how they are suffering from the traffic that this county keeps adding to their roads with every new development approved, and they understand that this ferry project would take thousands of cars off the road during rush hour. They also are excited about the thought of getting a transit option for South County citizens in an enjoyable way to get to Tampa and St. Pete on nights and weekends instead of driving all around the bay. I have been an enthusiastic supporter of the ferry for eons, from its very first public meetings. Just to be clear about where we are today in this process, it was in January 21, that the board voted to direct staff and the county attorney's office to prepare the appropriate documentation to reinstate the Tampa Bay Passenger Ferry interim agreement and develop the terms and conditions of this second interim agreement. And so now staff has determined that they need a report to clarify some points in order for them to carry out that board direction that we all voted for at the end of January. To me, it's just a no-brainer. We already decided we'd move this way, and staff needs a little report step to do that. So do we have a motion to approve this yet? I'll make the motion to approve, and I'll make a motion to approve, and look forward to someday traveling by ferry across Tampa Bay. Thank you.
Second.
Is that for B8 or B7?
7 we're doing first.
Okay, B7.
Okay.
A second.
And Commissioner Myers, you're recognized.
I can't hear her.
Thank you. Have a couple of questions. For the ferry, where would the ferry boat dock would be in Hillsborough County? Because we don't have a boat dock. Particularly, we're picking up South County on the ferry as a new. Okay. Wait, B7 is the 11th modification. Okay.
B7 is, yeah.
Okay, I'm not against the ferry. I've always supported the ferry. But on this particular, I think we need a new contract agreement, to start with a new agreement. And I raised my concern with County Attorney Beck on yesterday, which is nothing illegal about it, but we have almost a 2-year agreement. In my 25 years of working here, the Board of County Commissioners, previous board, you would have one modification that you can come back with for the extension if the contract had expired. But in a situation like this where we have almost 2 years where the contract has been just set aside and we're asking to come back now on a 2-year, almost a 2-year, looking at 2019 to right now, which we reinstated, okay? But for a new agreement to come back, because this was an unsolicited proposal coming in, so we still can work with the same HMS, but instead of going to the 12th modification, just have the staff to bring us back a new contract. The second thing is to identify where the funding is going to come from. Because in every meeting that we've all been in, we don't have the funding, okay? And I know with the surtax not being passed, we were dependent on that to fund this project, and now we go to 2023 on the surtax. I would like to see where we can wait till we have the money, the funding for this particular project, and can fund the project. It's a good project and all, but we keep saying we don't have the funding. And I would not want to mislead the public thinking that we're going to have the funding, knowing that all the other county projects that we have at hand right now today.
Okay, and so you asked a question about, I think, the South County dock, for one. And I just, at this time, I know that there's, just like to have Mr. Fass or Hordell, because that has been something that's been previously and reiterated, that we have an offer from Mosaic for prime spot to have the South County dock. But did you want to speak to that, Mr. Fass, Mr. Hordell?
Madam Chair, I guess I can speak real quick just to make sure for clarification purposes. Agenda item B8, intercity ferry service would actually operate between the city of Tampa and St. Petersburg. The South County dock location at the proposed Mosaic site, which they have offered to the county, would be the dock service that would be going from South County to MacDill Air Force Base. So the Mosaic site would be associated with the 11th modification of the interim agreement, and in no way at this point in time is associated with the intercity ferry service.
Right, and we're speaking to B7, and just to, which is the whole, it's B7, it's not the intercity. These are getting confused, but as to the first agreement, we have $100,000 for this study, and I just want to clarify with Ms. Wise, because we most definitely have identified those resources to continue so that we can, this is money to move forward so that we can get this shovel ready.
So this report is going to give us a lot of information. It is going to provide some of the information that we're going to need for the next decision-making that you will be undertaking. And so this is for Kimberly Horn to do that analysis and update us accordingly.
And there's the resources there to do that have been identified.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. And let's see, Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to support B7 because I feel this project is a house of cards and we're throwing good money after bad. However, I am hopeful that the study reflects the financial albatross and minimal ridership that exists with this project.
Okay. And Commissioner Cohen, you're recognized.
Yeah, I want to just ask if the report is going to answer Commissioner Meyer's questions, because my understanding is what the report should give us is a real true blueprint of exactly what this is going to cost and who's going to pay for what. And I know that's been where there have been some questions, and you know, my question has always been that I would like some clarity on what McDill's actual position is on all this, and I know that that's something that we are going to endeavor to get out of this report. Is Commissioner Meyer's question related to actual cost and funding sources going to be answered by undertaking this review?
Either Greg or Tom, would you like to answer that?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Administrator. Excuse me. Board members, the study will be as comprehensive as we can make it. And yes, that is the intent, to provide good, solid, actionable information for you to make a decision about the next step, which frankly will be the second interim agreement that authorizes, assuming that it's approved, authorizes staff and the public-private partnership to move forward and do the engineering and design work that will give us, at the end of that process, biddable documents. So we may not have all costs buttoned up. I just want to be absolutely clear, but we will clearly identify those things that we still have either some uncertainty about or need more clarification. However, that being said, I expect this to be a very thorough review of the proposal and the questions that have been asked thus far. Tom, do you have anything additional in relation to that?
I think the timing for the board to receive the report, we're looking at coming back around mid-August time period. So it should dovetail, I believe, nicely with your budgetary decision-making process, which I think goes to the point of Commissioner Cohen regarding, and Myers regarding revenue to pay for this.
Yes, thanks, Tom. That's a good addition.
Thank you. And Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. And thank you for the conversation and the questions. I think it's very important that we actually have a thorough analysis of this project and what is the, you know, the ROI on investing in a transit modality between South County, possibly McDill, you know, and the city of Tampa, as well as St. Petersburg. You know, we invest in buildings, or we build buildings for the entertainment and for economic development all the time. And in this particular case, because it's a ferry, it seems different, but it is an economic engine. It allows one of the few cities in our country that has a huge body of water in the middle of it, as counties and cities, that does not have ferry service, an option for another way for people to get around. As the liaison to the DOD with McDill, I have heard from many of the people who work on McDill that there's great interest from the people who work there as well. But the devil is in the details. And unfortunately, because we are, again, at the 11th modification, it's kind of hard to figure out right now who's on first, who's on second, and who's responsible for what, when a variety of things could happen, and how does it fit within our overall growth plan and transit plan. What's interesting is that HART isn't at the table in this conversation. It's interesting that it's considered a fixed guideway transit option and could very well qualify for federal funding in some way, shape, or form. There's a lot of information that has not already been cleared and vetted by this board to give us direction on how to move forward on making the best decision for Hillsborough County and helping people get around. But what we have heard from citizens is they're interested. And, you know, we don't have 400 emails just because people don't have anything else to do. They want us to know that it's important to them. So I'm going to support doing the study, but I want a fresh eye on this. I want to actually really say, if we wanted something like this, what does it look like? And then how are the people at the table fitting that bill? And that's, I think, one of the best ways that the county can be involved in this particular circumstance is to do an objective, review with Sensei Oliver's help on what does a ferry service in this area look like, and then how do we have partners that can help us get it there, and find out where to find the funding to make it happen on a long-term, operationally sustainable plan, which includes how to get there, how to get off of it when you get there, and how it connects people to places and things that they want to go to. So I'll stop there, but that's what I would like to see this study accomplish. And I'm hoping that's what this is involved. Greg?
Thank
Madam
you.
Administrator, may I respond?
Sure.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that you can hear me. Does everybody hear me all right? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. We will be working closely with HART. I know that their COO has recently come over from New Orleans, and the COO was responsible for running the ferry service over there. So she has been already very helpful. Tom and I have had one conversation with them already, and we intend to engage them, should this item move forward, in the crafting of the report, as well as working with them to make sure that we don't have anything left undiscovered. They are, I think, the subject matter experts, since they have run that ferry in New Orleans for a number of years. So I'm very much looking for their input, and I know that that will be very helpful to the board. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no one else signed up, Commissioner Myers.
Thank you. I just want to be clear, so when this comes back, we will have the cost. Can you tell us what the percentage would be between the two entities, HMS and the county, and how the funding would be split? Or will the county be reimbursed for all of the costs up front that we would be invested into building the 3 or 4 boats that are needed to provide the ferry? I think that is important, because if HMS is going to receive all of the funding for this, once we roll out anywhere from $15 to $30 million or more for this particular project, I'd like to see that the county be reimbursed back some of its funding for this. So hopefully when it comes back in the study, that might be some questions that staff can answer for us. And then if staff can tell us if we're going to have a new contract, is what I'm asking, still with HMS and the parties that are involved today, to eliminate the 11th modification, or perhaps going into the 12th modification.
Okay, with that, I'll just say, it's, to my knowledge, it's the only transit option that I've ever heard of that is actually that we don't have to put operational money into, that would not be an operational requirement. Unlike, for instance, a streetcar where we pay both the capital and the operations, and our bus services and everything else, as well as what they do in New York, both things. So I just like to point that out, but we will get more information about that and maybe understand something more with regards to that. But with that said, we have had over 400 emails. When I have gone around the county, I have to just tell you, there is a desperation and about this, as well as an excitement. This and I could go on and on. We did have the Greater Tampa Chamber of Commerce, who has had this high up on their agenda for a number of years. A couple years ago, they came in to me when I was before I was back in 2017. And had come from a meeting at McDill, and that they wanted to talk to me because they asked McDill, what can we do as a Greater Tampa Chamber of Commerce, of which they represent, I think, some 18 groups who are as well on board. And they were told by McDill, the number one thing that you can do is to make this happen. And that's why they were visiting me. As Commissioner Overman pointed out, this is not only a way to move people and provide services from our roads that even when we widen them, we are going to desperately need this service. But not only for that, it's an economic development engine. It is. It's a way to get people around. It is the lowest cost option that you can possibly have because you don't have to build roads and you don't have to build tracks. And it is qualified as a fixed guideway by the federal government. It's named a fixed guideway. So there is just so much to recommend this. And I can always go and tell stories, but I'll just tell you that just about 3 weeks ago, I spoke for a half hour at a young Black leadership group in Tampa, and they, half hour I had to think, talked about being commission chair, talked about my interest in transit, and along with that, talked about the ferry. The room, to my surprise, I did not know, but the room lit up, went on fire when I talked about the ferry, and they all wanted to know everything about the ferry, how they could get on board, literally, and support and help, what they could do. They were full of questions and excitement, and several people came up to me afterwards, one young man, and he said he had been enlisted at McDill and lived in Brandon, and every day he had to drive from Brandon to McDill, and how it was utter, absolute misery. Found the buses, but he said, I can't tell you how much time I've spent staring at the water. He's not the first person to tell me this. And wanting a jet ski, because he knows that he could go across in like 13 minutes. It's just amazing, instead of an hour and 10, and who knows if there's an accident, how much longer. So it is an incredible low-cost option that we have there. He also told me he did his first 2 enlisted years, discovered the bus service, that helped him. But he said now he's a consultant and he still lives in Brandon. And he was just get a hold of me as well as several others and tell me how I can get involved. So I'll definitely be doing that. But with that, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, a second by Commissioner Cohen, and seeing no further comments, can you please take a roll?
Kemp?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
No.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Hagan voted no.
Great. And I think our second item now is the
B8.
The interbay service between Tampa, St. Pete, and if we could, I guess, just.
Move approval.
Yes?
Move approval.
Oh, okay. Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Overman and seconded by Commissioner Smith. And I have a few people here, but I just like for a second for everybody, if we could just have staff speak to this for a second.
Okay, Madam Chair, Tom Fass, Assistant County Administrator. Agenda item B8 is requesting authorization for staff to bring back for future board consideration an agreement with HMS Ferries and South Swell Development Group for the purpose of intercity ferry services. Given the county's award of the P3 agreement with HMS and South Swell, the county can negotiate an agreement for continued services. This agreement is independent of and not contingent on approval of the interim agreement in agenda item B7. Additionally, item B, develop for future consideration a funding agreement between Hillsborough County, the City of Tampa, St. Petersburg, Pinellas County, as well as other funding opportunities for funding the intercity ferry service. There is no cost for development of these agreements. We'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just want to say that the Crossberry Ferry is an excellent regional asset and partnership, and I fully support continuing this service. Regarding the emails that we received, granted, I did not read all 400 of them, but every one I read supported extending the Cross Bay Ferry, not the South County Passenger Ferry Service. So again, I didn't read every single one of them, but every one that I did read, and I read quite a few, they referenced the Cross Bay service, not the South County B7 item that we just took up. So I just want to put that on the record.
Okay. And I do not see any other comments, but, you know, it's ever since the, and this is a Cross Bay Ferry, it's just been fabulously successful, but it was tied part and parcel to the earlier commuter service, and to get, but I just think it's going to be great to keep moving all these forward. And with that, we'll do a roll call.
Kemp,
Yes?
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
No.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner White voted no.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you. Ms. Wise?
Thank you. The next item is Commissioner Kemp, your item F4, regarding a resolution in support of repealing the MCORS tollway plan.
Thank you. I put all these on at the end here. So I will just say back in 2019, when Commissioners Smith and Overman first came onto the board, and it was still I believe at the time, MCORS was just beginning to be talked about. For those of you who aren't familiar, and you may be more familiar with it now, I call it the Toll Roads Through the Wilderness Plan. It has 3 major toll roads through very pristine, protected Florida environment, through South Florida, through mid-Florida, from Citrus over to Sumter counties, I think is the mid state one, and another one that goes from approximately the Suncoast area there and up north to the Georgia border. Major toll roads through wilderness and undeveloped areas. And I'll just say, I remember this for the record, that some months into it, and maybe even after it was approved, someone told the state of Georgia, and it was dropping people off right at Thomasville, and they said that they were not informed and did not know that this plan existed. At any rate, it has, this board at that time actually took a vote in support to say that we were in opposition to the MCORS program, and made it part of our effort at that time. And we were really early on, and I think since then I've been asked again and again. I said, well, we were really early on the spot, but this is a continuing issue, and I keep having it brought up to me. Over the years, I've had it just sprung at various boards at the last minute through some regional boards that I've been on. And I just wanted to refresh everybody's memory and put us on with new information again about what MCORS seems to be evolving into. It has been funded at the rate of about $100 million for the last 2 years, just for preliminary looks at it without any movement. But I do have and I was very impressed by this presentation by Michael McGrath of Sierra Club, and we put together a shortened version just to give this board kind of the fast information that I thought was very good. Are you there, Mr. McGrath?
Yes, hello, Commissioner Kemp, I'm here. Could HTD perhaps clear my presentation just so I could narrate it and also provide that to the board to consider? Again, Commissioner Kemp, I'm so grateful for you putting this item on the agenda for the County Commission to consider and vote on for this resolution to help send a strong message to legislatures in Tallahassee. I realize you all have a packed agenda, so I'll try to be as brief in my remarks as possible. Next slide, please. So MCORS threatens the water supply of the Tampa Bay region. As Commissioner Kemp already explained, this is a massive infrastructure project. It would span over 330 miles of of toll roads that would be paving over remains of natural and also wild Florida. The environmental threats are simply staggering. Nothing of this scale of infrastructure in Florida has been considered in decades. One of those natural resources that would be impacted would be the Green Swamp watershed. This would impact the water supply of Central Florida and also Hillsborough County in particular. As you may be aware, the Green Swamp forms the headwaters of 4 major rivers here in Florida: the Withlacoochee, Ocklawaha, the Hillsborough, and also the Peace. And is also a source of much of Central Florida's water supply. And Hillsborough River is, the primary drinking water supply for the city of Tampa and much of the Tampa Bay region. This really shows why we need to protect the Green Swamp watershed from development threats like MCORS and ensure that we protect these sensitive aquifer recharge areas within the Floridan aquifer and have proper floodplain protections in place as well. Next slide, please. All the numbers simply say no build. This comes from public comment data that we requested in our public records request from FDOT. The Sierra Club and also the No Roads to Ruin Coalition went through the painstaking process along with our volunteer comment counters of looking at all the comment files that been submitted to FDOT during the 13-month plus task force process. Folks who had submitted public comment cards either at in-person meetings or in their emails to FDOT about these proposed toll roads. What we found was that a staggering 93% of public comments were opposed to the proposed toll roads, showing just how overwhelmingly the opposition is to these proposed developments against these proposed toll roads. Next slide, please. We need to stop funding these roads to ruin and actually fund actual state priorities. These roads were passed without any determination of need or feasibility, and they've already wasted hundreds of millions of taxpayer dollars that has been spent on the MCORS toll roads. This year alone, there's over 77 FDOT projects that were either cut or delayed due to the impacts of COVID-19 on FDOT's budget, as well as the fact that they couldn't afford to continue these transportation projects. And FDOT was forced to continue pursuing the MCORS program rather than investing in projects that have already been identified within their 5-year work plan. So continuing to fund planning of MCORS will potentially drain over $700 million in taxpayer dollars over the next 5 years. Meanwhile, state economists have projected around $5 billion in budget shortfalls over the next 2 years. And meanwhile, by stopping MCORS could help save taxpayers a staggering $100 million this year alone, and also up to $25 billion in the long run when everything is said and done related to construction and also all the other incurred costs related to this massive infrastructure project. Next slide, please. Florida Tax Watch, did a study on this project to look at the fiscal feasibility of it, seeing that considering there had not been one done to that point, looking at the Suncoast Connector, the 2020 report was titled "The Suncoast Connector: What We Still Need to Know," and it basically concluded that the Suncoast Connector was a risky project, would assuredly be a large price tag and little demonstrated transportation need. It should be one thing I want to highlight from the report when they're looking at US 19, which is where the Suncoast Connector is being considered as far as where you create a new transportation corridor with the original MCORS program, was that nearly all of US 19 in the study area, right, operates only at 16% capacity during peak traffic, and use is not expected to increase beyond 22% by 2045. That really speaks to the rural nature of this area of Florida and the fact that it's not going to help solve any traffic congestion issues throughout the state of Florida, as proponents often cite. Next slide, please. Currently, there is legislation that's consistent with the overwhelming public demand to repeal all of the MCORS program. That is Senate Bill 1030 and also House Bill 763. Those are being sponsored by Representative Ben Diamond over in St. Pete and also Senator Tina Polsky over in Palm Beach and Broward counties, respectively. To date, those bills have not been heard in committee, despite the fact that they would do exactly what public has been clamoring for, which basically would be a full repeal of the MCORS program and each of the 3 proposed toll roads and reverting those program funds to general revenues that can be used to address our state's most pressing needs. Next slide, please. Meanwhile, Senate Bill 100 Highways Project is on the fast track. This bill is sponsored by Senator Gail Harrell. It passed the Senate Transportation Committee earlier and also has already passed the Senate Appropriations Committee as well, and now has passed the Senate with a vote of 39-1. To date, there is no House companion bill, but there are some serious flaws with Senate Bill 100 in its current form. So while Senate Bill 100 does technically repeal the MCORS program, it repackages it and actually considers creating at least one proposed toll roads under a different name. So basically, it would still continue the construction of the Northern Turnpike connector, which would be that toll road that would go from Sumter County all the way to Citrus County, right? And if you look at the text of the bill, it'll basically say that it would go from Wildwood to some sort of logical terminus that is yet to be determined, and that FDOT will determine in its studies. It also creates the possibility of toll portions, also harmful expansions along US 19. This would create a limited access highway with 6 to 8 lane roads along US 19 in Florida's nature coasts, and would ultimately open up the nature coast of Florida to developers, serving as a catalyst for development pressures within the region, putting at risk the rural quality of life to residents within the region. I do want to let people know that it does get rid of the Southwest Central Connector, so that is a good aspect as far as something being a step in the right direction. But ultimately, this bill falls in the same trap as the original MCORS bill from 2019, as it provides funding for transportation projects that haven't been thoughtfully planned, and it doesn't allow FDOT to undertake a more holistic planning process to determine our growing state's needs and our most sustainable solutions to solving our growth challenges and also our transportation challenges here in Florida. Next slide, please. So how MCORS impacts Hillsborough County and what you can do. First of all, this is a poor use of your constituents' taxpayer dollars and their toll revenues. Hillsborough residents are already paying for these roads and subsidizing them at a disproportionate rate when you consider, you guys are the 4th largest population base within Florida as a county. So, that's on that on its head, you guys are paying for it more than most folks in Florida. Secondly, Hillsborough County has, actual needs related to growth management and traffic congestion. And the MCORS toll roads through rural Florida simply isn't one of them. We need more forward-looking transportation and also regional planning projects that don't repeat the mistakes of the 20th century and that meet the challenges and needs of the 21st century to better manage growth here in Florida. Thirdly, what you can do, you can really help send a strong message to legislatures in Tallahassee by asking for a full repeal of MCORS, and that would demonstrate yet another example of elected leaders from local governments taking a formal stand against this boondoggle. With that concludes my presentation. I would humbly request your support for this resolution against the 3 proposed toll roads. I'm also available for questions if you have any. But again, thank you so much for allowing me to come before the board to present on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for that very condensed presentation. I'm going to make a motion with the resolution. So with that, I will I'll go through this and turn the gavel over to Commissioner Overman. But before I make the resolution, I just want to say one of the things that amazed me about the PowerPoint, the slideshow he just showed from Sierra Club, was that all of those public comments that were taken around the state for a year, and many, many more actually that didn't make it, but were never computed for whatever reason, were never tallied by FDOT. And they finally made a public records request, and a group of 38 volunteers vetted and found of those 10,000 comments that they vetted, as they said, 96% were against these roads. So here's the resolution moving forward. I know it's going to take a little bit, but I'll try and move through it quickly. Whereas on May 17, 2019, Governor Ron DeSantis signed Senate Bill 7068 into law to create multi-use corridors of regional economic significance. That's where MCORS comes from, bypassing the Florida State Department of Transportation's corridor planning process, the 5-year work plan as we know it. And whereas MCORS defeats the community protections in 339.135, the underlying statute covering the 5-year work plan, essentially bypassing FDOT's 5-year work plan development process, and the project fast-tracked without any preliminary determination of need or economic feasibility. And whereas the MCORS task force, the Northern Turnpike, they had 3 of them, Suncoast and Southwest Central Florida connectors, presented final recommendation reports to the Governor, House, and Senate on November 13, 2020. And whereas each of the final reports of 3 appointed task force stated that the task force did not reach a conclusion based on the information available at this time, that there is a specific need for a completely new greenfield corridor modification of existing facilities through the study area to achieve the statutory purpose. And whereas extrapolating from the independent projections of Florida Tax Watch and the cost of the Florida Wakiva Parkway, the entire project could cost $26.4 billion, $26.4 billion and more over the next 10 years. And whereas in 2019 and 2020, and 2021, $142.5 million was allocated to the MCOR toll roads without any determination of need or feasibility, whereas MCOR's funding increased the statutory required $90 million to $117 million in 2020, all the while more than $90 million in transportation backlog, as we know well, and water quality projects were cut from the 2020 budget. These documented needs could have been fully funded if not for the continuing MCOR's funding. Whereas cutting MCOR's funding will save the state more than $100 million this year alone and up to $26.4 billion, again billion, in the long term. And whereas the Turnpike Enterprise drivers across the state are already subsidizing MCOR's, and when construction is bonded, Florida motorists on heavily traveled toll roads in Southeast and Central Florida will pay disproportionately for the MCOR's program. Whereas there is no demonstrated traffic congestion at all in the Suncoast Connector Study area, the area's main existing corridor, US 19, which we know well, runs the length of the study area, has a B level of service rating at peak hour above standard on more than 90% of its length, and the remaining 10% of its length meets FDOT C rating at peak hour travel, meaning the region encompassing the study area has plenty of room to grow without any decline in level of service. Whereas MCOR's is contrary to key aspects of FDOT's mission to provide a safe transportation system that ensures mobility of people, goods, and enhances economic prosperity and preserves the quality of our environment and communities, whereas highways fragment wildlife habitat and collisions with vehicles are an added source of wildlife mortality. For endangered large mammals like the Florida panther, additional fragmentation of remaining habitat could imperil their existence. The panther is not the only species listed that would be threatened by MCOR's. The panther is an umbrella species. Protecting panthers and panther habitat will help other listed and non-listed species as well, whereas 4 million acres of protected conservation land and more than 400,000 acres of already approved Florida Forever projects is located within the MCOR's corridor studies, underscoring the immense conservation value of these corridors and the irreversible harm and destruction these lands would have on the state's natural resources and quality of life. Whereas any transportation capacity, operational, or safety deficiencies within the state's transportation system should be met first by improvements to existing transportation corridors. New transportation corridors should only be considered as alternatives once significant improvements, and we've been talking about this in Hillsborough County, once significant improvements have already been planned, programmed to existing corridors. Whereas broadband is a necessary utility that does not depend on the construction of any new roads, whereas MCOR's funding is channeled through FDOT's 5-year program. Failure to repeal the project will siphon money away from other much-needed transportation projects from across the state, quite a few of which we have here. Whereas the compounding effects of the pandemic and continued funding of MCOR through 2020 has already resulted in the cut or delay of 77 road projects from FDOT's 5-year work plan. Whereas COVID-19 has greatly increased Florida's financial risk, the pandemic decimated state revenues, causing $1.9 million in 2019 to 2020, $5.4 billion, 20 to 21, and this year will cost some $2.77 billion, and in the following year, $2.058 billion projected. Whereas since SB 768 was signed, the COVID-19 pandemic has underscored the need to respond to critical state needs, and in a time of historic budget shortfalls, fiscal responsibility requires cutting needless, wasteful programs. Therefore, it be resolved that in order to operate, that we resolve that in order to operate with fiscal discipline, protect the environmental assets and resources, preserve rural lands and agricultural industry, and quality of life of Florida citizens, the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners urges Governor DeSantis and the state legislature to immediately cease funding for MCORs, effectively terminating all the post-task force processes, phases of the program. And Hillsborough County Commissioner supports legislation that would repeal MCORs in each of its 3 proposed toll roads and revert program funds back to the general fund to meet budget priorities. and that this resolution shall take effect immediately upon adoption.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kemp or Chair Kemp. Do I have a second?
Second, Commissioner Smith.
Commissioner Smith offers a second. Any discussion? And if you could please use your raise hand feature on the screen.
Commissioner Smith, just very quick.
Okay, you're recognized.
Yep, I mean, I think everything has been said and said very well and completely agree with all of it, as do many other groups in our state, from 1,000 Friends of Florida to the Florida Conservation Voters and over 50 environmental groups of Florida opposing this. But the fiscal irresponsibility in this MCOR's boondoggle really hits home in Hillsborough County right here, right now, with the fact that FDOT is postponing our West Shore interchange funding while they are spending hundreds of millions of dollars studying the $27 billion boondoggle that MCORS would be. So it really impacts us, and it's really important that we weigh in on it, and thank you very much for putting it in such a good package for us today.
Are there any other comments? Seeing none, do a roll call vote.
Kemp,
Yes.
Cohen,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Myers,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Chair, the floor is yours. I do have a comment before we adjourn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Ms. Wise, is there
One more. We have item B9, which is the resolution for not to exceed $200 million of non-ad valorem revenue bonds. Kevin Brickey will take us quickly through that item, and bond counsel is available as well, necessary.
Thank you, Ms. Wise. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Kevin Brickey, Manager of the Budget. B9 is to authorize the issuance of the Hillsborough County Capital Improvement Non-Ad Valorem Bonds, Series 2021, that is not to exceed amount of $200 million. This will finance, refinance, and/or reimburse the cost of various capital projects within the county, transportation projects. This item will adopt the authorizing resolution and a supplemental resolution, as well as authorizing associated actions and items to complete the issuance and competitive sale of the bonds. And we're available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hagan, do you have a question with regards to this?
Yeah, I'll be brief. I do want to get staff, I don't know if it's Greg or whoever, to put on the record that it's my understanding there's going to be a budget and project adjustment on this at a future board meeting. So I would like to get that on the record. And I also want to make sure that in this project list that we're balancing school sidewalk projects with the 3,200 total miles of existing sidewalk repair needs and the 136 new sidewalk projects that are on our unfunded list. I know Commissioner White touched base on this issue during our last workshop, and he was exactly right when he was talking about the number, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but the number of kids that actually walk 1 to 2 miles to school, which personally, having young children, I don't think very many of our kids are walking 2 miles to school. Not to say that those projects are not important, but we should address our greatest needs first. And as I stated during a previous meeting, a recently repaired sidewalk in my district was on our books for 10 years. So I just want to make sure that we are addressing the projects that are of the utmost urgency. And if we can just have someone put that on the record as far as the future budget adjustment or project adjustment that's going to take place.
Commissioner Kevin Brickey again. Indeed, as part of the issuance and sale of these bonds, we will need to come back with a budget amendment to get those into the projects, the correct projects.
And we also have Mr. Lyons and Mr. Horwedel on the line as well, who could confirm that analysis of what they go through for the projects.
Commissioners, John Lyons, Assistant County Administrator for Public Works. Yes, we will be bringing back more specificity to you as part of the budget amendment, and want to be having more conversations about those priorities The challenge we have is that both in sidewalk repairs and sidewalk gaps, we're severely underfunded. And, you know, we continue to pursue grants as we can and any other options to have funding to fix those problems.
Thank you. And I see, I'm sorry, Commissioner Smith?
So a question, Mr. Lyons, you met with us, with me, and there was a list of projects associated with this bond. Am I to understand that that list is now being changed?
That list was a list of projects that are eligible for the bond funding based on the criteria. You know, can we fund, it was a variety of criteria, including we have projects under construction right now. We have projects that are ready to go to construction. And we also want to develop projects that if there is future funding, say through an infrastructure plan or surtax, that we have those projects ready to go, come out and go to work on them immediately with that. So yes, we will be, those projects are a little bit subject to tweak. The sidewalk program, as an example, is a master project, and we want the ability to, you know, some things move forward or not. But what we'd like to do is we could also rebalance the buckets a little bit within those as well, between some of the intersection projects. Remember, all those are estimates. Those are budget estimates at this point in time. So they could come under, which frees up money to put more to other types of projects. But generally speaking, that project list is pretty solid right now.
I'm sorry, what?
If I may, Commissioner Smith, just to be very clear, none of the major projects are coming off. As John said, there are, as with any sidewalk projects or any other projects that we go through as we nail down the funding sources into detail, of course, we will come back to you all and make sure that if there are any changes, we highlight those and just make sure that we're as transparent as possible about anything that goes on that budget adjustment list. You have our commitment to do that.
So to be clear, we're approving the $200 million, up to $200 million worth of bonds, but not attached to any list of projects at this time, and that will be brought to us to discuss and decide at another point?
Yes, ma'am. In general, that's how our process works and has worked, as I understand it, probably since the time we started issuing bonds. The budget adjustment is the effectuating document for the funds received from the bond issuance. We do have to, of course, describe to the bond funders what we're planning on using the dollars for. That's why there are fairly general categories associated with that. And Kevin, if I misspeak, please correct me, but our normal process would be to bring back the budget adjustment to you for final disposition. And again, I want to be absolutely crystal clear. We will be transparent about any changes or any modifications that we think are necessary at that point in time.
Thank you. And I mean, this funding is sorely needed
Yes.
for transportation projects and transportation infrastructure, including sidewalks and road repair. We need to, it highlights the fact that we are in such dire straits. We are borrowing from the future to pay for the mistakes of the past. And as we go down this path, it's really important to realize this is not a sustainable way of continuing to make the same mistakes. We have to stop making those sprawl mistakes and begin putting people where infrastructure is, rather than putting people further and further out and then trying to catch up infrastructure while we try to put a Band-Aids and patch with these last resorts of going out for commercial paper borrowing for the future. So with that, I'll support the item, but with that cautionary note.
Thank you. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to completely echo Commissioner Hagan's sentiments. As we're looking at how to spend these bond proceeds, I think it is important to think about our aging sidewalk infrastructure and the massive needs that we need. And what I'm about to say is not going to be popular with some of my colleagues, but I feel like it has to be said. There are areas of suburban and rural Hillsborough County, and particularly rural Hillsborough County, where the residents don't want or need sidewalks. So I think we have to pivot away from the idea that every single community has to have sidewalks. I think we need to weigh that on a case-by-case basis. And I know that I'm, deviating from the main topic at hand a little bit, but my phone and email has been blowing up recently about people out in the rural areas that are being absolutely required to make sidewalk connections in frankly, in some circumstances where it makes absolutely no sense. So Ms. Wise, I'll just say to you that if there's, some stated board policy, formal, informal, otherwise, that's driving those decisions at the staff level, please let me know. I'd be willing to take a crack at trying to get that policy changed. But I truly believe that we have to look at sidewalks on a community by community basis.
Okay, and seeing no other comments. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I just raised my hand. Given how much need there is, back to Commissioner Smith's point, I mean, this amount of bond revenue would normally sound like a really big number, but it's not going to make a dent in the overall list of unfunded needs. And my understanding is that we're about at the point of having exhausted our ability to finance things. That this is really the last, after this, we're going to have to pay cash because we're going up to the limit of our ability to borrow. So to your point, it is very, very important that we are very, very careful what actually gets funded from this, because this we're not going to be doing this every month. And, we're going to have to, at some point, we'll allocate all this, and then we're going to find that we still have a huge list of things that need to be funded. And my sense is that that's where the tough decision is going to have to be made of what gets done and what gets put off for another day and how we pay for it. I'm going to support this because I don't think we have any choice at this point but to try to use this money and make it go as far as we can to whittle down that list.
Thank you. And I just, to kind of echo the sentiments here, which I have said in the past and in the present, I can just recently, I just really feel like we have to focus on the assets that we have, asset preservation, that we have to repair the sidewalks, and the roads will be ever more costly as they deteriorate further. We get ourselves further behind for the future. And every time we take on another new piece of infrastructure, whether it is some of these built-out places or not, it's not an asset. It's a liability that we take on, and it's a liability that will come due in 10 years or 15 years for major repair, 25 years for replacement. So it is, I think we have to really be thinking about that, that every new piece we build is going to require money in the future. And so I think we have to be very cognizant if we move forward that we have not been able to really effectively manage our assets right now. So I just really want to be cautious about expansions of those assets in any way that requires us to fund those liabilities for the future and put that on the future. And with that, I think, do we have a motion or?
Move for approval.
Second.
Okay.
Commissioner Kemp?
Yes, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was looking over here for a while, but your screen wasn't up and I didn't see your hand. Sorry.
I will keep it very short. I do agree to some extent with Commissioner White on some areas don't necessarily need the one size fits all solution. To kind of go back to the comment I made earlier today about moving forward on our growth plan, our transit-oriented development plan, our transfer of development rights plan that fits in and is incorporated and needs to be embedded in our transportation plan. And so that this list is not necessarily rocket science, it's to fit a plan. But I think what's also most important is that, you know, to Mr. Lyons' credit, he's looking to get projects that are shovel-ready that we can actually capitalize on either federal dollars or state dollars that are available for whatever grants are possible to maximize the use of those dollars, and having that as also an important lens in selecting projects is a critical importance. So I will support the motion. I do recognize that we do need to get this done, but I do believe that this board we have work to do to help with making sure that every penny we spend over the next 5 to 10 years is spent well, and spent with the idea and the lens of who's coming here and how are we going to pay for it, so that we can move this county forward and stay economically competitive in the future, and draw and attract the companies that'll pay wages to allow us to have our citizens thrive. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, I think we had a motion by Commissioner Myers. Did you second it, Commissioner White? Okay. And seeing no further comments, can we have a roll call?
Kemp?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
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 Motion carried 7-0.
And Ms. Wise, we have another page that we're a secret page.
I think it's just future discussion items. I think we're there.
Okay.
Future discussion
Future
items.
discussion items. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
I'm not sure which is the best method, so I'm doing the best I can.
There you go.
And this is a near very, 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 very future item, but it's not an item for the staff to work on today. I wanted to make everyone aware, for those that don't know, and actually we mentioned it earlier, that WrestleMania is this weekend, and it's becoming abundantly clear that Hillsborough County is a leader hosting major events. We are working actively to host safe events and welcome those high-profile sporting events. And I want to highlight the ongoing sustainable anti-human trafficking efforts of the county, the Commission on Human Trafficking, and all of our amazing partners. One of our partners, local philanthropist Thaddeus Bullard, AKA pro wrestler Titus O'Neil, will be hosting WrestleMania, and I'm excited to say we'll be receiving the WWE Annual Warrior Award to be presented during WrestleMania week to an individual who has exhibited unwavering strength and perseverance, and who lives with the courage and compassion that embodies the indomitable spirit. The award is a very well-deserved, and that has recently appeared on WFLA Daytime to bring attention to the Don't Buy It Tampa Bay campaign that we rolled out through for the Super Bowl and is continuing on right now. I ask our guests and citizens to stay vigilant in combating human trafficking, and would appreciate if all of our communications departments can get the word out on our county's many anti-human trafficking reporting platforms, specifically our hotline through our partnership with the CARES 211 for immediate help, CTY tip to 847-411 to report any suspected activity, and to utilize the Tampa Bay Human Trafficking Task Force app that's available to do any reporting. If you should see something, make sure you have the opportunity to quickly say something. You can download it to a smartphone app, and it's a very quick way of making sure that you can report that you see something that needs our law enforcement's assistance in addressing. For more information on the anti-human trafficking efforts in our community, You can visit don'tbuyit.tampabay.org. And because this is a big event and it's a big weekend, we want to make sure that we have all the right folks here having a good time. But we also want to make sure that we put out there that those that are coming here for nefarious purposes, they need to move on. So I wanted to make sure that we brought that up, and I failed to mention it earlier today. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. And Titus O'Neill's a wonderful community leader. He's done a lot for this community. And with that, anyone else? Okay, we had a long day, and we are adjourned.
Thank you all for joining. We'll be ending the meeting.